Get the knife, bunde metagum. This guy.
Bro,
you're crazy, get right!
what the fuck, bro?
That's insane!
Yeah, and on the first.
Yeah, boy.
One more.
One middle was pushing.
No! No! No!
E-box, yeah. Nice.
Don't stop believing, do. Hold on to that feeling.
That's it, man.
Throwing fire. Fire in the hole.
What? I've never heard get right like that.
Yeah, me neither. I'm gonna hide a little bit here.
Oh.
Laying down smoke.
Flashing mid, flashing. Can they be out?
Yeah.
One then B, more.
Nice,
B.
one more.
Flash.
One more.
Close, B1.
Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade.
Monster.
One is behind you. Heaven lost.
Oh my lord. That was insane.
Nice shot.
Yeah. B. Bomb is planted B. One is coming out long. Kitchen long. The clock's king is on.
No.
I hate you. I honestly hate you.
Yes!
I honestly hate you.
Professional player. Can you sing my profile? I played against you on train today. I can sing for your profile. It's a beautiful profile. It's so delicious like it is. It's so wonderful to be singing on your profile.
He was long.
Uppe mitt. Oj. 3 röd topp. Mitt.
You can see it, and then he'll like randomly just like. Whoosh.
Dude, he's got a
What?
jiggle.
See?
What the hell?
He does have a jiggle.
I'm here. I'm here. I took a minute or two longer. So I need to go get a sweater. Or t-shirt. Yeah. But that's not a prediction. At least. There's people who care about that. Because we are going to see the Third place game. Furia versus Aurora. I'm excited about tomorrow's first team for game. True. What the fuck is this? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? What the fuck is what? I just didn't change the scene, buddy. That's about it.
It's a good social media post, doesn't he?
That's about it.
Social media. I'm going to talk about the interviews that we
I'm so confused why Fury Aurora plays. It's the third game. Third place decided.
Social a little bit harder than we'd like.
No. The grand final starts at in 4 hours. 4 hours and 14 minutes.
When do those excuses run out? I suppose is the question.
They run out when you had a month off. You had a month off. You had a month since you played Bucharest. You had plenty of time to rest, recover, whatever you need to do for a couple of weeks. Maybe grind out a little bit of a boot camp for a couple of weeks. Try to bring some new stuff to the table. Maybe polish some of the old things. So no excuse for this tournament. None.
Well, that's why they already hit their ceiling. It was at the beginning of the season because there were no excuses at the beginning of the season. The beginning of the season, they're betting in a new player in Jota, and other teams were betting in new players too. But they hit the ground running faster. But they've come now.
And if someone wins the tiebreak, what means they come first? Don't you know what third place
at the beginning of the
game is?
And all these other teams
have you never heard about the third place game?
From different philosophies of Counter-Strike, they've caught up.
Like in general in other sports?
Maybe 5 times at this point with all the trophies they've won.
It was super normal.
Kind of retooling
it's, they removed it more and more the later stages in general in traditional sport as well.
Can actually then surpass them
but there's still some of them out there.
Have they reached their ceiling?
I mean,
yeah, they. I mean, I don't see unless
it's the
they
same like in
yes, that's like
sports.
The only way for me to see them break through this ceiling. I would love for Madrid to go back to the drawing board with.
I'm a noob with passion.
We need to change how we default. We need to use lurkers a little bit more, but. There's no indication that they really want to do that, even with a month off.
I was like, when can they do that, though? Because from here, they are literally going to get off the stage, get on a plane, fly to Dallas, compete in that tournament. Straight after that, it's the major. There is no time left. What you see on the stage is pretty much the strat book.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you got to figure out a way maybe between Dallas and, Austin, try to get at least a couple of things going. I think one of the big things for them that they at least...
Like, why are they flaming Aurora so hard?
Good. Like, Xanter's still one of the best entry fraggers in the world. Woxic is capable of being one of the better operators. We just have seen him fade off these last couple events, which is worrying. And then Jota, their most recent addition, who was supposed to be that additional firepower, he's also faded off the last couple events. This is the worst event that he has played since he joined the team. It's been really, really concerning. Again, only like Wacadia and Xanteris have kind of maintained course. So we just need to see the individual form get back to where it needs to be, and only those players know what it takes to get them to that point. But even Xanteris started out slow this tournament, for honest, as well. So it's just been very mind-boggling.
We've been really tough on Aurora. I mean, they made their first semi-finals as they won in a playoff. That's a first for them. So Turkish fans, don't hate us too much, but we do have to be tough.
It's all good.
Right now,
it's all good, Will. It's all good.
You look Furia. What do we think about this matchup?
I want Furia to win, but I ain't so sure though.
Because we have high expectations, because they've proven that they can play at a high level. We just want to see that again. We want to.
I think that Furia is pretty happy no matter what.
The most competitive version of Counter-Strike that we can have. We have a lot of elite teams in the top 4 right now. We want to see that 5th through 8th stretch of teams also be able to compete with the top guys, and so that's really what we're
let's see what they will do now. We want to see what the competing that you're talking about. So what does that look like up against Furia, Maui?
Well, I mean, another just big point really quickly is they're the last team that beat Vitality. Like, think about that for just 1 second first. And that's why in this matchup versus Furia, they're still the favorites, okay? For all the woes that we have for Aurora, what we generally dislike on the desk is stagnation, unless it's at the very tip top. And Aurora, they know their style. We know their style. They're going to group up. There's going to be a bunch of guys hitting a bomb site at the same time. That's why they like maps like in the past Vertigo, because you could just send it all up ramp. That's why they like maps that you don't really have to worry about lurkers all too much. And versus this Furia team, Furia's going to try to disrupt.
I gotta be
They got
biased,
the
and I will
players,
say
people like
Furia.
Molidoy, people like
But-
Ikindar, even Fallen now, trying to make incisions in whatever it is that Aurora are doing. And so
I want to be teleported 10 years back again. If someone has a time machine, let me know.
So I think the pieces, the styles.
But in the same time, it's like if I were Furia, I would be like, I would try to be happy with the result
Yeah,
so
I mean,
far.
I think for me, they're just too specialist on certain
At least
maps.
in my
Like on
books,
Anubis,
so.
for example, you brought it up. They're really
Fair
good
enough.
at like throwing consistent utility to kind of mask
Fair
what they're doing a little bit, and then they go for their little gather plays as you're talking about. But on some of the other maps, they have slipped. Like I feel like there's only maybe 2 or 3 maps I feel really good about Aurora on, and even then that's a bit of a stretch. It's really only like 1 or 2. But meanwhile, there's like 3 or 4 maps out there where they've been like losing their last 4 out of 6 games. They've lost the last 7 games, bro. They played on train. They're probably gonna have to play that this series. So I think it's more about them not being able to diversify their map pool enough to be competitive against teams who can just go to more places than they can.
Raw firepower, Furia, Aurora, who wins that?
Ooh. Aurora wins that. Molidoy is having a great coming out party right now. Woxic has kind of regressed in a weird way, but then he kind of showed up in the playoffs, so it's kind of a mismatch for him right now. But in terms of the rifle core, if I'm taking rifle core for me, Xantares has proved a lot more than Yakindar for me lately.
Sure.
K-Serrato might be better on the back end than somebody like Jota. But
It happens every time. Okay, chat, we're gonna go watch the YouTube stream. It happens every time that I watch on the fucking on this stream. I don't know. I don't do anything. It's literally me sitting and doing shit on the other PC. So we're gonna speed this up as much as we can, and then we actually watch the YouTube one.
Xantares has proved a lot more than Yakindar for me lately. Sure, K-Serrato might be better on the back end than somebody like Jota, but in the middle, I take a Wycadia versus a Yuri. I've liked Wycadia's body of work a bit more so far this year.
Yeah, I think Xantares is the more dependable entry fragger.
No, there was. I saw it, Will, on my second PC.
Like the level he's played so far throughout the entire tournament. So I'm with you there. I pretty much agree. Man for man, I think it's actually current form a little bit closer than people might expect. But if we're just looking at the expectations of an extended period of time, then it really
It's literally like where his beard is in the corner here. It's like, oh fuck, now I'm losing all the speed. That's the problem with YouTube streams.
There's a lot to play, obviously those VRS points as well. And I kind of like that the stakes are still here. So even though you're out of the grand final, which is always disappointing, the stakes still exist on that.
No, it is live. It's sometimes it's a delay, that's the thing.
And now we're
So
not
you speed up a little bit.
straight into it. The crowd is filling in, and you know they're going to make some noise for Molidoy. Let's head to the stage and hear how loud they can get.
It's time for the 3rd place decider. It's Furia going up against Aurora. But Astana, I need to know, are you ready?
Just tell me if you will see the black line. I'm getting socks, water, and yeah.
With me here to help me throughout all the duties of this.
I'm a lurker.
And,
Exactly.
I'm pretty
The,
sure
the true lurker. It's fine.
house, right?
Салям, Астана! Я надеюсь, все готовы, ребята?
Well, let's get our first team onto the stage. For Furia, they have not backed down from any fights. They even stood up to Spirit. They didn't manage to take it over the line, but this is just the start of a new journey with new players, and they can be proud of everything they've been fighting for. And they want to make this arena proud by winning this game here.
Да, и сейчас мы поприветствуем с вами команду, которая не смогла пройти Team Spirit в полуфинале, но все-таки это свежая команда, у которой будущее еще не за горами. Так что, ребята, поприветствуем.
Astana, this is your team. Give it up for Furia!
Maybe I had a problem with his suit. What happened? It's not for ketchup. Wait, really? I mean, the positive thing to watch the YouTube stream, now you can go back and forth, but also it's 4K quality. So that's pretty nice. Actually, I should do this now.
On the other side of things, we have a team that's been through a different journey. For Aurora, they underperformed compared to what we expected from them during the group stage. But they stepped it up here in the playoffs to win their first ever stage game, lifting a weight from their shoulders. But yesterday, they had Astralis on the ropes, and it didn't come to fruition for them. And now they find themselves in the third place decider, trying to prove themselves once again.
А второй командой мы рады приветствовать коллектив, который не так хорошо выступил в групповой стадии, как мы ожидали, но на плей-оффе смог выиграть свою первую катку, а после этого, встретившись с Астралис в нереальной форме, все-таки не смогли выдержать удар и проиграли. Давайте встретим.
Astana, this is
Black Clan is missing? I have no idea what it is then. Oh, I mean, I never run it. I can only see it to my, like, every time to myself, so. Let's see. Fallen, make me proud, Fallen, make me proud.
The stage is set, and here we are for the third place decider. Fallen, you're up with us. Maja, come join us at the top. Everyone else, go sit down, get yourselves ready. Get warmed up for an important game. The respect is being shown from the beginning. Now, Fallen, for you, this has been a crazy journey, but this is also not Brazil, and the crowd is on your side, thanks to Molodoi. How has that whole experience been for you?
Hello, everyone. Here it's been amazing to be Astana. Very fun, very nice country, good people. And yeah, it's been a journey for me, not only because we have Molodoi here, but also because I'm trying to play like this guy here. I'm now rifling also. It's been quite a journey.
Что ж, большое вам спасибо, ребята, за поддержку Фурии. Как раз-таки, несмотря на то, что это не Бразилия, все равно ребята получают сумасшедший заряд от вас, благодаря, конечно же, молодому. И, конечно же, он здесь, потому что пытается сыграть так же, как он, и все-таки победить его.
I like what you just said there. So you trying to take something out of his playbook?
I watch a lot of his demos, bro. Major insane.
Он очень много демок его смотрел, соответственно, полностью готов к тому, чтобы сразиться.
I love that respect, but I have to ask you, you guys have been through an incredible journey, changing English to English, playing with two new players. How much improvement have you seen each and every game?
For now, I think the team is clicking very fast. The way we think about the game coincide a lot, so it's been easy to play. Very excited for the future, and today very excited for this match too. I had a chance to play one of the best teams in the world, and we're gonna take it.
Oh, I love that.
Потому что, несмотря даже на то, что поменялся язык внутри команды, все равно у нас получается очень классно развиваться с каждым днем. У меня очень классные тиммейты, с которыми так легко играть, и я очень-очень хочу сразиться сейчас с одной из самых лучших команд в этом мире.
Now, Maja, for you, how does it feel that Fallen's saying he's watching your games, giving you that respect as well? A couple of old dude in-game leaders out here.
Bro, he's one of the goats of these games. I have also big respect for him, so it's nice, yeah.
It is very nice. It's good to see as well. But yesterday's game for you guys, you did have Astralis on the ropes. How have you reset? Because that must have been a tough loss to take.
Yeah, to be honest, it was a deception yesterday, but we need to wake up. Like today, it's another day, and we play against Furia, really great teams, and always our match has really well. So we're gonna give our best today.
Give your best today. That's what we want to see. Right, Astana!
Ребята из Авроры говорят о том, что они рады сразиться против одного из богов Counter-Strike. Вчера было очень тяжело принять поражение, но сегодня новый день и новая игра.
Lovely. Let's get it. Shake hands, fist bump, whatever you want. The respect is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I want to find out some things about this arena. I know it's still quite early today, but Astana, are you ready?
Ja.
Astana, вы готовы?
Now let's find out. I think they're mainly going to be cheering for Furia, but we've had some Aurora fans in the house. So I'm going to start on this side. Let's see what we're doing. Astana, is there some Aurora fans in the house? Okay.
Give it to me. Yeah. Okay. Ребята, ну что мы скажем по поводу Фурии? Не, что-то, не, ребят. Вчера вы были лучше, вчера вы были серьезнее. Давайте еще раз. Кто здесь за Фурию? Вот это уже лучше.
Okay. Guys, you got to do better than that. Aurora!
Фурия!
Now this one, let's get it into the game. Everyone, Counter-Strike!
What wholesome interviews we had there. Major and Fallen, so sweet, so nice. Don't let them fool you. It's going to be a bloodbath on the server, Maui.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Fallen always... He talks such a nice game.
I love
He
him.
tricks you, but he tricks you, okay?
Just love
Because as
him.
soon as it gets in the server, he gets vicious, okay? He comes out with the tricks. He's redesigned his game. He's redesigned his team. He's revamped it. He's still as hungry as he has been, okay? He's putting in the work.
Yeah, I mean, they used to call him the librarian because he'd make crowds quiet in enemy territory, but now he gets to be the conductor of the hype train because there is so much excitement behind this team because of Maladoi's presence and also just because of how this kind of hodgepodge roster that not many people had many expectations for.
I had to send an email to my little...
So it should be a great match.
Oh shit, that was loud. Because I had issues with my ventilation. I had to show proof to the people I inspected it that it's actually fixed. It's perfect. Instead of doing Fallen. Oh, Fallen is always like
where all the sneaky spots are. He can read other games, and I think that that's kind of working out here. There's so much experience coming into it. It doesn't actually matter what I have to say, though, because I think the veto here is going to be pretty important.
So both teams usually ban Ancient. Neither one did today. I think Aurora was banning Train because they just know they want to get rid of it. And they were hoping Furia would ban Ancient, but they didn't. Aurora goes to Anubis. No shocker here. I wonder if Furia goes for the Ancient pick since it's available.
Oh, that'd be too bold. They've been trying to get rid of that themselves,
I know.
surely. So
I was trying to hype something up. I was trying.
Okay, you try. Okay, well, and Furia actually taking it out in the second phase, and looks like here for. I mean, I'm a little bit curious about it. I mean, I'm gonna say this. I respect the gusto of Aurora, who should believe they're the favorites, to not just ban Ancient in the first phase. So the fact that they got to Anubis here, I think Furia is a little bit disappointed they couldn't get to Train, which worked for them so well yesterday. So I wanted to make the hot pick against Aurora in this match.
Oh, what maps was it?
Went pretty well for I also respect Furia for banning.
Oh, did I hear Anubis? Did I hear Anubis?
Lately. So yeah.
Anubis in front of the my fucking lord.
But I do understand why Aurora would get rid of Train. When you take a look at the veto, though,
We're getting such a horrible map.
In the favor of
the third place decider, man.
I did just watch the Turkish side lose to Hotu on Anubis, so it's not like they can't bleed on that map. And we have seen at times Furia, you know, they got some wins on Anubis over Mongols and Gamer Legion in the group stage. They've beaten some quality opponents here, and yeah, so I don't think it's impossible to see them do. I mean, they certainly have a better chance than they did against Spirit. And in Spirit, they actually drew a map and were close on a couple of the other situations. So, yeah, this should be a good matchup, I think.
It is time to jump into game. I feel like all of our talents is leveling up their dress sense. Hashtag rate my fit on TikTok, maybe. Anders, DDK looks so sassy and suave in that jacket. Where's yours?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
those guys yours.
listen, if you know anything about me, Sam, you must know I am fashion illiterate. It's just, you know, there's no curing. It's too late for me anyway. But Dan, you do look amazing. I must say, it suits you very well.
Yeah, I had my birthday, and apparently in Kazakhstan, this is a traditional gift. My wife gifted this to me as a surprise. This is in my room. I came back from casting, and here it was.
That's awesome.
This is a chaplain, so traditional Kazakh wear, and I am in the mood here for this third place match. The energy is popping off at the moment.
Is that offensive or is that
to be an incredible
kind?
matchup between these two
By the
teams
way.
fighting for third. Maybe Aurora wouldn't want to be fighting for third, but this is the place that they find themselves in with Astralis' amazing
All right.
performance yesterday.
We're getting into it, Chaturina. Third place decider game.
Aurora summon the strength to get back in here and fight for what really matters right now for them. Third and fourth, it is not at all the same here. And you never know what's going to happen down the stretch of it with the VRS points and everything else. You must fight hard for this game, and I bet they will. Already.
Walkout alone on A though.
But yeah, he's got some teammate with him right
Oh,
in
Jota
front.
was there. I
Johnson is
didn't even
there
see that he was
underneath.
there,
A
actually.
double setup, and they get the first headshot. Woxic ducking and diving behind the pillar at the A side, but Jota's gone down. It's just Woxic in the flash. He can't see a thing. Yuri takes him down and continues to fight onto the site. As Wakadia swings in here with the duel. He's trying to find whatever he can. The late lurk is coming through, and Centaurus barely getting the kill on Molodoi, but it might not be enough.
Our fallen has to zero.
Straightforward round from Furia with Cardia. Can he get anything extra? He had an absolute banger of a Mirage yesterday against Astralis, just really kicking things into high gear. We'll have to see if he can do that here today.
Okay, now let's go.
Pistol going to Furia, keeping it nice and simple, as I think, you know, you often like to see on AT's side. And that money is secured, and that's dangerous here, Anders, because we know how bad it can get if the T side gets that early momentum. So immediately some danger here for Aurora.
Yeah, it immediately brings up my favorite complaint about picking the map to begin with, so...
All right, give it to us, Anders.
I feel right how much, you know, it's the most treacherous map there is. It's not really losing the pistol, it's losing the first rifle round. If that happens...
Must also be so annoying for Furia.
But they have bought 5
Since they're going to
MP9s.
Dallas, by the way.
This is the sort of stuff that I might call in a matchmaking game. It doesn't mean it can't work. They might be a little bit better than I am with the MP9, to be honest, so we'll see if it plays out. Fury are a team on this map that do really like those mid splits, which I think is nice. It's a good thing that they're able to throw some of those in there. It makes the game harder to read, really, for Aurora. And so far, fairly chilled out, just ready and waiting to see if there is going to be a bit of aggression. And it looks like
Can Furia win this real talk? Yeah, of course.
Through the middle.
Aurora's been having issues in playoffs brackets.
The conductor's dust called him is going to get a knock to the head. Xantaris.
That is a good entry, though.
Now they know 100% there's MP9s on
There's
the board.
5. I mean, he would have died if he had no head armor there.
That's a great find there in E-Box from Yakindar, trying to open up some space for the team towards this B site. Bomb will be collected as we get that fight towards the other side of the map here. Furia, they need to try to find their way onto this bomb site, but it seems so labored. Finally, though, Yuri able to take one down to get that space, to get that plant. But Woxic there with that kill in mid makes this a doable
In
retake.
40 hours.
I
Still
was
low.
going to seem like the most self-congratulatory.
They have to be done. They have to fly out from Astana. Astana is quite far from Europe, for example, so Dallas is a major. No, Austin is the major.
To burn out that position, because normally you can't throw it that deep. If we can ever find a replay of that, I would be so excited. That is so sick to see. I can't believe they've actually thrown that in there. Smolodoi ends up going down 2 versus 2 now. The retake is on.
There's no time.
Trying to go for it here, but no kit in his back pocket. He runs into the bullet. Yuri with a nice triple and a huge conversion here as Furia. They were in trouble.
A lot of economy damage, though.
They could have ended up losing it, but they hold on to it. They survive the MP9s. And the early buy now also means that, you know, the Turkish side is going to be in a bit of a weird state. It's going to be a while before they actually can put together a real buy. Look at this Molotov. It burns so deep into the corner. Normally, you have to throw that from your Kindar's position instead, but bouncing it off the wall like that instead, or in fact, you know, basically throwing it into the ceiling and it bounces back down.
Although that was scary for Fury, at least they do get rid of the MP9s as opposed to having some saved into this round. So with that said,
Who are we cheering for? I am cheering for Furia.
With the 5-7.
For Fallen, brother. Fallen.
On the subreddit about that. But Furia, let's see if they can find their way through middle here. Flawing very.
Oh, Santaris with his fucking 5-7, by the way.
Saw it happening, but it's all going to calm down. 4v4. Furia trying to make some space towards it. They don't have the bomb, so this is really a fact-finding mission. K-Serata's in trouble now.
Yeah, I was getting scared there as well.
Oh no.
Woxic will get one, but I was having flashbacks as well. Santaris, he did do some fantastic work on Mirage over at the B bomb side. If you missed it yesterday, it was pretty sick.
I mean, he doesn't have armor though, so, but still, they're two low players.
You know, just one good kill to begin with. You never know what's going to happen. This is the first shot, and I think you almost have to hit that. Nicely done from Yuri. He's shown up to this one. Another triple.
Also an AK,
right now. Fury are getting the first couple of rounds, and actually Aurora can buy in this one. Very interested to see how.
I don't think I will watch Dallas Besser, but I will watch it off stream though, because the game starts for me like 6:30, 7:30 p.m. So.
If they do it, it lands on the stairs.
And I am going to Lithuania as well, so.
When they do that, it results in a 3B, 1 middle, 1 A stack early on. It's such a common thing, and I think almost at this point too readable. So I wouldn't be surprised if more and more teams will start to sort of pick up on that fact. I'll call it out if we see it at some point.
Woxic has become a different player in the playoffs. In the arena, his performances have been immaculate every series. He is on the wrong side of the action, though. The Evox take coming on through. They're creeping up onto Major. I can't actually get anything there. Jotto with the smoke, but it's just too late.
Fast explosion.
The B-side's been taken. The slow creep. The
I will be watching off stream though. It's gonna be so fun.
5 players still up. So much post-plant utility. There is just no world in which they can go for it.
This is how Anubis betrays you.
There we go. Anders, wait a second. Let me. Okay, here's the soapbox. Okay,
yeah,
there you go.
Thank you,
Stand
Dan.
on the soapbox. I'm ready.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I do need like a pulpit for which to, you know, do my sermon about. Stop picking. No, you know what? It's obviously Aurora have the track record to prove that picking Anubis is not a bad thing for them. They're really good on the map. I've just seen this so many times. It's not over yet. Again, I don't want to get too panicked, but losing some of these rounds, it can be really devastating.
We picked Anubis.
It's a good job that they managed to save the rifles in the AWP, because it does mean that they have the potential to be way more dangerous in the next rounds, and that's, you know, borrowing from James and his philosophy of Counter-Strike, it is probably a way to make the CT side of Anubis stronger, is if you just always have some rifles in play somewhere on the map.
One extra wrinkle to all of this as well, though, is that from what we've seen this tournament from Furia, they have actually had one of the best CT sides I think I've seen on this map. So
yeah,
so we'll see how that plays out when we get there, but it's not all about this T side.
Oh,
that's a miss and a half there from Woxic. Absolutely punished by Molotov.
Oh.
It's a huge miss. It's also very interesting that Molotov goes for the peak at all, because whenever Woxic is playing in the middle with the orb like that, it's almost always the case that there's no smoke or Molotov thrown. Normally it's Santaris alone in here from Aurora on the CT side, and he will throw early smokes and Molotovs to stop anyone from getting those kind of peaks in there. Oh no! So Arcadia going down.
Molotov's keeping it up. Sweetness in live with a 16.
Right now, Aurora.
I've gone in a blink.
And another good opportunity right now, I think, for Aurora to just stack a site and hope. Like, there's no point in being stretched out across the map right now.
Yes. Arcadia going for the hero information play, but it's kind of binary. Either it works or it doesn't, and in this case, just protects the AWP in Santaris' hands now, and easy move for Furia onto the B sides.
The Molotov that was thrown there, that we just saw Yakinda was looking at, that's the normal kind of Molotov that you can throw to try and do a little bit of, you know, a little bit of pressure onto that connector position.
I mean, Furia wants to also make us forget about this Anubis pretty fast, right?
That Aurora do know how to throw that Molotov themselves, because I messaged Madger about it.
The hunt is on, by the way.
Yeah, they're going for it.
This could be disastrous for Aurora.
They should. Why not?
Madger protects one entrance, but there's just a slow creep from all sides. You got K-Serata also coming from long. It's being held with the orb from Santaris. He can't afford to miss that shot. There goes one more rifle. Now the pressure's on. Oh, and now turning the back from that long position. 2 players coming. Can Xantares get both of them? Xantares, the AWP question.
The main AWP!
Keeping the AWP alive for the side.
The main AWP, Xantares!
As well. I mean, listen, I'm ready for it.
He was supposed to beat AWP the whole time.
Gets himself warmed up into the game, which, by the way, has been a real problem for Xantares in some of these maps, right? We've seen from him in the playoffs so far is that he's had a couple of really great ones, but there's been somewhere he's been slow out the gates, and got a player like that on your team.
Did anyone see Eurovision yesterday?
More than what he's been giving so far.
Yeah, but I mean, you're right. Like this is, it feels so bad when you just you don't get a good opening on the CT side. It just kind of ends around. There's a bunch of maps where that's not the case necessarily. There's often ways to fight for the round still, but to the credit of Furia too, there's a reason why they left Anubis open. They know how to convert the advantages just as well.
5-0. Still keeping the buy going. They're not being fully reset here, and that is at least something. Yeah, but do pay attention to the last smoke in the middle in the previous round. You see Molodoi, very good kills, but honestly, he should have died to Woxic. And like I said, it's such a risky peak for him to take. Xantares, all right.
Maybe he has a broken wireless mouse that he's so used to, so he doesn't want to upgrade.
We'll see if that could be a better start here for Aurora. 3-2 split on.
I still remember when I used
Woxic on that B site.
a negative acceleration mouse
different spots with the AWP so far.
with laser.
And, it's just a great read from Fallen. He's finding nothing here.
Try to use it as many years as possible.
And Fallen's going to probably understand what setup is likely to be on the other end if mid is for free like this, Anders.
Yeah, they really like the mid-splits, Furia, like we said at the start. Smoke goes up because otherwise it was being held by Xantares. Now he's got this deep flank. 3 people on the B bomb side, but they are so close to losing this one. Jota busy throwing grenades. They're walking out main at the moment. Easy spray down for Fallen. And even if he gets traded, it doesn't matter. Jota is in a lot of trouble right now. He shouldn't be able to stay alive, and he won't be.
That's around.
Finds him for an 11-1 scoreline, and you can see Bacardi and Xantares can't even rotate across the map. It's not even worth it for them to give it a shot. So 6-0 for Furia.
6-0.
Great map control.
I mean, such a sick punish from
Is Aurora also playing Dallas better?
Just understanding that, hey, I feel like there's a chance, a pretty solid chance I can actually walk into mid.
They are.
I'm sure there are some tells.
Oh,
damn. That allows him to intuitively understand, hey,
so
this feels
both
like a good play right
Furia
now.
and Aurora is going
out there, because there's nothing there, they have to be playing, some of these types of
setups.
They
both have to leave
instantly.
instantly.
Off of that. And it's crippling. Aurora had no sense of it.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, if you're getting backstabbed like that, and you can see that Woxic had no idea, just the feeling for Aurora, it's just, I mean, so crippling, Anders. I don't think I can really emphasize it enough when you feel like you cannot do anything. But that's where they are.
I think also because it's so early in the round, the guess that Xantares
I always thought it was only Furia, but
one is a really good one. A little bit later on, like 20 seconds later, I think it would be a lot harder for Fallen to make that guess, and they would have had a harder time figuring out, do we smoke, towards A or B in the middle? But I think because it's so early, he should know if Xantares is not in middle.
I guess the Turkish guys want to be in US longer as well to boot camp, etc. like that. Same as FaZe is doing.
Basically, that's going to be somebody else. It'll probably be, Woxic, who's maybe switching around there. But Cardia is going to be playing that extremity on the A-bomb side every single time. So, all right, here we go. Another risk being taken, but it's a great one. What an entry. Yakindar comes in and he takes down Matrin again. The round is
that's the round over.
5% won here. About to be a 7th for Furia. And Aurora got to be really careful here. They don't have a lot of money. They have the round loss bonus, but if they lose the rifles right now, it actually is a big problem.
But they must be thinking, we can't just give up all these rounds. We have to fight for something at this point. And they're moving forward.
You can't have another one.
This wall is this connection between the two walls. The smoke, it's just so hard to get out into the site.
Well, Ricardo's still here, though. Oh, way.
Some of that work done. And now, the smoke down on the choke point. Both teams locked out. They have to play beyond the smoke. They have to spray. This is starting to feel a little desperate. There is a kit here on Wicardia. Is he going to be able to get onto that bomb, start the pressure? HE, that's just not enough.
That actually was a pretty decent shot. Problem that they smoked B man instead of the bomb.
And you have to praise Furia. The contact entry, the timing was unexpected, and Yakindar's been insane.
Are we gonna go up to 7-1 by the way?
At the beginning of that 4v3, Furia had 4 Molotovs. The only smoke that Aurora had, they used to block off main, which meant in the afterplan, Furia could just keep on throwing Molotovs. There's nothing they could have done about it. If they had another smoke, then that's a very, very winnable round in a 2v2. But just the Molotovs being landed over and over again to stop Aurora from ever getting the defuse. Otherwise, it's actually a really solid attempt at a retake. But they just couldn't deal with it. And here we go. Molodoi setting up and hoping that there was going to be an early peak there. They're in so much trouble right now. Furia rocking Aurora on their home map. The map they always expect to win. Wakadia tries to go for the spray up close, but he gets shut down. It's Queso Rato on the hunt, and they're going to Molotov and smoke off Walksick here, just put him out of the round. Bomb plant is going to be following through, and the rotation is slowly happening, but they're just now outside of the B-bomb side. Now they've realized, okay, and the question is, do you just go for it anyway? Even if this is not good, I think that answers the question. Centaurus goes down, and they're going to try and save again.
Yeah, nothing you can do. Oh, Molodoi will die, but so much money, it's not really an issue. And yeah, you know, the calling here from Furia is so excellent because Aurora, it feels so difficult to take a risk. And it's such a great way to punish that type of playstyle when Furia are now just finding fast timings and just gambling. Because they can. They've got such a lead now. They can start to really gamble with it a bit. Imagine if Aurora had multiple players on the setup. They started 3 on 8. This is variations of like setups at the start that could have allowed Aurora to have a really good defense there. But getting unlucky, it's just, again, it's credit to Furia's calling here on how to select these rounds. And the mental battle for Aurora. I mean, they know that this can be what Anubis is like. But still, it doesn't make it any better, really.
Holy hell, just woke up Aurora's rounds, XD.
Just like the difference in how these strats are playing out. There are some slower styles in here. You saw the walk through middle for Fallen. But there's also just some of the risk-taking at the right time, where they just walk onto a site and nobody's ready for it on the Aurora side. It's such a great combination of different paces here, making it very, very hard for Aurora to keep up. What if they got double AWP? So maybe that's an answer for the CT side. If they get 4 rounds, then I'll say they're kind of competitive once again. They're back in the game.
One thing that Furia do on the CT side that they do really well is they get these E-box aggressions with their AWP on the CT side. And I don't think that's something that we've seen from Aurora on their CT side. We've seen Walksick in the B side, but we're not seeing any pushing or testing of the E-box position. And he is starting over towards the A side alone.
Yeah. See this early smoke in the middle that was thrown up? This time it was from Wakadia. But it's such a clear indication that there's
which Duster was better in your opinion, old Duster or new Duster?
It's happened in the past, but
I would say,
single player in there who's just trying to
you remember the 1.6 or what up Slayer, where you can actually peek Series of T spawn and so on? It was like fucking dog. So I think the updates now are pretty decent.
He's going to be playing the B
in that way.
He has the AWP more or less.
It's still OG though, you know, but
he's in this forward position and they're running for the flames. Flashbang is nearly perfect. The second one will be.
Oh, Kesron needed to get that kill.
And save his sniper in front. That's some very important kills for Wakadi.
8-2-1. 8-2-1. 8-2-1.
Round on the board here. Fallen gets caught by Walksick, trying to sneak through. Molodoi, only his 4th kill here, but this is a lot to ask for. He's got 50 seconds. Madja waiting for him. All right. Does see just the shadow of him running away. You don't want to see Aurora throw this round away. Just take a deep breath. There's nothing that Molodoi can do to win this, but you could do something to lose it.
Yeah, and them Furia have so much money, so they're so safe for the buys. Oh, Molodoi! Oh,
it does get a tag, though.
It's a leg shot, of course. So, an integrity of rifles is retained
no.
at the end of the round. That would have been a disaster if they...
The one is better now, though.
But there we go, Aurora. And they only started out with Walksick on the A side, so they had to make a read there for the rotation, get players in position for this defense. So, good call.
Kalia saves Walksick there, though.
From Aurora.
And then Walksick repaid the favor. Classic issue when you're going
stays
to
intact.
win a lot of rounds for free, or not for free, but like in a row.
And a bit of a slower start.
Most of the times the economy is so, and like look at Furia.
They're expecting a push outside of the B bomb site, so they're waiting.
To lose this one, this could easily be 4 rounds to Aurora's end of the half, you know.
It's a good pitch for it as
And
well.
that's what they probably need to turn around this on TF, because they're very good on Anubis T-side.
From Furia, so he's hoping that someone's going to take a walk around the corner and not even check anything.
Oh, I know.
But some mid-control grenades are coming up. It's pretty classic stuff. Molotov to clear out the front part of middle. Serato.
Oh, okay.
What a flick. Oh, man. Oh, and there's a minute to go. That's such a
good
kill
one
to find. And now, Aurora, there's a little pressure. Do they try to just play passive, or do they try to... Okay, we're seeing... Okay, I thought that we would have had Xantares joining up on the B site there for somewhat of a stack, but maintaining this setup around Maja. He's got to connect this. He does. Yakinda goes down. There's one more. Maja around the corner with the AWP. And suddenly, Aurora, they're in good shape here. There's 30 seconds left, and the bomb's down, and so is Serato, and with it, the chances for Furia in this round.
We've had Xantares AWPing, now we've got Maja AWPing. Why the hell not, Dan? Yuri and Molodoi, I don't unfortunately think there's a way to recover it. So they have a lot of money still on their side, or at least enough money to make it interesting. But saving the rifles is a good idea, because some of them are a little bit low. You can fall at 750 there, so just leave it alone for now. Second round of the board. This is the truth, though. If Aurora get up to 4 rounds, they can still win this map. And they know it, too. And
like I said, 4 rounds, it's all they need.
If it just looks completely hopeless, it just isn't. And I'd be very excited to see Furia try to close out the game with this kind of a lead, because it's a challenge nonetheless.
McDonald's
you've
drive
got to summon all the focus here. Try and find that 3rd place here in PGL Astana. Timeout call for Furia. I think it's a good time for it.
It certainly is. Yeah, you definitely want to just crush Aurora here, and because also, like you're saying, there's so much variance when you get to the pistol round, because the pistol round, just as Furia won it here, can give you such a string of wins. And so that goes both ways on a map like this. And so you want to have just like a 10-2 would be sick, because then you're really feeling safe, even if you lose the pistol. And what a great series of kills there from Maja.
Exactly what happened there is why they should have thrown the other Molotov that they know how to throw, because that would have landed right on top of Maja, and it would have forced him into the fight in the middle. So that would have been really fun to see. Early smoke in the middle. Again, it's not 100%, but it's a very, very good indication that there's not going to be an immediate AWP waiting for you in there. Flashed out. I love the idea. But unfortunately, reality is going to be betraying Mercadia here. And he ends up getting dropped a little bit earlier than he was expecting. 4 versus 5.
And you like to see that pace is slowed right down for Furia. Again, always keeping Aurora guessing. Perhaps suggesting that mid-take with some of that utility there. So Aurora having to try to make sense of this util.
You're like my radio.
Feels under extreme pressure. That's taken away. That feels so threatening. But is it going to be a B play? It's hard for Aurora to absolutely know. Are they going to make a play back in here to absolutely find out? Looks like they might be trying to do so. There's that incendiary, but Yakinda holds his ground. Xantares
had
with
to
the trade.
dodge the last blast there.
40 seconds left.
There's a small.
Yeah.
Sight.
Oh, that is a huge opportunity.
If he actually got that kill, though.
The rest of the team are rotating off the expectation that Serato was going to be able to find that opening. But he gets taken out instead.
Xantares.
Oh, he comes right out.
Oh, no.
Hiding it, but Fallen takes him down and they're back towards the B-bomb site here. Maja, we've seen him mopping once. Could he do it again? He's ready with a shot. Pulls out the pistol and clips Fallen. The headshot is immediate. Grenade down on top of Molodoi, trying to peek it out. Maja jumping in panic. 9 seconds left on the clock, and he's just playing ring around the rosy. It's such a good play. The no-scope is in, but the time
I
is
shot
out.
them.
He cannot plant the bomb here. Maja back rounds to get Aurora back into the game. 3 on the board now. They need a 4th.
Number 2 9s, and number 9 lords, and number 6 with extra drip, and number 7 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese and a large soda.
Okay, this is a brilliant round.
I think he has 9 kills or something. What's it?
These key moments. That run out from Xantares seem very haphazard, but there is just enough time, I think, if he pulls out the ball. I feel like it's like milliseconds, maybe.
It might have been.
Because he only 3.5 seconds
Morning.
away.
Here's that early setup. That's the early
No,
smoke I was
7.
talking about. That
Okay.
almost always means 3 on B early on here. It's thrown from Aurora in CT spawn. And let's see if Fury have a bit of a read on this. So far, just trying to do a little bit of pressure onto Connector. Compared to other top teams, Fury do love this B split through Connector more than most teams, which in itself is kind of interesting. Okay, so they're putting some pressure on the A bomb site. I think that's to try and rotate one of these people away. See if they can manage to do that. So far, Aurora pretty locked into it. Deep flashbang here, but Molodoi in front of it already. Walks it, goes down. And I think they've had a bit of an encounter with Centaurus as well. Madja sets up another smoke for it. 50 seconds on the clock. It looks like they're pretty committed
Your
to this.
POV.
Starting to walk their way through middle as well, Furious. So getting into a better position and look at the counter rotation for Aurora. They've picked the worst possible time here, Dan.
Yeah, it's actually a sign to
Oh, really?
Sides,
That was pretty lit, Will.
From backside. It's going to be very hard, though. This split's looking really well coordinated, very well timed. These pistols will be rolling on into the site. Queserato pulling up with the Tech 9.
You're getting potentially 9-3 though.
You have to fight for. It's the final 1.5. 3 versus 4 retake for Aurora.
Yeah, it won't be easy at all. Queserato already in a good position right now. They're out of grenades though on the T side, so that might be one thing, but a couple of flashes on Aurora. Is it really enough to get anything done? First push is in. Tech 9 up close. It's a nice kill for Centaurus, but it's just not enough. Fury with a crazy first half. 13 and 4 on him, and 9 rounds in total for the Furious side. I must say it's a very, very impressive scoreline.
I mean, it's still doable though.
Here. It's
Like I've already mentioned, and for those people who watch the series quite often, you know that Aurora is pretty good on T side, so.
It is. I mean,
workable.
You know, I agree.
Oh, pretty good. They're good.
I
They're
do
good.
unfortunately think
So.
3 is at the point where winning the pistol is so critical.
Yes, it does feel desperate, and think about these 3 rounds too. It didn't feel as though Aurora really solved the CT side at all. It did require some individual plays. There was one really good read and defense on the A side, but other than that, we had Madja really stepping up to deliver the most important clutch kills. So desperate first half, but this is where I think the series obviously could start to change depending on the execution of the pistol, the variance of the pistol.
Yeah, I'm so curious. I think some of the early utility from Aurora on the pistol round here will probably give us a big indication of what is going to happen early on.
Such a lucky double there.
HE flashbang. Not as much as I was hoping for, so let's just see how this one plays out. Madja is going to be setting up the smoke already. That's towards the B bomb site, so a bit of a lurk smoke.
Where's that K though? Is that the double triple push actually? With a flash.
He's got great information. That actually doesn't seem like a lot, but he just realized there's nobody outside of the B site.
Oh, they still got a kill though.
But still, the return is there. There is a big stack towards the A side of the map, and I think Aurora know, and they're going to dive into the middle and back towards Yuri.
Yuri is alone. He's got the dualies. There's potential for Yuri. Oh, can't quite get it done though, but the trace in.
Okay.
Queserato gives the advantage in the man-up situation now in a 3v2 for Furia, but it's a retake. And the E-box push comes in from Aurora looking for the info. Queserato, that is so precise. Surgical strike at distance. And now Jota has 3 angles to try to juggle, but it's impossible.
All right, 10.
In with a quick one, and the worst has happened here, Anders. The pistol's been lost.
Yeah, Queserato is gonna probably drop an op, right?
Disastrous. There's no other way to describe it. Sick round from Queserato, but
3.
the early flashbang out to stop Centaurus, and then even if actually the call there in the middle of the round for Aurora was a great one. They correctly assessed that there was a lot of people.
Yeah, I think it drops an op,
the way that the flash is thrown here, so I think Centaurus sees 2 people. He knows a third player has to have thrown the flashbang, so he pretty much knows that there's at least 3 people on the A bomb site. We knew there were 4, but either way, they were going to have an isolated fight over at the B bomb site here, and it was against Yuri. And even if he got a kill, it just
No
wasn't enough.
foaming
So
his car. Oh, really?
bomb got planted. There's not half the battle won. It means Aurora will
there it
buy
is.
very early on here.
There's
AK
stop.
on Santaris. He's got 10 kills. We need to see more out of him. This is the round where he has to step it up. This is the round where he could really remedy the whole map for his team.
And it's interesting, we actually see Furia deciding to take the timeout. And we've talked about this as well in the past.
Driving special.
Where, you're up a lot of rounds. Sometimes taking the timeout, even if you're winning, can be kind of nice. Just
So
to keep
much
everyone
sun
on
needs
track.
to reduce
One of
it.
the things that actually happens. And this is
Well, the
natural
good
human
thing, at
psychology,
least when we're
you're
going to be
ahead,
watching next game, the
that is
Australia
sometimes where
Spirit,
mistakes
is
become the most
that
likely. So getting everyone dialed in and focused on the
there's
task
not
at
going to
hand
be
and
any
where you wanna play,
Anubis,
set
since
the
that's
mental
the permaban
is
of
important to make sure you don't slip up.
the Astralis, at least right now.
Same setup for
So
Furia. They throw the same smoke from CT spawn and go 3 towards B. Santaris boosted up. And I think the reason he is, because there was no smoke that he was looking
yeah, it's a
over.
best of
I
5.
think he's worried about the idea that there could be, you know, an early sniper in the middle.
Spirit versus
Again, it's so weird that there are no
Astralis.
smokes here, that I think it had them in a bit of a weird mind state. Nice smoke towards the B side of middle. They do love the A bomb site, Aurora, especially going straight in from main.
Oh, yeah, well, he was low from
Grenade in
before,
hand.
though.
He gets taken down. Quesarato now, the last line of defense inside of A. Gonna be good for the first one, but he's running out of bullets, trying to reload, and actually Yakinda shows up just when he needed to. Very nearly saves the day. Another second there.
If he had more
Quesarato
bullets,
would
could have
a
been
chance to bounce
so
it back
much
with the reload,
different.
but it will be a bomb plant, and Aurora, this early buy works
Like
out
when
for
he,
them,
if
and
he would have got the second
I mean,
guy,
this-
then you
this
can do the
map
third
could go
guy.
any
Could have
which
been
way now.
a
This would be very fun.
Yeah.
2v2, and then
a good support from
probably
Toronto,
was
picking
gonna
up
go
that
for
kill
it.
from Zantaris. He got blinded at
They don't
just
know
the
they
right
have an
moment
op,
after that
though.
entry against Fallen. And, you know, I think we're in that situation. Aurora, they don't want to give up their guns. They're pretty content with allowing the save from Furia. And indeed, we'll get to see some interesting stuff because I sort of mentioned it earlier already. Furia has some really cool aggressions and play around the E-box position to get active with the AWP from Molodoi on the CT side. So that's something I'm going to be looking out for. But at the same token, that is something that I'm certain that Aurora will be aware of. But one of the reasons why it's called from Furia is because they kind of understand the layers. So if you're trying to play against it, what are the ways that
That's
they
a
do
buff
that? What is
guy.
the util they need to support it? It's not just an AWP peeking with rifle support. They really get it.
You're still waiting for breakfast? I thought you already got it. It is a McDonald's, so are they gonna be calling them a real restaurant now, or what?
Pushing in, AWP looking to take a fight, and also guarding Yakinda, who's now pushing very deep towards this, but they are kind of ready for it. And smart play, I think, for him to set up like this. He's gonna call in Fallen to help him cover the window. So I like everything about this right now, but if Aurora just goes straight for the A-bomb side, which again, they really do love to do. They like that straight A main play. And it's partly because they have a couple of players that are so confident in taking those fights. And I think a big question for the second half here is going to be whether or not Quesarato knows and whether or not he wants to just fight them, or if he's going to play a way more passive game where he's going to just use utility to slow them down. So someone to look for. What kind of mood is Quesarato in? Is right? Yakinda gets the first one, very nearly
Molodoi left.
That would have been scary.
And
Oh,
unfortunately, Molodoi had already repositioned, so couldn't play off that initial base setup, but repositioning to A now, which might be getting ahead of the game because we can see 3-man push into A long, and this is going to speed it up. Those kills in mid, they're going straight into Molodoi. There's one shot onto Icardia. Oh, smoke connected. Fury goes down, but Molodoi is in with another, holding it at the back of the site. This AWP dealing so much damage. Woxic under pressure. There could be a drop. He goes for it. The punish is in. Quesarato has to do it. 1v1, and he takes the kill.
He is the low player, though.
There's only 20 seconds. Here comes a very rushed Madger. He's got to get in there against the clock, against Quesarato, as he tries to predict which way is he going to go, but he's got to be the one to tap the bomb. He's got to force Quesarato to move. There's a molly to try to protect the bomb plant. Quesarato looking to wait it out now as Madger gets an opportunity to reposition slightly. Now it's a guessing game for Keserato as he turns the corner. He connects though. The
Oh, that was so close.
Keserato goes down. Oh my
They got a
goodness,
shot.
holding on. That was so important
Crash
for
at
them
a
to win
friend's
that
place.
round. And again, Anders,
Chef Baker
it's
is
Madger holding the
the
team on
true
his back in the
moment,
clutch.
getting someone else to serve your hungover ass breakfast.
He is the
Ah,
veteran player on the team.
that's a tenner. That's a
Watching him
tenner,
come
buddy.
back in
That's
and
a
save
fucking
them time and
tenner.
time again. I think he should have been dead right then and there. By the way, for anyone watching at home who's complaining that Keserato doesn't run while Madger's planting, the thing is, Madger could also just not plant and wait for him. So it's not a guarantee, even though it seems like, oh wait, he could just go to the high ground and jump him. Yeah, he could, but he could also lose the round instantly with an AK holding that position. So just didn't have the health for it this time. Aurora, a critical round, a critical clutch coming up for Madger. Now they're going to be in a very good position. Just pistols left on the Furia side. They have a bit of a trick up their sleeves here in the middle with 5 people waiting, but the utility use is great for the T side. Flashes going over, deep Molotovs here. They do get rid of one, but I don't know if they're going to be allowed to recover that AK. You can see Madger's holding the position. All right. Very long fingers on Yuri.
Yeah, Madger's like, oh, I have to be careful here. I'm out. You can have it. Bomb goes down, and I'm excited, Anders, because you were talking about this.
That AK save can be very important,
That
actually.
inflection point, it was that clutch. It's this conversion.
Oh, yeah.
Now Aurora could truly go onto a run. There are still some dangers in the sense of stuff that Aurora hasn't come against yet. We talked about that Molodoi setup in the E-box and the layers behind that Furia have. We haven't seen that dynamic play out.
Kinder.
It will be most powerful when Aurora's playing defaults on their T side. Hello. Ricardia. Oh, some extra money.
That's huge. That actually is huge.
Is it Kinder actually touching his screen? Yeah, he has his nose literally on the monitor.
Something else to
Nice, it's just super duper close.
Truly great throwback performances from Fallen so far in the team.
Right.
You know, he's not obviously the main opera any longer, but he's still been playing really, really well. Right now, he's having a bit of a cold
He's
game.
in that distance where he can lick his own
Now, he's
monitor.
going to be playing the mid position on this map for those who haven't watched Fury here before. So it's very interesting to see how that will actually play out on the long term. Is it something that they want to pressure? And Molodoi is in the middle right now. And again, like I pointed out, typically when there's a CT AWP here, there's not going to be any utility. You can see Aurora is frozen on the other side. They know that too. They hear there's no utility. It's very, very suspicious. So I'm glad to see that the Turkish side are being very careful and they're just walking straight into it. Uh-oh.
Well, Molotov.
Nice catch on the observers. That is, in fact, a failed Molotov.
The tension in mid here. I've seen a one wrong step, too deep on a peak, and there's an opening, but it's like Xantares is going to take the forward space. There's a minute left on the clock, so plenty of time. And in fact, it's a 4-1 split here.
You feel where the enemies are?
Behind this, Molodoi edging backwards.
Oh no.
He could get rushed down here. This could be dangerous.
This smoke means they're going to be going A. They smoked the B side to wrap A, but there's already 3 people here. They've definitely picked the wrong bomb side. It doesn't mean they can't win it, but it does mean they're in a lot of trouble right now, Aurora, without them even knowing. This would be too early to let Furia back in the game, but they might be about to do that anyway. 4 people pushing that cam position. We'll see what Wacardia could do to help them out. Deep flash. Oh, that's a very nice setup for it. Another one coming through, but Molodoi still in position. Catches the first one. A little bit of panic now. And Fallen. So much to do. The spray is epic, but
he has a nade though.
Wacardia at the end, and Yuri now showing up. 20 seconds on the clock. A little bit of a flashbang. That HE on Yuri is actually kind of interesting. Does go for a bit of a wide swing here. Caught in the open by Jota. It's a triple on Jota. It's a double on Wacardia. And just like
If the nodes on screen can feel where the enemies are, exactly.
Into the game. That was as close as it could get. They pushed the hardest part of the map.
3 rounds away now to equalizing against Furia.
Furia.
That run of rounds, what was it, 8-0, feels so long ago. Here now for Furia as they're back on pistols. We'll see what they can find. I mean, one of the goals is if they can steal a gun away perhaps into the next round. That flash is pretty good. In fact, 2 quick deagle kills. And suddenly, this is a little bit desperate. Oh, but it can match up. Xantares or what?
Kinder is dead.
Does everything.
It's so cool, isn't it? He's been playing this game since forever.
It's a unit of time forever.
Yeah.
That guy's flexing.
We don't
Exactly.
we don't have calendars that go that far back. The idea that he's still able to do this, I do love it. One of the big questions one of the big worries coming into the day was whether or not Aurora would be so jaded over the loss yesterday that they just wouldn't be able to fight for this one. But Madja really showing his team, no, we are absolutely going to fight. Third place deciders, historically in Counter-Strike, have been so incredibly boring. It's actually been a great waste of all of our time. But the way that it's been set up now with PGL, because of the VRS system and everything else, it has such an impact. You know, obviously this is some very deep history, but I've casted a lot of third place deciders in the past, and every single one of them has, you can tell the teams don't care. You can just tell that they're running around, there's P90s being bought. It's just everyone kind of like laughing their way through. But that's a thing of the past now, and that's really sick because this means so much. Madja's picked up a quad kill in this round. I mean, he's got 16 kills, for God's sakes.
Yeah, he's top of the scoreboard. Yeah, there's a couple players with 15, Yakinda and Yuri.
Yeah,
Madja, and it's not just the 16 kills. Like he's had some insane clutches. It's 2, in fact, really.
Also, it makes boomers like me happy, Dan, because it makes me think like, you know, I still have that dream. Maybe if I really gave it 100%, I could become pro as well. You know, even if it's late. You know.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So Madja's, you know, sending a message to all of us. It's never too late.
I don't know whether to enable you or
What's
not.
up, brother?
I'm not sure what the right thing is to do.
Enable away, Dan.
Well, 2 rounds away now. We'll get back into a buy for Furia. They did steal away an AK-47, as you guys can see on the lovely overlay. So that's always nice. Again. And so far, Furia have actually had a harder time getting active against Aurora on the CT side. And I feel like Furia has been one of the best teams in the tournament in terms of getting active on the CT side of this map. It's so hard to do.
Yes, it is. I think it's even harder when you know that your economy is such a weird state that if you do it and it fails, you're saving right afterwards. Like if you have a very deep bank on the CT side, it's easier to sort of throw around away potentially and say, all right, let's give it a shot and see what happens. But back to the wall, always going to feel a little bit differently. Here we go, round number 19. Furia still with a 2-round lead. But for how long is that going to last here? Flash on over for Fallen. Trying to delay his use of the deeper utility that he's got. Just wants to see if he can slow them down even a little bit. He's playing really far back and
Good sucks against buy rounds. I don't know why people buy them. I mean, same with to some degree pit 50 though.
Smoke goes off. Bomb is still dropped though, so this is just the early test utility for Aurora. They just want to put some pressure on and force Furia to use some of these early grenades. Nice double Molotov from both sides of that connector. So if you're there, you either have to spend a Molotov to escape, or you're going to get pretty much
decent nade.
And it feels very risky for Furia. You know, they're almost playing retake on B, and obviously we understand that retaking B is very difficult on this
What
map.
smoke is this?
But
Flat or
really
temp?
passive, but Aurora, they're not playing
temple,
too
okay.
slow of a round here. Looks like they're going to just simply go in for the B split. They've done all of the due diligence with the util, clearing these positions, and they feel there's got to be people here somewhere, but they've got enough space now to maybe get a plant in. But there's the flash for Yuri. Can he find anything lost in the smoke? Going around the side, and it's Wicardia to find him.
The problem, he was already blind from before. Nah.
And that's a wrap for Furia.
Nah.
Nothing left here. They gave the space and were punished.
It's such a, unfortunately, a classic challenge to the B defense here. We see it all the time. Once those smokes go up, yes, you have 3 people at the site, but they're not 3 people playing together. They're all, and they end up playing all, you know, pretty much alone. Centaura's out for the hunt here. You love to see it. Molodoi with the AWP and keeping it alive is actually essential, although it also looks at the same time like it's going to be impossible here. They've spotted him out. They know where he is. A little jump to force out the shot. Woxic, clean take. Nobody even dies on the Aurora side. Everything is in lockstep at the moment. 10-9. Money. I mean, the round loss bonus, sure, like you can talk about that, but They're in an awkward position right now, Dan. I'm getting real worried.
Yeah, and it's you just can't allow Aurora. I think, as is the case at the top level with most amazing T-side teams on a T-side map like this, you can't allow just a clean round where they can just execute their default with no disruption. You got to get in there somehow, but that's the challenge of this map. And walkout's looking for any E-box aggression. But with just an MP9 in that position, there's not too much you can do. And they're going to make the slow walk, just as Furia did on the T side. The contact walk into A. It is dangerous. Fallen preemptively spraying. Only good for the one.
Still pretty good, honestly.
Oh!
Takes down 2.
Okay.
A little bit earlier. That smoke was a second too late. And suddenly, Furia, if they get back into this round, that would be a bit of a miracle, to be honest. The crowd now chanting his name again. We heard it yesterday. They do love him here in Astana. Madja's trying to creep on through, see if he could dash the hopes and dreams. It'll be Jotaro on the other side with the AK instead. Clean shot to take him down. Silence in the crowd for about a second. Yuri going down next. Madja up to 17, and there's not much, I think. Yeah,
I mean, one of the good things was that it was just a half buy, right?
Kind of clutch here with the smoke as well in his pocket. Maybe there is one on the
Fuck,
ground.
I hate Anubis. This is the problem with Anubis, man.
I think without the kit, it almost doesn't matter, but...
Okay, hate is a strong word. You should have used the word.
Okay, if there was a kit and it was closer, I know I keep changing my mind here, but I'm being very particular about this, Dan.
Anders, got to get it together. But it's not looking doable here. They played it so perfectly. Even with a kit from the get-go, just the positional play, that double back into A-long, such a good setup to use. And wow, that was a close one for Aurora.
He's cracked on his map. Yeah, I mean, he's
the right place at the right time.
He's doing what is necessary from the captain to do his own thing, right? So
yeah,
so that's something.
3 first half. You think about the 3 rounds that they got by Madja with the AWP and a 5-7. His impact on his game is grotesque at the moment. Bringing his team back. He's not really the star player. That is just like he's outshone by everyone on this team, or he should be in theory. But in reality, there are games like this, and it is by not at all the first time that we've seen it done. And again, it is just so cool. All right, fail smoke. Don't know why we had to out them like that. But you know, it also makes them look human. I appreciate it.
Don't lose his side.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow.
That's very Sen.
That's crazy.
Do you think he's just doing the breathing exercises in there?
Yeah. Just still staying out there. Throwing the nades, so kind of showing that, hey, there's presence in here. You're going to have to use some extra util to clean this out. But there is that extra util from Santaris. Runs in with it. He's looking very hungry for an entry for Aurora right now. Big threat level. You would surely expect there to be a Furia rotation towards this B site, because Santaris is looking for that entry. The smokes, the util starts to come in as well. The threat level only continues to increase here. Furia start the rotation. They've got deep positions. It wasn't quick enough.
Okay.
Furia ahead of the play.
All right, I was not expecting that counter though. Damn.
That is such a sick call for Furia. They actually pushed in front of the smokes that were thrown in there.
All right.
That's a hard call to make. Unfortunately, going to get a kill there on Yuri. The bomb is in middle. That bomb needs to go somewhere right now. They're getting slowed down. Oh, that's Wacardia with the bomb in his back, finding Quesorato. And now he is running. He's got the shoes on, trying to make it flash to slow down Fallen. He dives into the bomb site, punching in the digits mid-air. 8 seconds left of the bomb gets planted, but he's out in the open. Oh, he's going to get overwhelmed. A team kill at the end. But it will be the first round. Once they have rifles here, they finally do something in the second half.
Oh,
got it around though. Fallen was super low, so it makes sense.
By the way, on the AK, so the team kill might have been the only thing that could have allowed him to get the headshot. Otherwise, he has to get 2 kills and 1 bullet. It probably cannot be done. But this, you said it, in front of the execute with Yuri, that is such a fantastic call. He was going to play on the other side of it, and Centaurus and the rest would have taken over the bomb side. There's no question.
And what's interesting is just the play around the E-box position. That was a big help in giving Furia the info.
Yes.
But enough about that. We're straight back into it. Furia It's first round in a while. Can they keep it going? 4 buys. Big pace there towards the water side, a long side from Aurora.
Again, that question of whether or not Queserato wants to straight up fight them now. He's got the MP9, but I said it already, Aurora do not mind taking the straight A main fight. They are very, very confident, and it's a challenge to how Furia want to play it, essentially. Are you ready to take the battle? There are a couple of players on different teams that are so sick at doing it.
Furia, they have the read here, it seems.
I like it. Yeah, look at it. So Queserato saying, yeah, I'll come fight you.
Well, the mind games at this point. Is there a re-hit from Aurora? Are Furia committing to this? There's so
It would be hilarious if he fucking ran out there of the smoke and just fucking starts
You
swinging.
can't do the A fake into the B split here. They might still try and do it, but it should be way more readable. Furia, they're pushing out into A main again. There's a timer on this. I don't think they're going to stop. Are they really? There's 3 people. I feel like they should keep going.
40 seconds now. And they're going into Molodoi.
Now's the push happening.
Run.
Molodoi gets the first shot, but he's in trouble. They're going to crunch on him, and Ricardo.
Oh, they got him.
And that's really key. That helps to keep Molodoi not alive.
Oh!
On one position, he delivers shot after shot. It's walks in.
Oh, the timing.
Takes him out. It was guaranteed.
Shoot.
But
Shoot.
Molotov, I don't think that he would ever understand how critical
All right.
of that play keeps the AWP alive, and Furious survive a critical round.
One last time up called now for Aurora. They've got their backs to the wall for real this time. Let's spin around here. You're right. Fallen getting that critical kill at the right time. And it proves another thing, which is, even if you have a bit of a slow start here, look at Molodoi. This kind of a round, just keeping the AWP alive. 3 kills for him. And I was worried about that push out of main, because they had so many people. When you got 3 people in main like that, you can't just stay there. And I thought, oh no, they're going to be delayed, they're not going to do it. But they did it right at the perfect time. That's so sick timing for the CT defense. 12-10, round number 23. Last pitch here for Aurora. They need 2 in a row. And it's going to be Walk6 stepping into the middle. Not seeing anyone here. Let's see what Fury have got. They've also stolen 3 AKs, Stan. This is the best. This is the most winnable round that they're going to get here.
We've seen a lot of unlikely rounds won this tournament. Aurora have been doing that. Here's the peak from Queserato.
Oh.
The timing is actually sick. But Walk6 responsibly deals with him. So Yakindar now taking the position. They want to fight. They know they can. They got that AK advantage, just like you said. Brings the confidence.
Yeah, they still want to push it here. Flash to turn around. Yakindar, he was ready, but the crosshair.
I mean, Pines would fall it. Oh, yeah.
Otherwise,
10 out of
everything else
10.
was very good. Yakindar's played an amazing game. I didn't even realize, but he's up to 18 kills. That kind of went under the radar. There's been too much chaos happening in the game. Again, they push out a main, and again, it's a good idea to keep going. Why wouldn't you? If you think you've got the advantage, this is what information means. They see nobody. Fallen is calling it into his team. They're going to be counter-rotating towards the B site. Aurora don't know it yet, but they could be in a lot of trouble here. Magic trying to hold both positions. The timing eludes him, and he might have been dead already, but somehow gets to live. Smoke goes up there, and Fallen unable to find him. Magic escapes into
It's
the
not feeling comfortable, Fallen, that's why.
Going to be a B plant following. They've thrown the bomb over. Yuri, do you want to risk it? Try and go for it? He does, and might have risked everything for them here. Bomb goes down. Fallen will take down Ricardio to follow it, and now the 2 versus 2 unfolds, but it's really 2 isolated 1v1s.
Ooh.
Fallen versus Walk6, and then Major on the other side. Oh, Smolodoi comes in for it. Walk6 can't escape. Major, there's still time. They've got the kit as well. The flash is out. Major, how much have you got for us? 11 bullets left to try and clutch it. Keep his team on the map. He hunts down Molodoi. 3 bullets. And now again, buying time every second. He is such
Does he have it? No, I don't think he has it. I think he may.
I think he did it!
Oh, he did it! Oh, Fallen! 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 My goat!
Wow.
My goat! My fucking goat! My fucking goat!
I mean, obviously, it's not something that comes home for them, but that was an intense finish unbelievable start to the series. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. This is only going to get better.
Ayun. Right?
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Just an 18.
I won't play window anymore.
Maybe.
What's going on?
Nah, he didn't have extra time. He needed to really kill him.
Play your role. 1xbet.
That was a tenner. That was a tenner.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I mean, what is it? It's Inferno next, right? If I'm not mistaken. And that's 2 after that, right? Yeah. That is something. Oh no. Did I look like one of the members in Kai? Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. The PGL ad is calling out. Me? Wait, what? Why?
If I was at home right now with you, I would be on my troll account, heading to Reddit and the HLTV forums to bait everyone into raging with the line, Fallen is back, Furia is winning the major. I am obviously joking, but they just beat, both of you have said this before, that Aurora is one of the best Anubis teams in the world. They just beat them. That's what Furia, the new Furia, just did.
Yeah, indeed. Beat down with the whole game. Let's just talk about those final rounds, man. Talk about finishing in style and just cranking out banger after banger. I mean, it was looking like a comeback was coming from Aurora on their T side. They're so well known for, but Furia, the tenacity to come back and say, nah, we're taking this one, and showing that this team is mortal on Anubis.
Furia just put themselves on the map in terms of international Anubis teams right now. Teams in the top 10, doing it with nearly flawless T side. I mean, 9-3 doesn't get all too much better than that. And a CT side that kind of just jumped out of nowhere. Some heroics from the individual players, but also good reactions from the Furia players too. It wasn't just off the back of Molodoy getting some ridiculous 3K or 4K. They knew what Aurora were going for. They knew how they wanted to respond in those moments. They showed a grit towards the end of this game because, and I think that's what Fallen brings. I think that's what the experience of Furia is, where they can bring themselves out when the other team is going on a
Looks like Furia made it grand finals. Or Chris
Fear
Paul
their
would be
team side
cinema.
just constantly
That would be
shutting
hilarious.
down any sort of hint of aggression that Aurora was trying to throw at him. I can't tell you how many times Katie looked like he ran into a fucking clothesline when he tried to come out A. He just got wrecked every single time in Canal. So it's like any time that Aurora were trying to figure out, hey, what can we do to adjust against this offense that Fear are doing? Because right now they're just playing their game plan. They're doing whatever the hell that they want. Everything that they're doing is working. We need to find some type of way to jumble them up, and they just couldn't do it. They just were not allowed to have any impact in the first half whatsoever.
Fallen is Bay. We'll get into the game in a bit. I have a bit of a weird question, and it's kind of going to come out of left field for you. But during PGL Cluj, obviously, there was that third-fourth playoff between the then Katie and Astralis and FaZe.
Right.
And the conversation was, well, FaZe is checked out. For them, grand finals or nothing else. And that is why, for Astralis, they were more hungry. Do you think it's a similar situation here? For Furia, it's a new look. They're a little bit more hungry to prove what they have, whereas Aurora maybe checked out going, we didn't play up to the level we want, now we move to the next tournament?
I just want to say, if Aurora lose this, their chances to make top 8 at the upcoming major for me are almost nil, okay? Like, this team has been on a downslide to, once again, not prove to yourselves in a playoff match that you can do it. But then on the other side, like you said, Furia putting themselves in a position where they need to be respected and feared as they move into Austin. I mean, that's a huge upswing for them at the expense of a team that for the first 2-3 months of this year looked like a lock to go deep at the major, and now I'm raising the flags already.
Here's the thing, like, I think there is some merit to what you're trying to get at, Sam, where Furia come on this with a little bit more, you know, ferociousness. They want to prove themselves. They want to show that they can go far, that they can have a big placement with this new roster. They want to end on a high. They haven't really beat any big names here other than Gamer Legion. They've taken some maps off of Mongols and Spirit, but they get a big win over a team like Aurora, who for all their faults is still probably somewhere in the top 10. You know what I mean? It would mean a lot to them. But I'll say this, if you're Aurora, you got to save some damn face. Come on, guys. You had on a steady downward trajectory for the last several months. You took a month off that's supposed to refresh you and bring you, and I will give them credit. They beat Mongols in the playoffs, so tip your hat to that. That is an accomplishment. I'll give you credit for that. But losing to Furia, a brand new team like this, you're supposed to be taking care of business against these teams, right? That's your job in the position that you are in. I don't care what you're playing for. You're on that stage. You got to make it happen.
Okay, let's talk about what we're looking at the screen right now. Yuri, he had one hell of a pop-off on the T side there, Maui.
He was the engine of Furia for the first 6 rounds of their offensive side. The way that he was able to trade frag off of his teammates, the way that he was able to play the late round situations out, he was making sure that Aurora didn't get into that game early. It's so important on the Anubis T side to make sure you have a great start, because if you give Aurora some economy and they start rolling with it, they have such a wealth of plays. But that's, in my eyes, Yuri's success in the first 6 rounds is why we saw such desperation out of people like Katie, who are just desperately looking for an answer on some pretty ill-advised plays, because nothing's working towards that B side. He needed to try to find something on A.
Yeah, I'm loving Yuri in this particular lineup because I feel like a weight has kind of been lifted off of his shoulders. I mean, if you look at the history of Furia, he was that guy that was just like the tag team duo with Art being forced to be a playmaker as an opener. You know, he's kind of slowly over his career drifted into more and more like solo roles, but still very active. But on this team, there's so many other people who have agency to take that first swing that he gets to be that follow-up guy. It kind of reminds me of like the role Spinks gets to play on Mouse Sports now, because he's got like Xershin and Torzi and these guys who will aggress for him. Yuri gets kind of put in that prime real estate slot, and he's showing you, hey, if you put him in a spot in space where he's comfortable, he can trade frag and bang with the best of them.
This feels more like we're getting Art ahead of Yuri. Again, this is like when K-Serado and Yuri were at their best, is when they had guys that were just bona fide entry fraggers. I mean, it doesn't even need to be the guy getting it. They just need somebody that gives him information.
Yeah, exactly. You're correct. Because Fallen stepped aside to be the ideal with rifler instead of being an offer anymore.
That was interesting. I'll admit that.
I mean, round 10 is just, it was one of the signs for Aurora, and the kind of the desperation. Again, like, Major picking up the op felt like this could have been the turning of tides. I mean, it did spur them to win another round following this one, but Major just needs some props for this little performance right here. He's generally playing this con position a lot of the time. What a great way to mix it up and just try to find some kind of impact when
what if I should go and throw some shit out?
That was a good clip, man. If you took the nameplate off, I would have been like, that's a pretty solid opera right there.
I think it's Woxic.
Ring up some
I mean,
clothes.
exactly. Like, I'm going to celebrate. You know, we've been doo-dooing on him a little bit, let's be honest, but hey, That was good. That was good.
Let's move to the second half where it looks like Aurora's got this back. They're getting round after round on the board. And then Furia towards the end there, the Hail Mary comes out and suddenly we see what this new lineup potentially has.
Round 21 shows Xantares taking space as star players do, running through a smoke with his own Molotov, but Furia have actually a pretty solid reaction to this one. As the Molotov's flowing right there, they smoke B main and they push Aurora's smoke. This is one of the best ways to isolate a fight on one side of the map, or one side of the bomb site that is, and then the frags just started flowing in their way. They took the onus in a state of transition where Aurora was trying to put together what was happening on that B site, and then they were able to clean things up. It was a pretty dire half for Furia until they just had the perfect response in that moment.
Yeah, you just know how difficult the CT side can be on this map, and so to see them kind of understanding the situation, their backs up against the wall, they're taking, jabs, shots to the body, they're losing their ground, the gap is closing, you're all tied up, you got to make a big play to try to stay ahead. It's just really nice little micro moments like that that just show you that despite this team not having that much time together, they're doing some nice little team play there in those situations.
You know what I think we should see? I think we should see the last round again, just because it feels so good if you're a Fallen fan. Look who's back on the rifle. What a magical moment, and he had time, boys. He had time.
Yeah, I just like how, Furia taking the fight to them at middle, kind of understanding that they needed to take a little bit of agency in this game rather than resting on their laurels on the sites. And we see the exchanges go back and forth, and it comes down to that tense 3-on-3 where for a moment there, Furia looked like they were fading, but Fallen, showing you the impact that he can have with the rifle. And then Molodoi, to his credit, also coming up huge here in front of the hometown crowd to help it out there in this clutch as he gets his defuse with just barely any time to spare. I mean, I thought he wasn't going to get it.
I think it was like under half a second right
If you look at his face, I don't think he knew either, because you saw the hand up at the mouth.
0.2.
You know that moment where you're biting on your finger, just wondering, have I got it? And then he did. Incredible performance from them. And of course, the young star Molodoi, he's been the focus of this entire event here at playoffs. He also pitched up. I mean, he's doing the job that he's supposed to do. So to all the naysayers who were confused when he got announced, there was lots of who the hell is that? It's working out.
Indeed it is, man. I love how aggressive he is. I love the flair that he has. I love that he's a giant playmaker. I love that he's like kind of an entry opera almost in some situations, and just an aggressive one. And what I really love even most is, one, he's not shying away from it, even if he has a couple of misses where someone might be a little bit more timid after that kind of moment happens. Like, hey, maybe I need to kind of slow it down a little bit. I'm not really hitting my shot. He just keeps doing it, and that's what his team needs him to do. And he's also doing it in front of this crowd on his first big stage against big-name teams with very little experience. And so the fact that he has kept that same tempo the entire time, I think is one of the most commendable things about his play so far.
One of the things I like the most about Molodoi's mechanics is when you pay attention, he is so good at swinging wall scope. He's so good at moving forward into angles. This is really hard in CS2 to move and then counter-strike perfectly with the op. It's been kind of a recurring problem that people have had. I think Flom brought it up to the most attention recently on Twitter. It's like, if you do a frame-perfect counter-strafe while trying to get an op pick, sometimes it just doesn't, it seems like it almost takes an extra heartbeat to register, and Molodoi knows that. He's really in tune with the game, and those kind of just pushing forward peaks allows him a dimension that I'm not even seeing from all of the top 15 operas in the world, or the operas on top 15 teams. So he's definitely a guy to watch out for. I actually have to look at his demos a little closer because he's just so consistent with moving and shooting.
I have so many questions around Molodoi and some of the ultimate references that come up as well, but it's not a conversation we can actually have now. So if this goes to a third map, we can have it in the next desk. If Furia wins, hell, we're celebrating, so we're not getting into it. How does Infuria play? How does Infuria? There we go. I've already given him the damn
spoiler.
map. How does Furia play Inferno? I get paid to speak English, and I can't even do that.
They've looked good on Inferno so far. 2-1 record at this event. They lost to Mongols, but beat the other Brazilian teams. I think that, again, this Fawn Yakindar combo has been doing a really good job on the B side of the map defensively. And then when we have K Serrato kind of
said hello till the next game starts,
he's able to kind of just fall back and kind of play off of Fallen and be really dominant there.
Like
I think Xantares has the most responsibility in this map, and that is dominate banana both sides, because that's what he's well known for. He's one of the best banana controllers in the game. We need to see it happen in this one. But I think for Furia, it's just also their speed. They just have a lot of pace.
I'm a little concerned about Aurora in this one. Waikady and Jota, even though Waikady recovered in the playoffs, I've seen him give up a lot of deaths where he's peeking without his teammates behind him, without any kind of setup. With Jota in the pit, he too has been privy to just make some mistakes, not get the kills that feel so much more guaranteed than before. If Aurora dropped this one here, again, my major hopes for them are dashed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think
40 seconds, that's perfect.
What I noticed is they kind of were using him as a lurker like Calyx, but they've been taking him away from that, making him more of a trader and putting Waikady in that position. So they are trying to make some changes.
Ideal can be like
they've lost a lot of their recent games on Inferno, to be honest. So they're trying to make some adjustments. We'll see how they pay off.
Wait, what?
This is it. Furia went international, and the Counter-Strike world was up in arms. They said it was the end. They questioned everything, and now look at them. They're playing for third place. They're one map away from claiming that in their first ever playoffs. DDK and Anders are ready to take us to Infuria, which is now the new name of that map, according to me.
You know what? I appreciate Sam's love for Fallen because I am myself a bit of a
pro playing
fangirl of the legend, so I can totally be on board that train. It's fantastic to watch him back on a high level. Of course, his career is already legendary in some sense, but if they can upset this one, and I think it would be a genuine upset if they take down Aurora here to claim the third spot in Astana, I'm into it. Inferno coming up next, Stan. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, and I can absolutely vibe with that too. I remember casting Fallen back in the Kaboom TD, like an LG at X Games situation in Aspen.
Yes.
So yeah, we've seen him come up over the years, and it's great to see these iconic players. And Furia on the T side to kick things off with on Inferno, Aurora on the CT side. And Furia not off to a super fast pace, keeping it fairly tentative on Banana for now.
Yeah, but such a big indication this will be a Banana execute. The double smoke and then the Molotov. I mean, it could also be pit, but very, very commonly this will end up at the B-bomb side. We'll see what they run into. Early HE is a sign, well, they're not even a sign. They know for sure there's going to be two people here, and that already seems to kind of dissuade them. At least they want to go back into middle. I've seen Woxic get some pretty nasty one-taps here with the P2000. This one not going to quite connect, and they smoke off instead. They divert back into the bomb site. Nicely done.
The P2000 from Woxic has been doing a lot of work, to be honest.
Finding more kills. Oh, they're getting decimated here. 3 headshots.
Fallen.
Before they can get onto the site.
Needs to get a plant, though.
Now picked up by Fallen, but he has to get the ace clutch to start Inferno with. That would be unseemly. That would be too much, and it unfortunately is as well as Magic takes him down.
Yeah, very quick decision-making there, not hesitating at all from the small pit, just walking straight through the smoke. Really well done, and that's a relief. You know, Aurora started the last map off with nothing, basically, for so long, so feels good to at least get going here on the CT side with that pistol.
If we had just infinite resources at our disposal, I would want to be able to ask Fallen specifically whether or not their read in this round was that there was 2 or 3 on B. They knew for sure 2, but it's not uncommon for there to be early 3-man stacks at B on pistol rounds. And if they thought 3, then going A is such an obvious choice. But in fact, there was only the 2. So I'm just so curious about things like that. It's like, how much do they really know based off what they're seeing?
With the bomb plot, though, they're going to get a lot of extra util. They get the Hero AK onto Fallen, a rifler. And they're walking the apartments.
Happy fucking deagle fragging.
And appraisals happening in here. All the goods making their way onto the A site, and the setup is perfect. 2 players on short. That's going to be beautiful for this push that spills out of the apartments. There it is. The Hero AK gets the entry onto Woxic. That's the bomb plant. This is a perfect round so far from Furia. Jota keeps Aurora in with a chance on the retake.
Yeah, but it's so awkward, the fact that Case Aurora... Oh, he actually landed, I think. Wait a minute. Back for more. Just a couple of taps coming out. Yeah, they got to focus on this. They can't really be distracted by Case Aurora. They know that eventually he has to get up there, but right now it's about retaking against Fallen and that AK. They lose Yuri. Fallen swinging left.
Oh!
He does actually, wait, what? How did he land the shot against Centaurus? I'm not even sure. And now Case Aurora trying to get here fast. There is a kick in play, and they are going to be able to get the full defuse in here. Very, very nice.
Is Inferno so different than your old times?
Fury aside, but it isn't enough. They don't really punch through.
Yeah.
How did Centaurus die?
I want to see that again. That was crazy. That was like so sick. Yeah, Fallen knew nothing about that one, but I'm sure we'll get to see it here in the replay. Yeah, no, when you see that short setup, like the apartments play really is the counter to that, because you can wrap it so easily, get on the site real quick. I mean, the replay didn't help me, Anders.
No. Yeah, but I think Santaris was the second in line there.
Yes.
I don't think he was in front, right?
No, he was not. He was in the back.
So it was a recoil headshot, basically, because his crosshair I don't think was on him.
Okay, we got another, I mean, with that bomb plant, we've got more guns coming out. Another Hero AK on Yakinda. They knew they did some damage. The econ is pretty low. And again, they're going for the apartments contact. We'd love to see it from them.
This could be sick, right? Okay, Jota here, early incendiary. It's a nice idea, but it's too much.
Oh.
He does get overwhelmed. They're in
Gets
the
out,
now.
though.
Cardia or Swaxic. He needed to be out of there. He needed to have anything
But,
but the AWP ready.
Yeah, there's a half buy as well with a Hero AK, right? What up, Marcus? You're getting ready for seeing Astralis?
AWP in a post plant and Inferno. That's ridiculously strong. What can he do with it? Ricardio's there. Is there any util? No. It's a completely raw peek into the AWP. Now they know where it is. But can they do anything about it? Quick pop flash. That's a stunning pop flash. Santaris now, the Terminator's been unleashed into the site. And the crossfire's been broken by the smoke. Yuri has to do it alone. K-Serato's trying to get in front of that smoke so he can help. Good defense there. And now opened up to...
Damn, he's so fast.
It's not enough. There it is.
Bet,
Santaris delivers. And here he is early on Inferno.
Look at Mancha, he's so fired up. Oh, I love the energy. That's what it means to be a leader.
Yes.
They almost threw that away. Like you mentioned, the first pick against Molodoi with no flash, and they had the flash even the first time when Madja was down there. But they didn't want to use it early on. They almost lost the round as a result of it. If not for Santaris coming into that one with a bit of a triple, maybe it would have been all washed away. A lot of pressure early on. Furia, they're doing so much damage to the Aurora economy. Even in this round, even if they won 3 in a row, it's an MP9 on Macardia, they're missing grenades. And Furia right back, they don't care.
Well, Sarah plays in red cannons.
Nice.
They have like a complete full buy with everything. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Look at the early nade damage here. 2 Aurora players at B bomb site, already feeling the stress.
They brought Ricardia over. Respecting the pressure, my goodness! Through the smoke!
What a read.
Early 5v4. They're going to keep going.
Yeah, I think they will. Counter smoke comes up, but the flashes are in. The Molotovs are already out. Ricardia swings back in. That is a sick defense to begin with. He's still got 4 bullets left. It's very nearly enough to get that kill. There is a player who's made away with Church, though, yeah.
I mean, look at Mayor, though. Oh, yeah.
They catch him. Never mind. They knew. Molodoi can't stay alive. It's Ricardia with 4 kills in the round. If he doesn't swing through the smoke and pick up the early couple of shots there, then I think the bomb site just falls.
And these rounds are now starting to feel really grating, I think, for Furia, because they keep getting so close. Economically speaking, they had everything this round because they're getting the bomb plants round after round. This is the first round they don't manage
That
to do
flash
so.
is so disgusting, by the way. It always feels like they always get, you know, so many easy kills whenever someone is doing that, to be honest.
After getting that pick through the smoke.
How the hell did they get a read on Nikinder? He was the first guy killing, and they... I mean...
Exactly, they knew that
he was the first guy potentially in, so...
It's a wicked play for Ricardia to spin around and just toss the grenade.
And they know that he's a guy that loves to be aggressive, and they just couldn't get the read, so...
That does take a lot of the air out of the room for Fury, unfortunately. They've kept the pressure on. They've done so well to set it all up, but now they're down 4 rounds. And the buy here, I mean, it's still dangerous. But Aurora holding on tight at the moment.
And it's such a relief too. I mean, this third place match is so important, and Aurora losing their map pick.
Is he on the channel?
Now finding themselves on Inferno with a 4-0 start.
I have no idea. Not from me, at least.
The apartment's being worked on by Furia. A couple players trying to keep that presence on Banana as well. How deep are we going here, Madja? Screamed forward. Almost caught by Molodoi. The punish from Xantaris.
Almost got a kill, though.
Allowed to touch Madja without Xantaris coming into play.
The fact that he's still sticking around.
Yes, keep track of the kill feeding, yes, insensitive. Probably.
Better be careful you don't walk straight into it. They are already a little bit low. But they're rotating Mercadia. So they're bringing more healthy players to the B bomb site. I guess that does make sense, and they can sort of throw Madja back now towards the library. Let's see what they do. All right, he's going to pick up an MP9, in fact. So basically, a lot of rotations happening on the Aurora side as a result of the early damage. What's the play, though, for Fury? I mean, what do you want to do at this point in time? The traditional wisdom on this map is if you lose a player, just go B. 4v5, go B.
Yeah, well, they did at least keep top banana presence, and Aurora don't have any info there at the moment. So
we thought about it back in this when we were playing. So
basic setup, and Fury obviously there's a lot of ways to get into the A sites. We take top mid now. There's a quick pop.
But we never got into what we're doing. They have a outfit for Yamas.
Fallen finds a headshot. He's so low though, and still Woxic in the site, but finally he goes down, and in fact somehow Furia engineer an afterplant on A.
Aurora don't have the grenades. If they had a Molotov or an HE, they could probably win the round with that alone.
Are they gonna get away with
Boost
this?
up on top, Fallen is right there. He's actually almost helping them with the boost. Standing inside, he's got the right idea. They don't know about it. They're trying to test it. Smoke. They're waiting on the other side right now. They do have kits, so they got plenty of time still. And Fallen, unfortunately, not with.
I mean, he should know they were boosted. I'm doing good. How you doing, buddy?
Crucial seconds that he can get here for that bomb to blow up. Fallen.
Oh yeah.
All right then.
What is that?
Jumping in, not from the future, like the Terminator, but still.
Yeah, Fallen been there for a while.
Why is he trying to slam dunk? What's happening?
Yeah, I don't know. Star points for that, though, I must say. Fallen doesn't look impressed. He's like, come on. Have some respect.
Yeah, hard one to win. 2 HP for Fallen there.
That's sick.
Great punishment to Molodoi, like baiting Molodoi in. This Maggi was in such a forward spot. Aurora 5-0. Again, these rounds feel so frustrating, I feel like, for Furia. They keep getting so close.
Frustrating, but also you can build good momentum anyway. You know the economy is going to be a bit of a question mark. Centaurus actually has a bit more money than I was expecting, but still, if you can keep beating up on the Aurora economy, even if you're down, it should be all right. Matcha powering through.
This is quite a big.
Responsible for all of the output right now.
Some of the rounds has been pretty good though.
Blown up at the start of the round. This could be a little bit different. Jota does go down, but Ricardia, look at the timing on the repeat there. No chance for Yuri to really respond to anything. So Yakandar and Molodoi sneaking into it, sneaking right into the crosshairs of Woxic. Molodoi. He's got time, and that is about the best we could probably say right now.
Is that now from Woxic?
Certainly, yeah. Well,
yep, there it is. I don't know what they're supposed to be doing now, though.
Looking really good and comfortable at the moment on the CT side. They've dodged a lot of very marginal scenarios and have a solid base to work from. Their economy is pretty nice as well, so I think they're going to be happy on that front as well. And for Furia, are we going to get a timeout at any point? Because it does feel like, you know, they've kind of been beating their heads against a wall. And we've got some Tech-9s now, just Yuri on the Galil. So faster rounds. Oftentimes, I feel like these will be banana rounds, like you said, but...
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want to do, but the problem is Aurora have done such a fantastic job at holding banana.
Yes.
Tech-9's are obviously very, very well designed for it. Could be fun to see them go for some sort of... Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Never mind. That is the least silent boost I've ever seen.
And the thing is, too, the apartment setup spilling into the pit. There was like a timing, but it's now gone as Woxic rotates with the AWP from the long to the short position.
I was about to say, they could try and wrap Arch really quickly, but Tech-9 suit that, especially if you think the AWP is going to be there, you can run it down like that. The AWP, in fact, is on the quad side instead. Woxic holding the line up here. Don't know if he scoped when he was here. I don't think they heard it. Small detail you got to be careful of. Good grenades here, trying to force him back. A lot of damage here, but here come the Tech-9s, hunting him down. And just Jota in the pit. Everyone says it's far away. He's alone right now. And it seems like they have at least an idea. They want to test it out. The backup is coming in. Ricardia rushing to the library to try and help out. And an awesome amount of help as he takes down Yuri. Fury, they might have slowed this down at the wrong time. They had the opportunity to kill Jota, but he was in the pit with no help there. But now Ricardia's arrived. He's going to be good for only the one kill, unfortunately. The bomb is planted here. And Queso Rato yet to find a kill. Now in a clutch against 3. Gonna make the wrap around. He's got a Molotov. Wait a minute. Oh, if he knew how to throw it, he does. I think the bomb's already gonna be defused. Oh, it's too quick. You can.
It's that. Wait, you can?
It's extremely hard to do.
I'm sad we didn't get to see it, but also I think Fury will be sad after some of those initial entries that they weren't managing to get more. Getting the free one onto Woxic there, for example, having that all potentially available if you secure the site is massive, but unable to convert. And finally, we do see another tactical coming out here from Furia. They need to get at least a few rounds. This is not the same situation as an Anubis in terms of how one-sided it can be.
Oh, no.
So this certainly feels worse, I think, if you're Furia right now.
I agree. Also, the call to slow down there for Furia in another round might have been great, because sometimes you can catch rotations and it's just, you know, slowing down the middle of attack can really be helpful. But this was one of those times, not that Furia could have known it, but if they just put pressure on Jota, I think they're going to be able to trade him out. And then they have a much more secure position for the bomb plant and everything else behind it. 7-0, Aurora. Devastating loss on their own map pick of Anubis. Down to 0.4 seconds on the defuse for Fallen in the 1v1 against Matcha. That could have taken the wind out of them. That could have been it. But somehow they keep coming back. The strength on this team is pretty admirable. Oh, that's, again, slightly new tech with the grenades landing behind the half wall, because there's a lazier version where they kind of blow up much, much higher in the sky and above the barrels instead.
Oh, and
so it does a 600 hertz, yeah.
Aurora that
I love this retake potential on Inferno. I'm not sure if it's just me, but I feel like we can get more clutch situation on Inferno than on any other map.
Really there with Cardia's in position by Connector. How many
could
can find
be.
It's gonna go down. Cardia going through the smoke. Swing
no, get saved.
Molodoi though is going to keep the momentum pushing forward. Woxic, he's got two sides to worry about. Smoking going down might help a little bit, but he's going to whiff the shot.
All right.
That's a 5-man
7-1. Brazil.
Xantares is 1 kill, but there's so much more. They'd have to go so deep to try to make this real, but he's not even liking the look of it.
And also, as it often comes down to, the value of the AKs is so high that you know, even if you think you can do it, if you really want to do something, you could go for exit kills to try and make sure that Furia don't get to keep too many people alive here, but I don't mind the fact that they're going this route.
What's interesting to me too is that in terms of the CT defense, generally speaking, they've been able to play fairly passive on both sides. You know, there's of course that initial banana pressure, but we haven't seen deep banana takes. We haven't seen aggressive apps play. We haven't seen
Brazil.
Top mid, and they haven't needed to. This is the first round where you're like, okay, I guess if they're gonna hit us with rounds like that, we do kind of need to get a kill before, slow them down, play more disruptively. So that argument's now being put onto Aurora, but at the same time, they're 7-0. We're just playing pretty straightforward, taking less risks, so they might continue to play passively. We'll have to see what Furia decides to do as well.
One of my favorite bits of aggression, oh, well, this is a different for Aurora, never mind, I'll bring it back later. 4 at the B bomb side, just Woxic in the middle, sniping away. This could get kind of interesting, deep grenades, but actually they're taking so much damage themselves, they will nuke Yakinda at the bottom of Banana, so that is the start, if nothing else. Acerato still hunting for any opening that he could get. 0 kills.
I mean, all the problem also with Inferno is just like Banana, right? Where it's like there's so much ship damage fights basically going on.
The first kill is the hardest
but
part.
you have to, because that's how the map is built, sadly.
Good retake utility, honestly, for Aurora. Just trying to put some pressure on Furia. It's Woxic. They know that he was in middle at some point here. You can see Yuri's very much thinking about trying to take the peak. And Molodoi is coming in to clear out the arch position. Still a minute on the clock. If they hit this bomb site right now, Dan, I think they might be able to punch through.
Yeah, will they respect the short position with a flash, with a molly? What are we going to see here? You can't surely peek this dry. An AWP is on it. Woxic is going to be the dry peak. He'll take full
then it gets
advantage,
away.
falls back into the site.
No
Only 3
refrag.
left in the aggression for Furia. That might not be enough bodies here. And Aurora are quick for the rotation.
You can train.
Flank is now activated. They're so
really like them.
this one. Furia don't have any options left. They're going to shoot their way out of this, and there's just too many.
Bye-bye, Casado.
And they're hitting their shots, Aurora. 8-1. It's too dominant. It's too much.
Very fucking one-sided, by the way.
2K rushing down with a knife in his hand. picking up an AK. That's how sure he was that there was going to be nobody there, which is honestly slightly mental.
It's kind of, yeah, it's, yeah, I feel like your assessment's good. And also, it's cool to see that the matchmaking strats actually work in pro play. Just nuking the banana.
Feels good, doesn't it?
It does feel good. Because whenever it happens in my games, that never seems to be the outcome. But anyway.
No, you're right. All right, Quesarato, let's see what you've got. Molotov there, setting it up. Counter grenades are coming out, and so far he's absolutely fine.
Oh.
The spray eluding him just a little bit.
Doesn't even get a hit, man.
Almost looked like Madja wanted to run in and catch it there. But no casualties really on either side. I say that. And 2 seconds later, we got a couple. There's another headshot. Bacardia, he seems to be completely fired up. He's hunting for kills. He's 14-4. Awesome to see. Madja, all right, practically throws the HE right into the teeth of Quesarato, but you know what? This is kind of winnable. It's a 2 versus 5. If you're really winning around like this one now, that could really get the team back. Smoke goes up. There is an opportunity right now. The first kill for Quesarato. Maybe they can pick up another round.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
but they got away
with the AWP post plant. Everybody knows how good an AWP post plant can be, especially on this B site. Gotta find the shots. Quesarato defending the church position. That's going to get taken down now. It's all on Molodoi. What can he do here in front of the home crowd?
Oh no, oh no.
Doesn't connect, and Aurora do it again. 9-1.
Yeah, they really got this easy peasy, man.
In these post plants, it's not as though they haven't.
They're winning like every tight situation right now for you. No, Aurora, which is, I mean, sometimes you need to do that, right? So.
9-1.
The morale. I feel like the morale's hurt a little bit right now. I mean, you wouldn't blame them.
It's super tricky. If they win that round, I think a lot could change, but we are nearing the end of the half here. And unfortunately, Furia just haven't been able to put it. They came in with a very clear game plan, which is to keep putting the pressure on. They bought the hero AKs. They did so much damage. The first part of the game, even if they didn't get the rounds, Furia, it was working. They actually were successful in some sense. Yeah. They built a bridge to you know, collapsing the economy, but Aurora just kept winning all the crucial rounds, some of the big clutches, and now Furia, it does look a little bit like they've sort of run out of energy here. There's got to be another plan in mind.
So Aurora once again kind of falling back into the more passive setups that have been working for them. The trade-off is that you do let Furia take some space. With that said, Xantara is still providing that resistance on top banana behind the half wall. So if you're Furia, you have to spend a bit more util. As there could be a setup there.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Match is ready. Once he hits the util. No. That actually doesn't do as much damage as I felt like.
No, the nade does. No. Boom.
Nice.
They reoccupied the position.
The classic of doing the double nade there.
We're in the clear, right, guys? They're not in the clear at all. Another
nasty
bomb onto Furia. Yeah, some counter incendiaries coming out as well. The spray is pretty good, but Xantara still goes down. But look at how soft they all are. A couple of bursts here from the M4 should take them down. Oh my god, Walkstick! Stabs falling with
problem
the
with the...
Madge is still back here, and it's easy.
Oh.
The headshots ring in. He's back to try and save the team. A triple for him and Yakanda.
How is he gonna win this? If he had a molly, it would be...
He can't clear up the bomb site.
Bye-bye.
All they have to do is not fight him. Jota gets the final round, but it's Madge once
Oh, is it
again
10-1?
highlighting the round.
10 motherfucking 1.
The has been sick from Aurora. You got to give it to them. The nades have been eerily effective, and it feels so labored here for Furia. There's one nade. There's a that was so nice.
Crushing.
It almost can't be better. That last nade.
Honestly, that third kill for Madja is...
It's hot.
They're not boomer reactions at all. That's crazy. Here we go. In towards the top of banana. Yakanda is sick of it. He wants to win one more round here before the half is done. And this is their only opportunity to do that. Quesarato trying to run into it. Xantara's on the other side. Doesn't use all the bullets, which is very smart in case they come through. He's got 13 left. And now the backup is going to be there. Do they realize Jota is there? There is a flank up on a flank here. Actual flankception.
Okay.
Fury getting the kill onto Jota.
Then an OA's
Somehow
here.
Fury staying alive in the round.
Voxic's here though. He has an AWP, by the way.
They're imprisoned.
Yeah.
It's a jailbreak.
Oh.
Here comes the Warden. Warden has an AWP.
That's a lot. I don't think that's a
Oh, no.
regulations, but
First
it might
one
be what
done.
they need right now to keep this under control. Under a minute. Molotov obviously not going to be the same as a smoke, but as a result, no one's peeking it. Smart from Furia. They understand. They know Woxic has the AWP, so it would be kind of silly to see them peek it anyway. Centaurus and Woxic.
If they win this, yeah.
Low on health. This retake is so much harder to do, but they're going to give it a shot anyway. Deep nade. They might walk straight into that one. Oh, very soft. 19 health left. Looking for just one good opening for his AWP to do anything with. Good shot from Woxic, but again, there's no way that they're going to peek him right. There's so much time. Yakindar getting that one. It's a good headshot, but a 10-2 first half. It's still spectacular for Aurora and gives us a very, very, very good shot at getting to a third map, which honestly, I hope we get there. I want that.
Yeah, me too. I really do. And it's going to be really interesting to see precisely what can happen if Fury, because there's no way around it. They are going to have to grind like crazy, because with this kind of difference, even if you start to get just a run of rounds, the other team's the round loss bonus plus any plants they get.
I reckon Fury win the third.
The
I mean, it is a dust too, right? And you know,
gets,
you don't know what that
resistance.
means in that way,
So
where
it's
it's
like
like,
this is going to be the sweatiest, grindiest.
will that actually help
if
them? Will that
Fury
actually
are to make it close?
I mean,
punish them? Will
as
that?
soon as they win the pistol,
I don't
I'm
know.
concerned. Like, if they win the pistol Fury, I'm worried for Aurora already.
Right, fair enough.
That could happen.
Also worried for a second though.
A very, very fast comeback, faster than 2
Really?
rounds, obviously very, very low on the scoreboard here. It's just that we've seen Aurora throw away opportunities like this in the past. They're kind of notorious for it in some sense, especially on big stages. I'll say this much.
I don't think it was somewhere there.
So far has had some banging maps in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he is a player that when he was brought out, when people saw him play for the first time, everybody, the whole community was excited. But then the deeper in the tournaments they went, the worse it got. He had a personal issue to overcome, and I would say he's
What up, Mari?
very hard on that. It's incredibly cool to see that he looks much more at home right now. What is this from Aurora? Five-man bridge? I actually don't think I've seen this before. That's very interesting.
Maybe they felt like Fury were going to push second mid or apartments, something. But, I mean, Fury, they were aggro on Banana. They had and saw nothing. So now they have 4 players ready to receive a push towards A. So Fury have a really good read. But there's an army of, there's a horde of Glocks.
Oh.
Setting it up, Magis already thrown in the first smoke. Now comes the flash as well, but Fallen spins around for it, catching them.
Fallen.
Born, it's gonna be
Fallen. Fallen. Fallen.
They had the nades, they had
Okay.
the flashes to try and set it up, but
I'm a little bit tired and I'm waiting for starting my laxatives medicines, which is in like 7 hours.
that would have been
No, 5. No, 6 hours.
That would have worked if they could have got a bit closer, but they just got caught.
And I need to buy like
Yeah.
soup or
It really
yogurt or
helps
anything
if
like
you're on
that.
the CT side, you like feel it coming. You like you got the read. You know it's
Momentum
coming.
mode?
Yeah.
What is that?
And you could see Fury were definitely poised, primed to receive that push. Fury now 3 rounds to 10, but again, Aurora they're actually going to go for a buy here. Obviously, they didn't get the bomb down, so there's a world where they could have gone for Glocks, but they're going to get that pressure on.
And I think you could see that Fury are expecting it to be
Tired,
Glocks.
just
And
tired.
because they have 3 MP9s now. It is Inferno, so maybe it's not quite the same. We do know the MP9s are really
Not
strong
doing
on any other map. If I saw this kind of buy, I would say,
Testmark.
okay, it is going to be a bit of a surprise for Fury, because otherwise you probably will try and go for
Colostrophy.
a couple of FAMAS maybe just to round it out.
So
and
many
make sure you don't lose
left-hand
somehow
side players.
to
Yeah.
the Tech 9s on the other side.
Too many for my own good, you know.
Playing it dangerously. He's got Fallen behind him, so if the fight goes on for more than 2 seconds, Fallen will have out. All right, shoots before they even get through, and the crossfire.
Fallen is here though. Don't worry, Kinder.
Here.
Don't think you were, but still.
I don't know. This game is back on on, Dan. I'm calling it already.
It's like sword surfing and bunny hop shit.
Play so close to the smoke when you know there's pistols of any kind because they can flash through smokes. That's like kind of a spot you want.
Practice farms too.
Hello.
Oh.
2 players up for free. An M4 stolen by Woxic. What else can he do with this? How much damage is possible? He's got the bomb on his back. And on the flank, oh, okay, Serato hits the timing.
Good to kill him.
Oh my goodness.
Fallen, buddy, fallen.
How the round was supposed to be finished out by Furia.
I think Woxic is distracted by the running in the middle.
Yeah.
You see him looking at the wall to figure out how many people, where they're running, and all the rest of it, and that's why he's not peeking the hallway, because it's
for a knife.
incredibly silly that he's not, you know, holding the corner there. But it was actually the
I mean, it could be an opportunity, right?
Still, I mean, how fun would that have been if he could have found another one? You never know. 10-4.
And it might delay the AWP coming online, but either way, Furia is going to be, like we said, a grindy, sweaty game of Inferno no matter what.
What are you doing?
Oh, no. That's a gun.
That is not good.
That's a gun for free. And a smoke. That smoke can actually do a lot.
I definitely don't like that. Look at Wakadia. He's already picked up this M4. If they let them back into the round,
I think he won the round.
That, I think, or into the half, that would be pretty disastrous. Wakadia gets a headshot, takes down Serato. Yuri
he needs to get...
right now.
Oh, no.
He's back into it here. Yuri trying to spray them.
One more. He needs to get this one.
He must fight Centaurus before backup gets there. Chance for a reload on both sides. And Yekindar trying to run there as fast as he humanly can. It's Jota with a headshot. And now it's just...
Does have a nade, though.
That he can do anything to stop the calamity. Deep nade. Centaurus gets nuked on.
Oh, Yekindar,
Yekindar to the rescue!
Wow, the nade actually.
Is he sick, Molodoi, or is he tilted, or?
Oh my goodness. Furia hanging on in these rounds by the skin of their teeth. It just doesn't make sense. But they managed to do it. That's a crazy shot. And he wasn't even peeking. He's just trying to get by Anders. He's just trying to get to where he's going.
I swear he was further up.
That just makes it even more sick from Jota, those Deagle kills and that clutch.
Was that the same? Am I on drugs? I don't understand what's... No, that can't be it. That must have been another headshot that he got. But he got one more. Did Jota get 3 kills with the Deagle in that round and I just didn't even notice?
Yeah, he was on fire with that. Okay, but Furia, they're still in winning ways, but it's real hard. Yekindar, though, comes back in again with another smoke kill. Woxic down early, so Furia, they're in this great spot now on the CT side where you don't have to fight quite as hard because you've already got that man advantage. But still, keeping the info game alive has fallen, and they're going to get Yekindar back towards that B side of the map. Another deep banana smoke. Really killing a lot of time here, Anders. For Aurora, they've completely paused the round, but they're not gaining space.
Yekindar, he's back. He loves this. This is the sort of stuff that makes him such a hilarious player. He runs into him. Magic goes down, and very nearly a kill with the HE as well. Centaurus, as low as you could possibly be. And Fallen, you're not going to catch him making a mistake here. He's played an epic game on Inferno. He's 14 kills. He knows all he has to do is stay alive. The backup is coming. My God, how did he do that? Wakadia, that should be illegal. The flash comes over. Serato, he can't stand up to it. Wakadia's a machine right now. Yuri and Molodoi, what just happened?
If Centaurus gets this kill here...
Furia had it in the bag. Centaurus was nearly killed. Fallen was playing
the same.
it as perfectly as you could have. Buying time for Serato to get there. And then Wakadia showed up and spin-botted his way onto the B-bomb site. I actually cannot understand what has happened. Jota ends up going down here, but this round is already lost. Aurora, they will pick up an 11th round. And it is thanks to Wakadia.
It's 18 for 9 right now. Molodoi trying to survive. Can he keep the AWP alive?
Oh,
Centaurus taking the lick of bomb damage. Molodoi, no! Wakadia,
not go.
19 and 9 now. Just what is happening? He's having such a game. Oh man, Furia. Like even going for that play with Yekindar, it was risky but so beautiful. And you almost feel like they should be rewarded with the rounds. but Vicardia.
Let Fallen up.
We've seen
No.
some truly epic stuff out of him this tournament in the playoffs.
It's we're gonna have to see the replay of some of those kills from his point of view at some point. I swear Fallen was showing nothing. He understood exactly what his assignment was. He knew, just don't peek it. Maybe there was, I mean, there obviously was a pixel showing, but it wasn't a lot. That is nuts. 11-5, Aurora suddenly much closer to winning this map. Economy's low. I mean, this is going to be the, right now, is the easiest point in the game for Aurora to just take it before Furia can really build a comeback. The economy's low. If they lose this round, it's going to be even lower, and that's it. You can knock them out right now. They're wobbling on their knees. Like, it's not looking good here for the CT side.
What's interesting is that Aurora are killing.
They're already going for a bait setup on A-Dome.
Into a site because they don't even have the bomb, which is a tell for us that they are looking for something to be given. So long as Furia just stay resolute and hold, they will they will have gamed that system, and then they'll put Aurora in a spot where they will be too pressed for time to do everything perfectly. So Aurora have to make sure they hit that threshold. That's why we're seeing the bomb picked up now, and they're going to go into the A site. Has to be an overperformance here for Furia in the pit.
Yeah, but you're so right, because if they'd gone back to B, Fallen just put down the smoke. So if that hadn't happened, I think it would have been a disaster. But I think Aurora, you're absolutely right. They picked the right site here to try and get the job done. We'll see if this defense will hold or not. There is a double setup towards the pit, so you've got to be a bit careful about that. 17 seconds left. The flash comes in, and it is a pretty good flashbang. But the time is really the issue. Headshot comes out. Hold on. Wait a minute. The Deagle's still in play. 2 bullets left. Getting a spray. Nearly taking Woxig out, but he gets a triple and gets to stay alive for a little while longer. The bomb planted here. Aurora, they just want to get through Inferno. They do not want to fight Furia any longer on this map. And Fallen whacks right through. No respect at all. Straight through the smoke. He's just not going to care about it. Calls Woxig out.
He didn't even have spacing with his teammate. He's just out there. He's completely untradeable there, I think. So but yeah, that was so sick. I mean, 20 seconds left is actually not too bad, even though it kind of feels definitely scary because they've got rifles and they're against pistols. So in reality, it shouldn't happen. But yeah, that smoke timing was so sick. Whew, from the CTs. Wow, what a defense here. And okay, most players did die. Kept a couple alive here for Furia. But now they've reset Aurora's loss bonus. So that does at least make things a little easier. But the problem is obviously they're just playing against essentially 2 rounds and it's over. So can Furia reset this Inferno right here, along with Aurora's economy?
I'm going to go ahead and say I think they can.
I love it. I love to hear it.
I think this 6-11 scoreline is secretly way more dangerous than it seems. How much heartbreak can one team bear? For Aurora to finally make the playoffs, somehow stopped in their tracks by Astralis. And now the question is, can they at least get the 3rd place?
That nade is good.
And the timing is sick for Aurora, though. They've got the right idea.
No.
Running out of bullets. Jackenau trying to get
No!
a thing for the smoke. He's actually lost inside.
They waffle that one.
No backup in that position now. Aurora are low, but they're going to get the first part of the mission already done. The bomb being planted here. They've stolen the M4. Secretly a dangerous round.
Yeah, Fallen really needed that extra. But on the... Oh, no, that is not good. Not good at all. We do have an HE, a lot of for Furia, a lot of players that are softened up. Oh no, it's slightly too short.
I think they're in trouble.
I mean, they absolutely are in trouble. They're trying to. I think they might be thinking about how can we back away from this one.
They have to.
Because their economy's going to be wrecked as well. Oh no, Woxig takes down Serato, Yakinda. Can we survive?
Oh
Woxig's
no.
From the smoke. Oh, disaster here for Furia. I mean, we talked about economies getting reset. Now theirs has been set to 0 again as well. Oh no, Ricardius is not going to allow anything into the next round. It's just so fitting it's Ricardia.
It had to be. What a demon he has been on in Inferno. That's another one of these rounds that's kind of hard to explain. I will say this, they caught Fallen at a very awkward timing, but the reset for Fallen was actually just fine. I think the real issue is somehow Yakinda doesn't get through the smoke enough. Like, he never really sees what's happening on the other side. Fallen dies, and Yakida thinks, all right, I can't give over my life. I have to fall back, but it's such an awkward fight there for the defense, unfortunately. Oh, man. We need 6 in a row for Furia. I look at it like this. If they make that happen in the overtime, it would be...
It'd be epic.
It'd be fitting, wouldn't it? The first one's going to be the hardest one, no question. Look at what they have down. There's nothing at all. They're broke.
They are broke. And as much as we're picking up Bacardi, Woxic is 21-13, so he's topping the scoreboard at the moment.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a very sorry state of affairs on the buy for Furia. Barely any util.
Yep.
An MP9's the best that they have.
It actually was a very nice grenade landing at the bottom there. Another one. The utility for Furia. Kind of punishing. Smoke up as well. Fallen hears it, or he sees it. He knows there's someone on the other side there. Random bullets flying through. He's alone right now, so if he dies, that's it. Inferno's probably over.
Yeah. Oh, the gamble. He would have to have a Xantares 5-7 performance against Xantares.
I like that. I like the setup for it. Smoke's going to be going up. He knows.
He's got to use the smoke. He's got to commit to the fight, and he's going to get destroyed instantly. With Cardio, he's going to farm it mid by the bench. Jumping Yuri to take him out, but a 2v4 retake, and Woxic's on the case.
He's holding it. Aurora probably can't really lose this one. Bomb's finally planted. It did delay a little bit here. Woxic with the kill is plenty enough. Serato, they don't know where he's coming from. Typically, that might make a difference in a, you know, if there was another player alive or if there was more time, but none of those factors are in play here. The Turkish side recovering in a...
I mean, that's the...
From the loss on the opening map of Anubis.
That's the map over.
Inferno they go. It's Woxic with 22, Wacardia with 22, and Woxic will just outdo it at the end of 23.
They do a pretty okay towards the end. Yeah, it's quite hard when you're anyway gonna be down so hard, right?
PGL, Astana,
So let's
this
see.
is really a match worthy of a third place.
Absolutely, and I think Furia, they're not going to...
Going to Dust 2.
They got lots of chances in that first half, just didn't quite work out, and the first half was really where it all went wrong for them. So they're going to go and regroup, as will we, as we send it off to a break and get ready for the third and final map in this third place decider.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I won't play window anymore. They're okay. How are you doing, buddy? 1-5 last round, take his time. Can bring special? You never know. You never know. I would say at least. You never know. Morning, Bubbles. I've been down for you. I'm putting mega points on you.
There's a little bit of fight left in Aurora. After losing their map pick, they've brought it back, and we are now going
There's
to
some fight in them, yeah, left,
of the
right?
grand final. Of course, a little bit later, you get to see Astralis
All right,
take on
let's
Team
see.
Spirit. I do believe that the arena is sold out, so people will slowly start getting in here, filling it up. We sold out a couple of months ago, in fact. So it should the atmosphere should increase, and the atmosphere is going to increase on this third map because Aurora able to bring it
What
back.
should we
It was a
get?
tale of two maps because in the first
So-
one, Maui, we spoke about Furia,
A
8
soup.
rounds uncontested at the start. Aurora this time 7 rounds on the CC side right at the start, and Furia had no answers.
I think we talked about in the beginning of this segment just the fact that Furia is
Rebel
usually at
as
their
well
best
here.
when people
Ramen.
are putting their
It has to
faith
sadly
through
be with
brick walls
less
to enable people in the
good
back
stuff in
lines
it.
like Yuri and K Serrato. Well, the
Problem,
does
because
is
that's the
that K
problem.
Serrato was the one that was actually trying to throw his
I mean, I
head
should probably
through a
just go
brick
to the
wall. That
store
banana
instead
defense
and
was
just
way
eat,
too strong for him, and really
or like
just
buy
couldn't
like
even find
yogurt or
anything.
something.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before the game.
Instead.
Xantares is one of the best controllers of the banana
Me's-
region of this
I
map
mean, it would be
in the
good though,
world
but-
on both sides, and Case Rado
Yeah.
plays a little bit more of an active role in this team, being that
I should
banana
have.
controller, and as you said, just we're not able to find the openings. What I will say, though, is even when they did find openings, and they would get bomb plants, which they got several, particularly in kind of in the early portion of the half, they just weren't able to close any of those situations. Like, even when they had a one-man advantage or, like, kind of even numbers, they weren't really able to dot the I's and cross the T's those rounds, but there were also so many times where they got the plant, but it's lost too much along the way before they got there, and that really just put them so far behind.
Oh
going
shit,
into
I
the second
forgot
half
that
that coming
about
back would have been a
YouTube
Herculean
chat.
effort.
Is it fair to say that Aurora just controlled the pace of this game a lot better and therefore were able to kind of keep Furia at bay?
The wealth of utility that was already
Oh,
shown in the
scroll.
highlight reel there, how
Oh,
they
oh.
were able to do so much
And a
chip
prediction.
damage.
I just hope it's gonna be a tight game. Otherwise, I'm gonna be wasting my Sunday or watching a game that's gonna
Actually, in
be
some ways,
way
they had some
one-sided.
information. Like, that's something that
I mean, like anyone else, right? It's
don't always go for just little pushes, little
we have
leads.
we do things like
They knew that if they were going to go down in this tournament, they were going to go
Spirit's
on their
gonna
own
win it,
terms
right?
with a bit
Which
of a fight. So
I think it's
I'm
on
glad that they
everyone's
brought it
mind,
back,
right?
Because if they just
So-
went out 0-2 in this series, man, I would have just written them off for the rest of the season.
But I don't know
So I'm
what
glad that they're-
Hooksy with
their
Astralis.
regression to the mean is actually an improvement.
I think if
I
there
mean,
was
I hope
any
it's gonna be an
concerns about whether or not
absolute
Aurora was
cinema.
taking this seriously, if they were
I
coming
hope
into
so,
this
dude.
still looking to win, despite it being a third-place decider, that should be alleviated by now. We definitely saw them looking to still win this series and looking to dominate that map. They did exactly that. They absolutely crushed them defensively and didn't really have too much trouble closing out the game once they got their economy in order. A couple of the guys who have had struggles at this event, like Woxic and Wacadia, having big games. Obviously, Wacadia, phenomenal performance from him throughout this map.
Phenomenal performance. Great first half for Wacadia as well.
He was everywhere. He was helping to defend the B-bomb site. He was going for flanks even towards that direction. I mean, this was a Wacadia performance where at this tournament, I've raised some doubts about Wacadia. There were moments where he would just go for the individual swings. This time it felt like it was more in tandem with what was supposed to be happening with the Aurora side, but he still brought that level of heat in terms of the pure aim, the raw ability. And unfortunately, sometimes that's so much of how you would pin Aurora to Wacadia's performances, because he really is the X factor for them in a lot of games. But yeah, if he could perform like this, as he did in the first round of playoffs, this is when Aurora become a very scary force.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you have Xantares and Woxic, that's like kind of your foundation. That's kind of like where your floor is. And then how far Joda and Wacadia can take you kind of increases your ceiling. And I think early in the year, when Joda kind of came on, he was hot out of the gates, very good. But what it also did was it kind of freed up Wacadia a little bit. Like, I think there was like a little bit less weight on his shoulders. He could kind of call his shots a little bit more because Joda's a little bit more aggressive than he is. And he's been able to kind of just find ways to thrive ever since this partnership has kind of come to fruition. And that's why I think we were so harsh on them in the pregame segments, because we know what they're capable of when they're at the top of their game and they're focused. It's just, unfortunately, we haven't seen it enough lately, but that was a good example of what they can do.
Okay, hear me out, because I need a little bit of Fallen Fangirl copium here.
Of course.
I mean, this lineup has only had a couple of weeks to practice before getting here. Do you think that the depth of their map pool is possibly lacking, and it's something that teams like Aurora can take advantage of?
I don't think we saw them play. I mean, they're building out what our data set as we're watching this very tournament. So the lack of live experience is going to be a detriment to them, as they don't know what their weak spots are, and they're going to have to make adjustments on the fly. But that's why people like Fallen are invaluable, because he's gone through so many different iterations of rosters. He's had to come up with ideas on the fly, usually done in the post-game review session. Now he's just put to the test more as a leader. I'd say so far in this tournament, he's already passed to get to the top 4 bare minimum here. And if they get to 3rd place, I mean, this is almost a testament to how good he is as a captain.
I agree with that 100%. I mean, the fact that they have already played 5 different maps throughout this tournament, they're about to play Dust 2 for the first time next. We'll get there later. Yeah, it's showing that they've done as much as they could, probably, to at least have like some set ideas on how they wanted to approach their round strictly on the T side. They kind of figured out what their CT roles are going to be. But at the end of the day, when you're put in official matches like the one we just watched, you're going to encounter some scenarios you may not have encountered in Scrim. As he said, you may meet some resistance you didn't meet in practice. And being able for some of these players to kind of figure out exactly how to respond to those moments, those just take reps.
I did laugh, because coming into this, when Yakinda was announced as the sort of stand-in, there was a joke about him coming in as the interpreter for Maladoy, but I think you have a round, Dust, which showcases how good it is for Maladoy to be surrounded by these experienced players.
Yeah, this round is just kind of a lot of different things at once.
Okay.
I highlight. First, I like that Maladoy is trying to be aggressive, trying to go for big plays.
Is it
I think
this
if
one?
he just would have swung window here, it would have been fine, but he just kind of overcommitted to it. And then all of a sudden, though, he gets a hero kind of play from Yuri to get them back into the round. And then Yakindar has the hero clutch afterwards to kind of save the day after he kind of gave up that kill. And you can see in the camera clips that when that round happened, even though they won, Maladoy's head is in his hands. He looks dismayed because he feels like, man, I tried to make a play, I tried to get aggressive, and it didn't work out. And you can tell the frustration. But immediately as Yakindar's defusing that bomb after the win, he immediately looks at Maladoy and daps him up, and you can see he's clearly talking to him. And I think they're trying to let him know that, like, hey, dude, we want you to go for those plays. Sometimes they're not going to work out, but the fact that you're trying to go for it is great. It's okay. Let's move on. I think that's big.
We could all use a friend like Yakindar.
We could all use a friend
Just
like
had to say it.
I like that a lot, Maori. Okay, this actually leads into a question that I wanted to ask in the last desk, and we ran out of time, and I'll bring it up now, because when Ultimate came to Liquid, it was a very similar situation to what we're seeing with Maladoy. We didn't know who this AWPer was, picked from obscurity, lots of question marks. Ultimate comes out, his first tournament, very aggressive style of play, impresses everyone. And then very quickly, top teams read his game very fast and shut him down, and we now see that he's struggling. There are so many similarities between that Ultimate story and what we're seeing from Maladoy right now. I suppose this goes 2 ways. 1, is it going to be easy for top teams to start reading his game plan? But 2, is he in a better position than Ultimate because sitting next to him is one of the best AWPers of all time who can help him build out his game a little bit more when that starts to happen?
A lot of Redditors, I don't know why I called out that subgroup of our culture, are going to listen to what you said and said, what, it's just one guy, Ultimate versus Maladoy, they're different people. This has happened to many aggressive operas over the course of history. It happened to Poison, it happened to Torzi, it's happened, obviously, to Ultimate recently. I mean, if you don't have more than 3 or 4 opening picks on a map, then teams are going to scout those opening picks. They're going to throw the necessary counter flashes to push you off of those spaces, and then you're going to be desperate to try to get into the round. And it's kind of already happened to Hyped in a way for Big. I mean, there's so many chances, though, for Fallen now to, again, exercise what he has learned as a captain, as a leader, and show there's other options you can go for in a round. There are rotations, and that's something that I don't think Ultimate had. I don't think Ultimate has ever, he's on a Liquid team who really twists NAF. These guys haven't played around like too many world-class
Help
hoppers.
me out, Dunk. They usually have up here where it says a timer, but I don't know if it's just a YouTube thing. They don't really say it like that.
But now Fallen is going to be like,
is it going to be a prediction for next map? It's already on right now, so
it's just that Fallen wasn't hitting all the shots.
the prediction
That was a phenomenal question that
We
you
lost.
asked, and I think that's a
We
great
lost.
answer from Molly. The other way I'll approach this is
could have
I would
been
rather have
potentially
someone like Molly who
some.
has that killer instinct and wants to go for big plays and be a star player than the reverse, what happened with Shiro, where he looked a little bit too passive and he had to work his way into being more aggressive.
Like an issue there that he can't do anything about it.
I would rather start from that and then kind of figure out what the limits are and then how to diversify, as opposed to taking someone who just doesn't really have that ability or desire to be a playmaker. And you're absolutely right. Like, Ultimate didn't have that guy who could counsel him and guide him through those moments of learning. What are the limits? What can I do better? Fallen, someone who's been there, done that. He's been opping for 10 years in CSGO and CS2 and has the knowledge of the angles and exactly what works best. So they'll get him where he needs to be.
Sure did win a major.
My bad, I couldn't see it. Oh, good, buddy. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good.
In between what we're about to talk about, which is Dust 2.
There's 2 minutes left.
Looks like on this map. But
Finally.
Pure firepower, Aurora probably
Finally.
I have to agree.
I wonder if I should play some
showed that
like get my weekly drop because it resets on
the
Wednesday.
guys who have been playoff pop-off players.
Because I think we will.
And when it comes
the
to
game
Aurora's
starts in
playbook
like
on this
1
one,
hour.
they're so well ironed out. I mean, they go for some plays that other teams wouldn't dare. My favorite signature play from them is just the late long takes. Okay, that's one that everybody should be stealing. The way that they're okay with not just playing off of a long spawn, but taking it in the late round. I love it. I love the way. I actually think this is another map where the way Magic calls that likes to bunch up, you don't use lurkers as much. It's fine. It's Dust 2. Everybody knows if you take some of the most important pieces of map control, like Cat or Long, you don't really need that much else.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of a projection of where I think people might play. I'm not 100% sure. It could easily be someone else playing B-Tunnel's T-side for Furia. We've never seen them play this map, obviously, but I'm sure they're going to like playing it because it suits their style of wanting to play very aggressive, you know, going for those fast Cat swings, going for the spawn-based plays, doing the mid-B pressure, then using that to either actually commit or as a fake to go back to Cat. So I'm sure they're going to have their basics down. It is Dust 2, after all. No one's reinventing the wheel anyway, but you're right. We see, you know, Aurora has a lot of really good set plays on this map. Xantares is a phenomenal entry on this map. And it'll be interesting to see how Walkout and Maladoy match up on such an open space map with Ops.
I mean, you have no tape to go on, but Hull, I'll
my
ask
worst
it.
enemy.
Who comes third?
Oh.
I wanted to pick Furia really badly, but I'm gonna go with Aurora. The reps that they have on this map, I have more faith in it by far.
Yeah, I mean, that's the safe bet. 7-3 in their last 10 games. They look really good. But you know what? I'm doing it. I'm sending it. No tape, no way for Aurora to counter-strat. They don't know what they're up against. Fallen, gonna lead them to victory. Grab that third place bronze.
And then Furia wins the major.
Sure. I wasn't gonna go that far.
Hold on.
Let's go to Dust 2.
All right, then. Big predictions.
Fraud again. So he's getting confused with reps and data anders.
I know. An absolute nerd, isn't he?
Ora poppla.
I am. I'm
Tjenare mannen. Tjenare mannen.
To decide it all. How lucky are we, Dan? It's going to be on Dust 2 coming up now. It's been a passionate fight, really.
We want the solid. We want spirit. We want the solid. We want spirit.
Came here with Fallen playing still at a high level, but Madja, again, his career stretches back so far, and
I'm
he's
gonna
still
see
playing
one thing before we go into the next one here.
We're gonna get into it now. Furia starting on the T side of the Aurora on that CT side to begin with.
VRS points here.
To decide who gets to finish third here.
They go up to
in Astana,
15. They lose to 7. Okay.
Long. Only Madja
right.
holding here. Flash goes out and he backs up almost
What
immediately.
beer?
That's gotta be the smartest move.
Oh no, Crush is back.
Responsible Flash, a responsible reposition.
Hide the
but
kids, hide the
Zacharias knows
wife,
what his
hide the
job
kids.
is to find the headshots. Imagine now defending the ramp. Can he do so? Woxic actually through the smoke finds a headshot as well. Some of the variants coming into play here. All these smoke kills, so many smoke headshots. 3 versus 4 now for Furia. It's so difficult to get onto this plant. They're going to shoot their way out now. There's just so many CTs just straight running.
Nah, that was good.
Micardia locks it in for
Morning.
his side. With the CT pistol secured.
Woxic with that P2000, there's still not that many players that use it. It's more popular than once was, but he's very good with it. Look at some of the clicks here coming out. No panic, just good work. Yeah, Aurora,
Where your mailbox, Liz? Are we throwing out threats here?
Oh, okay. That's one way to bring yourselves back. Molodoy with the scouts. And suddenly, on the CT side, you start off with 4 players. That's kind of terrible. That's terrifying, Anders.
Yeah, that is definitely cause for concern. We'll see how far that stretches. Obviously, it could just be the one-off kill, but if you get another one here, you never really know. Smoke goes down, Centaurus trying to
they actually pounce. They pounce.
Here, Furia. They really are not going to hold.
Hey, they pounce, chat.
Bullet to the skull, and he's down. 3 versus 5. The bomb being planted, Magic. You've got to be careful if you die as well. That might be the beginning of the end.
Oh no.
As well. They're fighting Magic. Panic is breaking out in the ranks
Alright,
of Furia.
alright.
I mean, they did all peak at the same time, which is kind of cool to see, but unfortunately stood on top of each other.
Still doable for Aurora.
Get the kill on Yuri. Jota not going for the jump here. Instead, getting jumped
Fallen.
right on top of him, and he's already getting tagged.
Oh,
Between Centaurus
could have been something. Could have been something.
What a scary round.
Molodoi? Question mark. We'll have to see that one. Again, I think it's exactly as you said.
I don't think it's his fault.
They're all like trying to peek at once. It comes from a good place. It comes from a team trying to swing together.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's a little dangerous.
No, but this opening, though, right through the wall as well. That's sick. Even with the wall hack, Onipixel couldn't do that.
So unfortunately with team kill there.
The shot looked still onto the CT, but didn't do any damage. But on the bright side, bomb plant, a lot of CT economy damage as well. Woxic, though, he's been on in this tournament, and hold that thought, Xantares is going to be boosting Woxic up. And here is the timing with Dark. Beautiful flashbang comes on through. Still a leg onto Fallen, though. And a fadeaway nade for good effect.
Mommy went crashing. We're gonna give them a brevlåda.
There's no utility to suggest that he would be here. It's easy.
Oh, we're gonna do that.
There's a peek coming in potentially from the other side. If Wakadi is the one to peek, then it's in the hands of, well, really nobody. Caserato's not even looking for it. Nice smoke.
Caserato faked the jump to make them think they're going up Xbox so Molodoi could nail someone. That's so sick.
Damn. I love it. That's a sick detail. And they didn't actually bite. They decided to smoke instead. It managed if they would have walked into it. This boost is really cool, but also potentially very dangerous, as you could both get sprayed down from an awkward angle. Incendiary. I don't think that could have been timed any better. Do they have any more nades? No, they don't, not out here. But this is a problem. Woxic is in position with the AWP. Free kill almost on Yuri. And Madja's fallen back. They have the sense that he's up close here. It's a deep Molotov. Madja pushing in front, and Fallen was already solo from earlier. 5 versus 3, with 30 seconds left. This round is almost already gone. That bomb is out alone right now. Molodoi is going to go pick it up, but where do you go with it? There is no plan here. He can get the kill, but even then, there's 3 more people out on long. Maybe only 2 now that Yakindar's got the kill, but they're just running out of room here, and certainly out of time.
And they're going to be dying. Nothing left. So
it's too easy there, right?
For them, for Furia. And that was really well handled by Aurora. There's a lot of, I think, dodged bullets in certain respects where, yeah, you know, they don't fall for the fake jump in mid. Because we saw all these ways where Furia trying to get Molodoi into a spot where he can get that opening for the team, but falling apart. So Furia, they're going to have to do a bit more than that to find the opening.
Furia.
I'm so interested. I feel like the meta on this map has been so well established right now on the T side, but like the desk we're talking about, the fact that we don't really know what Fury are going to bring. I mean, I'm sure they've been studying. Some of it, even though it looks simple, it can be hard to execute in the way that that some of the top teams do it. I will always encourage people to go and watch a couple of Spirit demos on this map, because they just are so good on the T side at manipulating that defense towards mid and catwalk. That's really their bread and butter. Bread and Nutella if you want, man.
There we go. Classic staple of my diet when I was at university. Not anymore.
Yeah, not at university anymore, Dan. We're in a stadium trying to cast Counter-Strike.
Exactly, yeah. Make better choices than me.
Well, you might end up in esports.
Yeah, true.
Smoke into the middle. Okay, so they are setting up for the B-split. Probably fairly well telegraphed at the moment. We'll see what happens to the defense when this smoke lands for Yuri. Actually, Centaurus has kind of backed off a little bit now. whenever there's like this double B defense, all it takes is one kill. So for the T's to run in, one running headshot, and you can get the bomb plant at the minimum, maybe even win the round. Incendiary timing is pretty damn good. They're trying to push in front of it here, Wakadia. This is risky.
It's that guy again. Oh, he's getting found out though. A few bullets through the smoke make him nervous, and that forces the errors. Ykinda with the kills too. And right now the CT's locked out the site. Yuri,
that's it.
Tech 9 holding down the CT spawn, and that's a wrap.
One kill.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
And on Dusty, it's so funny how often it can be the case that it's
That's the best logo. North. North was okay, right?
And it's part and parcel because of the CTs,
but I would say Furia more, right?
Fundamentals you kind of have to respect where you do want to give certain space because it's pretty high variance. Let's say if you play super close around the mid doors, it only kind of makes sense if you have a perfect read as the CTs. But if the teams have done a good job in preventing that from happening, it feels risky, so you void those spots, but then there's all this space, so they can get closer, and so then all they need to do is get that one kill, and that's exactly what we saw here. So it's hard to really criticize Aurora too heavily there. It's just part of the game.
It happens all the time. You're not wrong. I mean, this is the reason why it's also easy to read before it happens, because it is such a common occurrence.
Yeah. And it's why a lot of CT sides, you see the meta being that they'll take lower dark really fast.
Yeah.
Because that way they can peel off a couple players, create some disruption before falling back. It's a good way to handle that.
The crowd is chanting Furia. They are on their side right now. Nice shot from Molodoi.
Damn.
Woxic, he wanted the challenge.
Like, yes, Mono?
In the middle, but it was more than he could handle. We need more out of Molodoi right now. The crowd absolutely are ready to chant his name. They just need a bit of prompting, a bit of incentive, and they're going to be good for it. Madja has pushed in front of the smoke, which is a nice trick. It's a bit of a mind game, but you could tell on the other side that Yuri is not really buying it. But it's a common way to do it. You throw the smoke, and then you're already in front of it by the time you throw it.
Now Wakadia, he's got that AWP. It's a risky game.
I mean, if it's another one-kill round, if they find Jota here on the side, that's it. I don't even think there's going to be a rotation from Aurora if that happens. So risky. Keep reloading as they try and push through. Deep grenades coming through. It's all about this. Madja, he goes down alone, but that is not the pivotal point here.
Fallen, brother. Fallen.
They are still got 50 seconds. I'm surprised to see that they are slowing it down, but it might still work out.
And the cat push, it could be the big difference maker. Xantares activated into the round, looking for the kill.
Ooh.
Excellent micro correction.
That's an insta headshot, man.
As always, and it's a recommit. It has to be into that B site. However, Vicardi is close, although locked out with the AWP for now. Only 2 positions to get an angle. It's the window or it's the doors once the smoke clears. And right now the economy is terrible for Aurora, so they're going to back away with the AK and with the AWP. They're going to give it. Furia will pick up this round.
That kill for Fallen.
It's wild, isn't it? One more bullets.
It's more or less the same story. Even if the setup here was different on the defensive side, it's a very, very similar vibe. One opening and the whole thing kind of comes apart. It is helped by the fact that Jota spends almost all 30 bullets spraying through the smoke. Then he's reloading. Even if the reload is finished by the time they get through, it still means he's in a bit of an uncomfortable position. Like, you can see that fight starts with him slightly off balance, and it is a bit awkward. Furia, very important rounds early on Dust 2 here.
Crowd lending their energy as we go into the next round to Furia.
Hope like he do my test tomorrow for me, so I can eat food.
We're hearing Astralis chants, we're hearing Furia chants. I mean, shout out to the crowd in Kazakhstan.
True fans of Counter-Strike.
Yes. It's kind of a rare thing. Like, sometimes it's just about, you know, a home team here, but they've been spreading the love really
Oh, that flash
broadly.
though.
I love
Perfect
it.
timing. Dead.
Cardia catching Ykinda at the worst possible time. Grenade in hand. Molodoi looking to get
Oh,
back.
Xantares
There's a
though.
fast shot coming up from Xantares. He didn't need any more visibility. 3 versus 5 here. And like you already said, they don't have a lot to work with.
Oh, Vicardia, man. Fallen will never check him, Jota.
And it's going to be an easy kill here. Jota just eventually negotiates that one.
My own test.
What's happening? It's just donating all the
What do you want to do?
They're just doing a drop off at Salvation Army. It's like,
test?
guys.
No.
Just...
Yeah, they are.
What do you want to do then?
You know,
It's
that
fun,
is
man.
kind of this huge downside, because it's not enough to just have the AAs on the ground. You have to have CTs alive to pick them up, and right now Aurora definitely do.
I got really
So Yuri's just
Gamba side
They're
website.
gonna find everything here,
Really?
or they should be able to.
True. What have I did?
Matches, slowly
Sounds pretty
walking down,
baller. I don't know,
eventually gonna
man.
go to Upper Dark, I think. It's an AWP. All right, now we just need Jota.
On the plus side for Furia, at the very least, their economy is intact because the last round was
Oh, yeah, did I actually get an answer now from Elias?
We're looking for the hunt as well.
Because I need to order that or something.
Fury surviving though. I don't think they're going to get to him now.
No answer.
I really don't think they should. They have double up 3 AKs.
Is there a website where you can see if X or Y graphics card fit in your PC, by the way?
Why would you want to risk anything? I don't think it's worth it at all.
Aces for the Kings.
Exactly.
For Aurora. Or Kings full of aces. I always mix it up.
Yeah, listen, I'm not really a card player myself, Dan, so whatever you say, I'll trust. I'll believe it.
Piece of part picker, maybe?
Yeah.
Just gotta commit to the lie. That's the trick.
Nice.
Okay.
Well,
bit of a stumble, to be honest, in this round.
And it might just be the fact that, I mean, it's a great peak from Xantares.
Yeah, but I don't remember what
it definitely feels
pace.
like maybe
I mean, I can look it up though.
Ricardia being there with the orb was just not
Let's
there,
do like
'cause
this
otherwise
then.
you don't like hold those angles necessarily the same. But might be the hindsight casting there for me either way.
Yeah, but don't I need to check out with the motherboard and everything like that as well, though?
Molodoi on the orb, and he is over towards. He's got actually the bomb in his back right now. And over towards B Dark.
Double up is obviously a really powerful thing on Dust 2. See what kind of luxuries it will allow for them. Woxic out on long here. Easy shot on a Yuri. The grenade being thrown probably giving him an indication that, oh, now's the time to push. You know, I've got the timing down perfect, but Orb was waiting for him. Smoke goes off for the split. There is still 2 people at the site. You just can't see it on the minimap because they're right on top of each other nearly. Ricardia.
Corsair 5000X. Crushing.
Easy shutdown. That's the kind of hold
Corsair 5000X. And then it does have a motherboard of Asus TUF Gaming X 607E Plus.
Accidental, like the mouse scroll jump, and he still somehow landed it. I wish we could see the replay of that.
Yeah.
All right then. Bad news.
It's a pretty bad picture.
The money
So it's
is
like
not
I
gonna be
can't.
sustainable for them
Or is
here.
there like a copy paste?
I think Aurora are gaining a lot of momentum, and the fact is, they're on the CT side. It's typically a lot harder to actually get rounds on the CT side of Dust 2 here, so I am getting a bit.
Not I also have to know which RAMs works with which ones, etc.
Potentially dug a bit of a grave for themselves.
Yeah. And what's interesting is that we haven't seen cat defaults at all from them so far. That's something
Like
that I think is
motherboards,
so
RAM
typical on the T
specifically.
side that most teams have in the bag.
Right.
It's something, as you pointed out when we watched Spirit have like a super high level version of that, and you know, it's not insane to expect teams to have the fundamentals down as to how to play that, but
I agree.
Might be just a straight cat for the short plant. So it's such a typical round here. The space has been given by Aurora. They just have to hit the shots as Furia enter.
Now, will they run or run boost? All right. Flashed in, run boost, some more fun. Almost never work.
Oh, easy pickings. Easy pickings.
Third, and yeah, it's just a shooting gallery right now. He's having a fantastic time of it. He's never really exposed to any real risk.
Too easy.
Peserato eventually going to get
Kalias go hard.
That's it. 6-2.
Yeah, those are the shots that feel really fun because, like you say, you are completely safe if you miss. Whereas the ones that are like extra fun for us to watch is when the Orpers have so much pressure that if they do miss, they die. And so, yeah, the level of comfort there is certainly a worrying sign for Furia that they are unable to get that extra pressure on, but it was just an eco. They're back on the buy now. Molodoi on the AWP, of course, and we'll see if there is a switch up. We do have more players towards long on the opening here, blocking off the molly there with the smoke, trying to get out into this position. Jota flashed. He has been pretty good.
Yeah, but that doesn't help me.
Taking down
as a noob as I am with that. I just need to know if it fits with
He's in the pit. It could be overlooked. You've
the things I have.
2 fights at long. You just might not expect for there to be a
and
but it doesn't look like anyone on Fury right now is even considering that.
Highest series of AMD and
having the information that they're going to
NVIDIA basically.
Still pretty valuable, but 4 versus 3, one of the better opportunities here for Fury to get something done. Molodoi is holding the corner, but
and he just hears the running straight away.
Yeah, but the problem is Molodoi still might not be even chair. He's not even looking for this one. Goes down.
They never knew he was in pit, sadly. That's the problem. They never knew he was there, so.
3 versus 3. They've got the health advantage. Even if the rotation is happening here for Fury, it's such a long one through T-spawn.
And the smoke on the doors there to kind of...
If I'm married, no.
Prevent the CTs from knowing which side they're going. And there's just one here on B, but it's Bacardi with this all being teased. And he is not going to like that tease. Let's destroy Yakindar. In the back, though, Keserato finds the timing. Can he find the long-range spray? To be Jota gets it instead. And there's a chance, a couple of chances there for Furia, but indeed, Jota's deep position down the pit in a long. That was the masterstroke. The edge, the hidden edge.
I need a replay of Madja flying his finger into Wakadia's finger. That was a very... It's a new tech that I have not personally seen before. Yeah, this is great. Wakadia actually can be a very powerful secondary AWPer. So, seen it before. Look at this. Yes. more finger bumps. 7-2. I think they're enjoying themselves way too much. And to be honest, why would they not? I think it's a total of 15 kills right now on the Furia side. And if you look at what's happening on Aurora here, they're doing an awesome amount of work. 7 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2 is a very, very good indication that they are running away with this here. And I think for Furious, what you think about the rounds they got, it's the single opening kill on B. That has been the only thing that has been working for them. And that's hard to replicate.
That will help me more about Legends.
That eventually Aurora are going to be able to adjust, and they have been.
Solid smoke doors is not good though.
That's some quick counting, Dan. Damn.
Quick maths.
That's more than once we get past 10, I tend to give up.
Need more fingers.
I say that.
Maybe it is intended though. I don't know.
In different context. Anyway, enough about that. It's up to round number 10, Dan. Things have come off the rails, unfortunately, for Furia.
Triple on B though.
I think even if they get 5, I would still be very worried for them going into the second half.
There is maybe a nice shot here though, because Aurora playing very passive. They're gambling a little bit in the sense that they're going to allow a cat play to come. And there are nades. So Furia, if they have a setup here, they might be in a good spot. They're owning against 2. They have the right flashes and smokes here to stop Woxic getting shots. Okay, we're playing retake here. We're playing retake for Aurora. They're just going to hold onto long position. They're going to give up the short plant. But that said, the bomb has not made its way into the site just yet. It's holding, it's pausing, it's freezing. And Falling gets a pick down below.
It's very curious. It was such a delayed plant here. They're finally going to go for it. Yakindar goes down as Antares, and the retake is back on again. Deep flash running across his Madja. Low on health here. Some of Furia members. Nice shot. It's actually Woxic from a range. Oh, he nearly gets it through the box, but you can shoot.
Fallen is here though.
Antares goes down, and now just 2 people left. They're trying to get into the retake here, but Wakadia against 3. He gets the first one on Molodoi. Jumps up to look.
Damn, Fallen.
Catching him below.
Quad kill.
On the captain of Furia.
Quad motherfucking kill.
About to get completely wiped out in the first half. A little bit of balance, trying to get it back in, certainly getting the crowd on their side. But they need more rounds. They need all the rest here.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, similar to Inferno, they were fortunate there because Aurora, for them, they're like, hang on, you guys don't have answers of your T strats. We can actually just play passive and gamble a bit. And this time, the setup gamble didn't go their way. They were forced to have just 2 on the A side, so they're forced to play A retake.
So anything should fit?
Really fight that reasonably.
So let's say like a 50-90. Is that what you're saying?
And then that's the way that Furia get into that spot. Typically, a T side will earn that through a
But then the biggest question is then is like which one of them should I pick, for example?
Like we've seen Spirit do. So that's what I think we still need to see from Furia.
But don't I need to also check up with my ramp that they are comparable with them, basically?
But yeah, I think you...
Because I don't feel like I want to change my ramp again. I've already done it once.
What is the problem here for Furia? the lack of consistency also means that Aurora have more money all the time. They can buy, they can keep it going. It's always tricky. There always another double AWP setup here. Oh, ouch. But okay. They give something in return at least. Default spread for Aurora. The defense not really sure what's going to be coming next.
Yeah, Furia really needs the last 2 rounds, to be honest. I think they can have other one. Oh.
is just ready and waiting. Indeed, a great secondary AWPer. Such a luxury.
Yeah, Ricardo is having fun with his AWP right now.
He's been great for the entire match. 11-4. He was actually a demon on Inferno. Smoke up here. They do have a smoke on the other side towards B as well, so trying to create a bit of a pocket to play in. Yakandar, here's the flashbang. He must know, trying to punish Jota, but he's a second too late, and he lets him get away. That would have been a sick opening, but there is a secondary opportunity here. K-Serato's in middle. If he could find the kill, so Akadi up in the window. Oh, the boost on over. He's actually at a bit of danger here. Here's the step.
Oh, wow.
Here's the noise on the other side. Ricardia, why is he even checking that to begin with? 40 seconds now as they stream onto the side. A sick one.
Oh. Okay.
With it. Maja and Woxic now locked out of the bomb site. That should have never been possible.
Yuri ready to finish the deal.
What say? I can see
position.
what I bought.
Just going to upgrade to an AK. He's given it up. That spin from Yakindar, the entry magic once again being found by him that we've seen from this tournament out of
I bought those ones.
Like Yakindar Renaissance in that respect. That's crazy.
I hope it is the beginning of that, because
to my 9,800 XPD, I think it is, right?
Counter-Strike, and it just became like a shadow of his former self. Had to try and take over a lot of a leadership kind of role. It just wasn't fun to watch. It just wasn't Yakindar. It wasn't him anymore.
Yeah.
This is much more it. I don't know how you win that fight.
He actually managed. Oh,
all right, Ricardia sees out of the corner of
that's how we clear it. Oh my lord, that's such a fast fucking turnaround. Holy fuck.
They still got the energy in it for this one. Molodoi doesn't land
almost
anything
8 though.
But actually, Xantares makes his way up mid. They don't know about this. Do they realize? Fallen might seem to be looking for it. They've got a sense. Fallen now spots it. Oh, the spray so
still gets away with it.
The control from Xantares. And they're going to fall back with a kill in the bag. And that's going to put Furia once again in the disadvantage early.
It's one thing to control the spray.
Yeah, they're good.
General,
but then again, Crusher, which one should I buy then?
What an absurd fight to take.
If I say 50-90.
Yakindar's actually moving for it.
Because they're so different branded, etc. like that. Is there a difference of them or what? Like, I don't know anything about it, you know.
Trying with all his might to get Furia back into the game. They need 5. They absolutely do. The bomb's been slowed down, and for good reason. Molodoi there to catch Woxic one step ahead. These kind of slowdowns have betrayed Furia in the past in this game, but now
it seems to
be working out. Molodoi creeping closer, 3v3. The bomb is being planted, but Yakindar is far away.
Yakindar's basically not on this round. Jota's going to go straight in. It has to be the players on the side. Yakindar's so far away. Isolated on an island. He's never going to get there in time. And now he has to re-entry against 3 players. And it's just not looking possible. This is the final round. He has to find something here. 20 seconds, they know precisely where he is. Xantares is staring up, ready and waiting to receive, but it's Vicardia from the back, and that's an 8-4 finish at the end of the first half. This is map 3, fighting for 3rd place here at PGL Astana, and it looks like Aurora are rectifying the situation.
Great recovery from them.
The only thing that's different is the cooling fans, the base clock, and a few other things, but not like you're getting 100. No, I am not expecting that. I need to change out my GPU because my GPU is broken. That's why I'm saying this question crushes. So for me, it's just plugging. Don't want to have issues. Can play. Don't worry, basically. And then kick it, basically. Then I would be happy.
So fair play.
They also did a really cool detail there as well, where they got the entries on both sides of the map, but the bomb hadn't been spotted, and there was a...
I don't want to overthink. I just want to get the graphics card, remove my own one, plug the new one in, install the drivers, maybe do some BIOS settings if necessary, and then that's it. I don't want to... No, I don't want to do too much shit.
So I mean, it was a rough one from start to finish, and it didn't feel like the T
With the
side
back
strats
shots?
were really there fully for Furia, but on the CT side, that could all change.
All right, Furia with 4 runs, beautiful people. Even if we were still waiting for Astralis and Spirit King. Oh, okay.
Gets the first one, and the dualies. Not a bad start. Yakindar pushing
Yakindar.
executes a couple of them, but they have not found the bomb.
No bomb, though.
So if they do a little bit of research here, a little bit of an investigation, they're going to be worried about that, saying that's curious. Don't know if they have the bombs.
Still remember when we were sponsored by Aces in NIP, was really nice.
And this round just became
their monitors was
again.
good.
There is unfortunately not a P250 on anyone here, but Madjo,
oh no! Oh yeah! All right, yeah. They should just go together.
It's all on Wakadia.
Run.
13 and 5 and in a 1 versus 3.
Run.
Block.
You see the new season one though?
I believe so. Using the last bit to cover.
It's not a good fit.
Makes his way back towards the site. Can he get a kill here? Reset. 3 players, they're so close now, and it's running out of bullets. K-Serato runs him down with a dual lead.
It was gonna be too hard either way. They also had a fucking kit as well, so...
You don't have to have the best T side.
No, I haven't seen that either.
Lock down the second half, and we know that they've got some orb skills. We know that Furia have the ability, so we just have to see it here on the CT side.
I mean, if they can build a comeback off the back of Fallen,
clean by a Kinder there.
Secondary opening, which is a weird thing to say out loud, but I mean, obviously that could be very powerful. Aurora with the bomb plant.
That's a late crossover with HE though.
Pretty nice position to be in that you can actually buy
Wait, they're
this
doubles?
Mac 10s on a bunch of them. There is helmets on everyone except Molodoi. Really, really important bit of information here because
Crush is here, or maybe he was here, I don't know.
It still is dangerous.
Marcus was here, maybe he's not anymore.
I would have been so scared.
I think one of the reasons why you
see
Meta such a big clearance of lower dark Ts is because, again, CTs like to start in lower dark sometimes themselves, and this would be a great way to counter that.
It would be nice if I could just click.
They can think, okay,
middle.
a passive setup. What are possibilities still? Well, Catwalk still has to be dealt with.
There's only 1 smoke, so they can't go for this deep trickery where you're pretending to do all kinds of things. Once they throw the smoke, that's it. They've got to place something behind it.
A special CSS 600.
A bunch of people are ready to go.
I know I do have a AOC 600 Hz waiting for me.
They're running right through. Huge calamity on the B bomb side. They're in trouble, and you can tell. Fallen going down.
Why is there
Yakindar traded out. Mac 10 powers on through onto Madja. I think the failed smoke and the fact you can, because they think it's such a wall in there that they're going to buy at least 10 seconds before they have to worry about middle again, just blows up in their faces.
Yeah, and it's really difficult because, well, hold that thought. Let's see if they can hold into these rifles. Like, it looks like that might be the case for now.
Yuri and Kesara has been semi-missing this last few maps.
Perfect is if they could just go up mid, but the reason why you don't really want to do that is also because Walksick is
probably it's like I will remove the monitor stands anyway, since I will have
Aurora to be safe against mid aggression.
Having them back on my monitor.
So as long as those T's are crossed and I's are dotted for the T side, it doesn't leave you with many aggressive options on the CT side. And so then you find yourself in this spot. We saw Furia do it to Aurora, but this really couldn't be a worse time for Furia.
Yeah, they are.
I have no idea how fortunate. That sounds like a fucking.
The fact that they've managed to take the fight this hard to Aurora is in itself kind of a story. It is so
different
cool
in that way.
But right now,
you go wherever, it's in the stock like MSI.
We all knew that panelists were talking. Oh my God! Okay, listen, if you're going to bring it back, then do it like this. Scout headshot onto Walkout to begin with. That'll send a message. We need the crowd on their side. I haven't heard enough Molodoi chants today Maybe he could do that. Maybe he could will it into his direction. They're pushing into the deagle of Yakenda. It's a little bit further away.
Oh yeah,
but he actually has
the
Eagle and
3x
the HE, so
OC
this could be
for
could be
28,
fireworks
for
then.
example.
We'll see what he can find. This is the first shot, but he spotted the push. Needs to try to find a delay, though, for his teammates. And that smoke should help that. Molodoi from below with the scout. Can't get much more awkward than
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Zantaris
It kind
understands
of
what the
fucked me
smoke
away.
means and deals with that quickly. Bomb goes down. Not the most amazing weapons ever, the M4s and MP9.
Hidden, I think he's still
feels like
talking
there could be a
about the
chance here.
graphics card.
Furia start to close the distance again.
It sounds like that. At least.
Yuri's out long. He really wants to find
Oh,
somebody
that
to fight.
dinged
It hasn't
though.
really been doable yet. Molodoi finding another kill. Yuri, he does have a kill as well. They still have a little bit of time, but they will lose Molodoi.
Took the timing.
And I think, unfortunately, that creates too much pressure for Yuri to really get back into this retake. You could hear that bomb is already really far ticked. As long as Molodoi was alive, he had a chance to basically play around Molodoi and try to find the kills, but as soon as he dies, he knows they don't have to fight him. They can just chill out and wait for the round 10. Aurora, now just 3 away from landing that 3rd place here in Astana.
So close. And Furia, can we get some extra, something hidden? I mean, this is maybe some of that good stuff that we're looking for. Forward to seeing more of from Furia to get them back into it. Aurora, they've got Woxic on the AWP now. Everything's on board. Jota with the Mac 10 means that he can be the perfect entry machine. And they can just trade off of him. Zantaris can be right behind. Flash through to long. So he might
Crazy
just try to
keyboard
scale
pulse,
long
exactly.
here. Keep it simple. They spotted the mid push though.
I think a Haver seat is worse than walking a mile on Legos.
Good information.
That's
I'd say taking maybe more of a risk than you would need to here. He does have an AK. I don't really mind him doing this with the Mac 10. I think that's probably going to be fine, but I think this is, too much for my taste. He's going to be alive for now. Does get dinked, takes the fight to Molodoi, and will give over the AK. They're still probably going to win this round. Definitely should.
He's trying to get the gun.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the gun, man. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that was what he was looking for. Molodoi has picked up the AK after the USP kill. Looks like he'll hold on to it. They are finding things. It's just not quite enough yet.
It isn't.
It's very tough.
The buy round that's coming up here for Furia, it just has to be so spectacular. It basically has to be a brand new team from one round to the next. That's asking.
Hey, I want 5 to 8 more.
Yeah,
I want
no
8
doubt.
more power. Hello?
Okay, there's that favorite M4. All right, so
I always want more power, brother.
and Furia, we'll have to see how they open the rounds. When you are on the receiving ends of a situation like this, I feel like it does encourage the CT side to respond in the next round by
Always more brain power, don't you know?
on the long for the long defense.
Brain power.
Flashes going to make sure you can get players scaled so that you can defend against an outright assault there. Because now Aurora have shown that if they get the spawns, they want to do it.
Yeah. All right. There's no AWP picked up either on Furia.
Why is there
I was kinda
one for
hoping that we could
100k
see
though?
Something like that.
Or they're
early on
offering
here,
one
but
for
that wasn't gonna be the
100k
case.
sec. What the fuck?
A little bit late for that one. Incendiary to slow
A
down.
water
In case there
block,
was a
I
push,
build a loop
it
and
would've
OC
been
everything for you and you might get
somewhat
10%
prepared
more
for it.
power.
Otherwise, defensively looks pretty
Water
vanilla
block.
here for Furia.
Why are you starting to talk about your fucking water thing? I don't want the water thing. I just, like I explained to you what I want. I just want to remove, plug in, install, Gucci. Now you're talking about water plugin? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Alone on the A sites. But Aurora, they're just going to go straight to B.
Yeah. They're going to try and abuse the same thing that was used against them, which is the fact that you just need one kill here to set it up. Fallen, jiggling away. The timing is everything. If he gets it wrong, he is going to get shot in the face with an AK.
Yeah,
on
but
the
that
other
doesn't
side.
sound like you
It's
wanted
just a
fucking
matter of timing
water
here.
block.
There
That
Jota
sounds
catches
like
him with
a little bit
perfect
too much,
opportunity,
man.
And Yakenda knows he's in so much trouble. Down to 8 bullets. He cannot find a single kill to hold on to the round. And to be honest, even if he had found 2 kills, I don't think it's enough to win it. So,
you know,
tough position
you
to
will
be in
owe
there.
me
I bet if we
exactly how
rewatch
much the
that
graphic
from
cards if I'm
Fallen
not
or from
happy.
Jota's point of view,
No,
what we're
crushing.
going to see is that there is
Can
this
you
weird
accept that?
timing,
Can you
sort of
accept
like
that fate,
you know,
Crushing?
like the metronome timing, where it's like if you hit it just slightly wrong, all that's happening is you're peeking into the AK with a smoke in your hand, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, we buy it now.
Yeah, it's so tough. But yeah, you can certainly see. Well, you can see Molodoi killing
Ventus
Cardia.
3x.
I mean,
The problem is it cheaper on Enet?
That is something. There we go. That's
I don't think it is right.
They'll know it. Now 2 players coming in from long, from Aurora. They're absolutely going to want to try to find these fights, but the orb has been picked up. This is actually really nice for Furia. They're playing with their backs against the wall.
Yeah.
7 rounds in a row is what they have to get, and now they're finally getting their first orb on the CG side, essentially.
It's got to start somewhere. The comeback is as unlikely as it. Yeah, there we go. It's such an unlikely comeback here. It's hard to even explain how far behind they are. 12-5, but all of the momentum here is with Aurora. Let's see, they just need another round. They fought real hard to get here. They summoned all the strength to battle Fallen and his troops, and they're out long with the spawn. They've already smoked the corner.
Walk this. Do you think I'm gonna walk their store? I'm ordering to give it to me. Deliver it to me. I'm not gonna go and pick it up, man. I'm too lazy for that.
Like to see 5-on-3, and Yuri's in front of the smokes, and Tara's, he was not at all ready to take.
I mean, technically, I can go and pick it up on Monday, since I will tomorrow, because I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow.
I don't know if it's advisable, but it is a cracked out headshot.
Yes, and I like that.
Everything's in stock,
mid push coming in from 2 players for Furia in that instance. So they got aggressive basically everywhere.
That is in Garden,
managed to find a few kills, so
you don't even have it in stock from Garden.
Well, it is good to see.
Yeah, but that was just because you I don't know, wanted it for me.
7 rounds in a row.
They don't even have it in Stockholm, brother.
And
this is how it starts.
Aurora, are they gonna send it into B just straight up?
Why not? I actually love it. Finish with a B rush, do it for the memes, do it for the history.
Yes, they do. No, I looked at it now, and then I clicked on it, and they said only in Gothenburg. They had 1 example left of it.
Far away here. Aurora are slowed down a little bit, but somebody has to help out. Yekindar, it's not going to be
Okay.
Finds through 2 right for the smoke. It's Wakadia. He's lost all the teammates. 17 kills.
Oh no! Oh no!
If he can humble Molodoi,
tournament is live.
With the AK.
Or 3rd place live.
Now, and Molodoi, he's got to be shaking in the bomb site. Don't want to lose it like this, but the hunt.
There it is. GG.
To pick it up and landing them in the 3rd position. Aurora, the high point of Turkish Counter-Strike. It's been built for such a long time, all the way back from the Space Soldiers days in CSGO. Turkish Counter-Strike was hardly a factor at all, but
8 in Stockholm? Where 8 in Stockholm?
this together.
And he is looking at the panel right now. Or you mean Enet then? Does Enet has it instead? If it was the same
so
price?
many people believe that they can go further. Themselves perhaps are the ones that believe that the most, and you can see.
I mean, they have a store next to each other if they do actually have it here.
Getting 3rd place is not what they wanted.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they have 6 scenes.
But there's still the run for the major that looms in the distance in the very near future, and that's what they're going to set their eyes on next. And I mean, it's all wins, all dubs for Furia too. And with that said, it's now time to send it on to Banks on the stage.
Aurora come through on top, and they grab that 3rd place. Astana, give it up again! Now, Woxing, we're going to start with looking at this first map of Anubis. Your tried and tested pick. It looked a bit sleepy from you guys at the beginning. What happened?
Like that we can say that. I think I don't know, like we just couldn't just join the game at the start of the game, and also I think they called a nice like a 5 guys strafing and just punishing 1-2, and they are going in a full. I think we couldn't punish them, and that's why the score went like a 7-0 or 8-0 or something. But yeah, in the end we managed to come back.
GeForce
it was like some
to
Ventus
3x OZ.
Win that map as well, like in overtime. But yeah, if you start bad,
OZ.
Боксы говорит о том, что у них не получалось регулярно наказывать своего соперника за не самые лучшие их действия, и с 7-0 пришлось камбэкать, но в целом неплохо все-таки смогли разобраться, проснуться и, конечно же, показать себя уже на 1-й карте.
Now turning things around, right, going into the next 2 maps, it was a lot more what we expect from you guys. I want to know, what did Madja say to you guys between the maps to wake you up, to snap you guys back?
That's so
into it?
unfortunate.
Like he said, guys, if we even not going for the final, we need to win the game because it's gonna give like a points and everything. Yeah. So you need to be like more full focus now, not like a first map that we start like is a bad way to start. So we need to just win round by round, and we need to just start the game like fully like from the start. So that's what he said, but it's worked.
После второй не самой удачной карты, каким образом ребята справлялись с напряжением, Вокси говорит о том, что мы просто гриндили раунд за раундом, потому что нам нужны эти очки, несмотря на то, что это третье место, это все еще важные очки для их коллектива, поэтому они просто старались успокоиться и принять это все как за новую игру.
Now, I want to get your opinion on how you view just the performance from you guys over the whole tournament, because group stage started off very shaky, but now you get a couple of games on stage where you do win. I'm sure the Astralis one hurts, but what's your overall feedback on how you guys performed and where you're at, especially as you're heading into Dallas?
Yeah, obviously we just wanted to go to the final when we come here, but we just started really bad, as you said. And after that, what we see, like if I compare like from our first game and the second one or something, like we came to like semi-final, I think.
I don't have.
Still, if we just start bad, we just can just bounce back during the tournament, like getting warmed up, you know. I think if we not lose the Astralis, maybe we should just...
Is it that one? I sent you a whisper, Crushing.
Unfortunately, the better team won like yesterday.
What do you have, Sonny? Traditional Kazakhstanian clothing, or like cultural clothing, I would say.
Our first win in quarters. Also, it was too close on semi-final, but...
Oh, Brian's here, chat. Hi.
But I think we need to keep working...
Aurora won.
To go maybe like playoffs again in Dallas and show like what...
Is that the one, Crushing? I whispered you on Twitch.
Не получилось дойти до гранд-финала, конечно же, очень-очень тяжелое поражение, но с другой стороны мы начинали не с самого лучшего в групповой стадии, да, перформанса.
Okay, I'm doing okay. I'm just waiting for the final, which starts in like 1 hour and 5 minutes. So I'm thinking about either I'm gonna go and throw out shit, or I am calling my dad for triple check. I can buy the graphics card.
Guys, thank
oh
you
no,
for everyone who
not
comes
slope.
Just
Oh no,
here.
That's Ritty. Hide your kids, hide your wife, everyone.
And also I would like to thank the fans who was just sitting in front of their computers and just cheering for us and writing everything.
Oh, it's accountant.
Guys, you can still do it, and yeah. I hope we just made like a satisfied gameplay, but I think in
started with 40. Is it 40 minus weather?
Ah, shit. Keep doing what we should do, you know.
Давайте поддержим Воксика на нашей арене.
Eat by hall. Join your body on eSports Studio.
И, конечно же, похвалы всем,
Nah.
кто смотрел его
Nah, it's fine, buddy.
на трансляциях. И, конечно же, надеюсь,
Get Freiburg. Why don't they get Freiburg, man?
All right, Astana, for one final time.
Alright. I thought you were talking about yourself. I also slope. I am also taking laxatives in a couple of hours. If the game is gonna go on longer, I gotta go to the toilet fucking all the time. So.
Molodoi, this has been, I'm sure, a crazy experience for you. Can you just tell me, like, what's been going through your
Please tell
mind
me more.
this?
I can send you photos. Update today.
Насколько тебе важно было здесь поучаствовать? Какие у тебя сейчас ощущения от того, что происходит?
I'm no problem to send you over some.
Всех приветствую на арене.
No.
Спасибо, кто пришел.
10 out of 10. Oh no, he did no. I'll send it over only to Slope in DMs. Both yes and no, mostly no. But you said yes though. You said yes. You said yes, by the way.
It's beautiful, man. We love hearing this.
Я тоже всех люблю. Важность была, хотел защитить свою родину.
Why aren't you doing it with Adam, though, Slope?
Наверное, это ошибка, что я
Oh, you sent me on
что я хочу
that one? Oh, you sent me on Friends?
ко всем турнирам подходить по одинаково.
Same link.
Все турниры
Alright,
по-своему
cool.
значимы. Но хотел все равно...
Save it on the second piece. Budget. Oh no.
На что способен Казахстан.
You know? Damn.
Я очень рад, что
Oh, yeah, he is.
первый турнир именно здесь, именно сейчас. Да, он получился не такой хороший, но это хороший для меня путь в будущую мою жизнь. Я получу нереальный экспириенс. Я думаю, есть к чему стремиться моей команде и мне. Мы завтра вылетаем на другой турнир, ну, точнее, уже сегодня. Я думаю, у нас все получится, просто чуть-чуть времени надо.
No idea what he's saying, but it sounds good. Sounds good.
So,
Or?
Mondo says that he wasn't preparing himself for this tournament as usual. He prepared himself for win.
Okay.
Oh.
And it was a mistake from him, from his point of view. And the next tournament, he's gonna fly, and he's gonna perform better and better. And for him, for his monologue,
Unfortunately, but it
he
keeps
was
us from
performing the
doing
best.
duo castings.
And it was really important for him. From
Should take a pay cut,
of
Slope.
his heart. And
just do your own stream.
And it's his future made.
And Adam as well.
Point.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. It's just
On
the
Esports
beginning
Studio.
for you. You did a great job so far. This crowd loves you. So there's only one way to end this again. Astana, Maladoy!
Oh yeah, we already had an interview with Aurora.
It was the fairy tale of PGL Astana, right? Him joining that Fury.
Последнее, слышно? Алло. Слышно? Последнее, что скажу, я очень рад, что турнир появился именно на моей родине. Всем спасибо, кто пришел. Огромное всем спасибо, всех люблю. Алга, Казахстан. Давайте.
You know, players normally don't like interviews. That one loves a microphone, and I suppose it's because it feels like he's here with all of his friends, all of his family,
Looks like you need
shouting
him.
for him. What a way to start your international career.
I mean, I want to eat.
Good moment of this tournament.
That's what I really want to do.
Especially in the map win against Spirit.
I do have some time to eat
He's
still.
going to remember his coming out party to take down MIBR as well. So many
But I
great moments
can't
for him at this
eat
tournament.
like anything
On top of the fact that he
good
just flat out played
though.
some great CS. I mean, the way that he was using the op, wielding it, taking it away from Fallen. The passing of the torch, it's worthy. He's worthy.
I need to stop eating
Entrusting
officially
him,
at like
Furia, they're on
6
to a new
or
era
7.
of how they want
No,
to play CS.
5.
They've
I mean,
gone for the
4
international
hours.
project. And I'm not talking about just like throwing
But I should be
junior
eating it like
on
now.
the team. I'm talking about
Just
putting
take some
faith
time.
in a real roster that has
Waiting for
legs.
Verstappen win in 2 hours. Hey, didn't he do like those online races?
This about Maladoy. You know, first of all, I don't think people realize just how much of a rookie this guy was when he got put
last
in this
night.
situation. This guy, this was his
I'm
first
doing,
international LAN ever. Only small local events. Only been playing pro for just a year or two. You know, we talked about how Ultimate kind of got put out of obscurity when he went to Liquid. This was even more the case for someone like Maladoy. And he comes into this team, you know, despite all the odds of joining a Brazilian core, a team that had been struggling. He didn't have that much experience. He came out here and he performed admirably. He came out
We
here
got lots
and
of
played an
fans down
aggressive
here.
style
We
of
just
hockey. He never cowered away
same
from it when
kitchen
the
with them,
going
and they
got
are
tough.
so
He was
messy
true to
and
himself the
everything and
entire time
everywhere.
in the server and on the mic
Wait,
to his
what?
crowd. And his
Huh?
performance was comparable to some of the out events of some other big star names that we've had in this scene. As Yanko was kind of talking about yesterday, when you look at guys like Shiro and Ziwu and how they perform with AWP in their first big like stage games, the fact that he was
Good
comparable to
version of
names like that
Verstappen.
is
So,
certainly an
nah, it's
impressive
fine.
sign and something to be celebrated.
I don't support him. You know that.
It was kind of, in a weird way, anticlimactic that Arcadia puts down Maladoy in that 1v1 right at the end to claim Dust 2, but they did. And Aurora came third. They were the favorites coming into this. I think that maybe on Dust 2 we saw some of the
You only want to pump yourself up to potentially see him lose anyway, right?
What were they doing right here on Dust 2?
Isn't that the thing?
Gave them the victory, Maui?
Well, the T side to end things was kind of what you wanted. I mean, the cat control to take the ace.
Yeah. What up, Lacey? I'd rather be listening to this one instead of that one. I'd rather be listening to that one instead of that song. I can see in front of me, Slope, that you're sitting now, 2 hours before race, having this one on repeat. And then the first thing that happens, he fucks up the race, and then he's not taking part of it anymore. He never fucks up. Last time when I home Steam. Woosel. Are you here to pay your monthly tax, Woosel? This one is like 10 times better, so. Everyone's tired of this one?
That's how we do it. Simply, simply lovely. Yes. Woo!
I don't. In the grand final, Straw Spirit? Spirit. I don't look at Formula 1. I don't even know what's happening. So long time ago, I even paid attention to. So every time I meet Slope, I'm like, yeah. Oh, Hamilton is better. You know that. You know that. Fuck is this? Have they tried to do like another song?
Okay, Lewis, do you want some music?
Yes, amazing. Thank you so much, guys. It means a lot. It means a lot, this one. What was that?
That must be fake, you know? Wait, what is this? Wait, what is this?
Have you heard Lewis's song with Christina Aguilera?
One have not. No. Are you going to play it for me?
Should we put it on?
Give it a go. I want to take singing lessons.
It's not bad.
Wait, has Lewis a song? Wait, really? Wait, he has a song? Really? Doesn't matter.
Well, we're going to have some fun with it because it's not something I normally do.
Да, только особенные люди могут попасть сюда, потому что далеко не каждый, конечно же, способен спуститься сюда и посмотреть на это все с такого угла.
You're actually going to get closer to the players than most people get the opportunity to do. This is our part of the stage where we get to
Never been a better driver in the grid than Mac.
The trophy that will be won after this game.
Да, вы, ребят, супер особенные, потому что никому не удалось быть так близко к игрокам, особенно, конечно же, главному трофею.
Come forward with us here as well, because this is the special moment where we look at look where someone would lift the trophy, where the winners would do it. Do you want a microphone for a bit, Roman?
Всем здравствуйте. Я примерно 2 года назад, у меня тогда был последний отпуск, и тогда тоже был именно в Астане. Вот получилось так, что перед моим днем рождения, вот 21 мая мой день рождения, и вот 2 года я не отдыхал, прилетел на отдых, опять же в Казахстан. Рахмет, ребята, казахи, вы супер! Алга, Казахстан! Ребят, как я уже говорил, у меня 21 мая день рождения. Моя девушка примерно неделю назад спрашивала у меня, когда мы гуляли, ну, в принципе, и готовились к вылету, спрашивала, что ты хочешь на свой день рождения в подарок?
1 second. So, on 21 May, on 21 May, it was, 1 second, it was his birthday, and Big Bivol here asked what.
Why is the crowd empty?
She asked
We gotta find out the story yet.
Yeah, here's the story, right?
Для меня лучший подарок на мой день рождения — это, дорогая, это ты.
So the best present is.
Любимая, ты выйдешь за меня?
She said yes!
Oh, what's that game? Oh shit. Okay, what's that? What has happened?
Всем спасибо, ребят. Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Наверное, свадьбу тоже будем, значит, в Казахстане делать. Поможете? Рахмет!
So the wedding we're gonna do is also in Kazakhstan. Thank you, guys.
Beautiful.
Beautiful moment.
Congratulations to the couple. I do hope you have a great marriage. The last time Banks was involved in a proposal on stage, it wasn't a great time. Fingers crossed, second time's the charm, boys.
I love love. I love love, Dust. Those are the kind of moments that esports are about. Are they? I don't really know. Either way, that was beautiful. That was very, very nice.
Bold to do it in front of a giant crowd in his home country. holding the mic, trying to be cool like Maladoy. Nice 1v1 clutch. I appreciated it.
What are you talking about, Das?
That's the best 1v1 clutch of the tournament.
True, true. That's a highlight right there.
Das is
100%.
gonna propose to his girlfriend on the desk. You can do it right now to the camera if you want. No, I'm kidding.
We've been engaged for like 2 years already. So.
I didn't know that.
When are you gonna go?
It's very soon.
Okay,
Very soon.
Tie the knot. Tie the knot.
Yeah, we're very soon.
Yeah.
Very soon.
He's getting married in Kazakhstan next year on that stage. There you go.
Dustin's getting married in a year. You heard it here first.
Yeah, there we go. The wedding's happening here in Astana because he loved it so much. Ladies and gents, you've seen the 3rd and 4th place playoff. But now we get ready for the grand finals. Astralis.
That's why I was so nervous. Yeah, it makes
Team
sense.
Spirit. We're gonna take
What up,
a
what up,
quick
what up, what up, what up, what
break,
up?
and when we return, the legend himself, Richard Lewis, will be standing right here to get that party started. Don't go anywhere.
My first HLTV match was, so I started by grinding FPLC.
Okay.
And then I had a, like we were a mixed team. It was some Romanians, some Czech people. So it was Seminte, Sixe, me and Freddy and Crank from Poland. And we just played a qualifier.
Oh, nice.
FPLC players, they said, oh yeah, there's a qualifier, let's mix it up. And then we beat Valiance in...
I remember them. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Hunter. And I don't know who else played there, like long ago in the best of one on Mirage, and then we made it to HLTV, and these were my first games, I think.
Yes.
Which was that?
Online one.
Okay.
It was,
Now you're just being
China
horny,
qualifier.
slow.
The tournament name was called Nest.
Okay.
And we got completely demolished. So I remember that one.
That's always the hard ones, right? When you get owned like that you can't remember.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, like I know for sure it was with Walsong. It was a Latvian stack. I was so happy that it's gonna be like HLTV, right?
Yeah,
because,
you get that good feeling.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't necessarily remember. It was some online cup, I think. Like back then, there was like how now there's like CCTV, but CCTV always it was Stream Gauntlet. Have you remember Stream Gauntlet? Yeah, and I think that was my first match.
Gauntlet, is that a
it was
thing?
like some Bulgarian above the rest team or something like this. Maybe I'm a little bit mistaken.
Did you win?
I think so. I don't
I'll have to check back on his HLTV and see.
I don't remember which one it was game. It was, I think, versus my friend game. I think so, yeah. And it was super excited. But usually, like, first games when you're playing HLTV, you're super excited.
Yeah.
And it's something new.
I thought Swedish was our secret language.
I was stressed because, like, wow, first HLTV.
Pretty sure some people can also take your text and put it into translate.
Emotions.
Yeah. Do you remember which team you played on then?
I played Majesty.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 2020, if I'm not wrong. I was playing with like Belgium-French mix, something like this.
Belgium-French mix.
Okay.
And yeah, it was like really hard, I would say, because like instead of pugging, the other team was doing like some strats and everything, so it was different.
So yeah, you had a mix versus like a strat heavy ready
Yeah,
team.
exactly. So it was a bit difficult, but also like I understood a little bit like how it is to play against a kind of real team, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Good learning experience as well then.
Talking about like HLTV matches, I played in a team called Rush.
Okay.
Rush Esports. And we were playing like qualified to CBCS.
True,
that's, like, a
true.
overall tournament.
Can't.
I think it was a qualifier and I was like bad.
Oh no!
I didn't have a good PC and I had like a 60 Hz monitor and you know I was like you know.
You were not up to standard.
It wasn't fair for me.
Yeah, yeah.
So the first tournaments that I played on HLTV, I wasn't very good.
Okay, but you learned from it, you grew from it, and now look, you're one of the stars of the country, so that's good.
Yeah.
One of the stars of the country of Brazil.
Playing Counter-Strike, Spot the Difference. I've got
Spot the
Dom with
difference.
me from Team Spirit. We're here at PGL Astana. I've got Senza with me from the Mongols, and I've got Snow from Pain with me. I've got Game Legions Rez with me here. There will be 3 things on this picture that have been changed from what the original is. We're going to try trade.
Train?
Yeah.
I don't know train.
This is hard for
I
you.
didn't play.
Easy.
Easy. Okay, go on then.
Okay. First of all, color of the bomb side train.
Straight off the bat, I think that everything feels really
It's something a bit more casual than World of Warcraft for this angle. Sundays are installed a 25-year-old pinball game. Wait, really?
It should be yellow, right?
Let's go, Will.
Okay. The bomb site is not blue, it's yellow.
Correct.
Let's go.
Ba-bom.
Nice.
I haven't even, wait.
And the site was yellow.
Ah.
Okay, this is hard, bro.
It is a new map. Train is new.
Where?
It's above the red train.
Above the red train.
Oh, the A side?
I need to have
Okay.
It looks normal.
Or is there a window, maybe? Color?
See where the red train is?
Yeah.
Look up. Something has changed up above red train.
What's the last one, though? I haven't played the new train so
The
much.
glasses looks fine. That A looks way too big. I don't know why.
The letter A on the wall.
I guess the A letter is not to be here.
I don't know.
You don't know it?
Yeah.
Let's show you anyway. Look, that changed. There's no A normally.
Oh, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. What the heck?
You're never looking up
Yeah,
there.
never look.
Never look there.
Yeah, never looked there.
Yeah, I guess it's all about Pop Dog.
Oh.
But
Not.
no?
Not quite Pop Dog. Near Pop Dog.
Yeah. What?
This is much harder, bro.
This is much harder.
I'm trying to understand what is
So
the missing
look
part.
Around maybe red train, Pop Dog area.
Okay. Ah, oh my god, now I can think of I don't know how to say it in English, but
What do you call it in Portuguese?
in Portuguese it's geladeira.
A lot of players fight around this position.
Oh, it's the E-box is gone. Huh.
You're trying to make my game harder.
You want me to shut up?
Don't.
No. Not
You want
yet,
no
not
help?
Yet, not yet.
Is it one too many boxes at top?
No, but you're you're in an area. You're close to.
Oh yeah,
where-
the E-box is fully gone actually. That's fully different.
Same reaction as to me.
And no Xbox.
Ah,
Like
no
white
electric box.
White box.
Yeah. It's something very obvious.
Very obvious.
Very obvious. Like in between the bomb train and the red train, what is missing?
Ah. Oh my god.
You now see it?
Yeah.
What's not there, dog?
Electric.
Electric box is not there. See? You were like windows, you were like roof.
It's too obvious. Like,
But it's too
Too
obvious.
obvious.
You didn't get it. You hit the others perfectly.
Let's see it.
You did pretty good, man.
why does my brain remember all like tough stuff and like not this?
Yeah, your brain was on hard mode,
Yeah.
and the game was giving you an easy option.
As always.
As always.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember it because I have some very good memories of it.
Oh, nice.
Because when
What's the last time
before
she
I
rolled,
played
actually?
CS for the first time, I played another FPS games like Warface and something like Point Blank and Crossfire.
Yes, yeah.
And I remember I used a mouse that was like this tiny.
Oh, wow.
And,
But you're younger then, so you see,
my
okay.
hand was smaller, but it was a red and white mouse. And I remember like I used to hold it like this because it was too small.
Oh, even too small for you when you were younger, so you're like, let's just claw on top.
Yeah, so actually I think that it helped me to like to the grip that I have today. Like it's claw. But I remember it was like so tiny.
You were practicing claw before even knowing that you wanted to use claw. I like that. I like that.
That's a tough one. It's difficult, but since it was like in 2010, I can't even remember that one.
No?
No.
What was the first mouse you do remember having? Like the most, like the one that stands out in your mind? Oh, I got this mouse and it was the change.
The Razer Death Fader.
Okay, yeah.
2013.
Okay.
Yeah, the green one with the green logo.
Nice, nice.
No, honestly no. But I played EC2A Zoe for a really long time, for in the past like 8 years, and then the wireless version of it.
Nice, nice. All right, stick to what you know, stick to what works as well.
So I think my first ever gaming mouse, yeah, it was some from, I don't know what it was, but it was like a 10-15 euro mouse. I saw somebody else, like a friend of my mom playing with. I was like, yeah, that feels good.
That'll do.
And then I got it. But I don't know if it was a gaming mouse.
It was just like the mouse that worked for you at that time, right? Given where you were in your career.
I think it's some Blazer 7, something like this. But maybe it's full shit.
Like some basic mouse,
Yeah, maybe basic mouse, but most like gaming, I could say. It was maybe a Blazer
8 hours. No.
Yes, it was still serious. CSGO edition, like Fade edition. Like I think it was Rival 300, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, my mom bought me it when I was really young, and yeah, it's fun. I still remember it. Like I still.
That's
like
nice. Your mom supported you and bought that for you. That's really good. That's positive. I like positive.
I don't know why, but when I look at the game stores, I get such out when I want to join one.
2025, and we've got a brand new game to play with our players here.
A4 Tech X7.
Counter-Strike style.
Never heard about one.
From the Mongols. I've got Game Legions Rez with me here. I've got Lake with me.
I had mostly Steel Series, Logitech, Razer, a little bit.
There will be 3 things on this picture.
But mostly like Logitech. And Microsoft as well.
Here, banana.
Banana?
Yeah, it's not here, right?
Well, it is there.
Yeah.
But it's slightly different.
Slightly different?
I don't know, banana or what? I mean, the banana signs looks a bit weird. I can't really tell what's wrong with it. It looks off. Maybe like
500, 510. I never went to 580.
On the banana?
And then 3.0.
You're close. The opposite of more.
I feel like there's something wrong
Send
with the
mouses
sign.
instead. A4 Tech for a budget brand.
It looks weird.
You said there's more, but what's the opposite?
Is there less? Is there no bananas on the banana?
Well, let's have a look.
Oh, it's only one.
There's only one.
Oh, fair enough. Something looks weird. Yeah, okay. I thought it maybe would have been 3 bananas instead of...
3 would look better, because when it has 2, it looks really odd.
Yeah.
But it's just one there.
Exit timer. It starts in 35 minutes from now.
Yeah. I don't know.
FK2 DW. That's one of them. Must be like the flower pots, right?
It's difficult.
Ah, okay.
There's something at the car.
Yeah, what?
It should be something on the wall, I think.
Ah, yes. Window or what? I don't...
Oh, not a window.
Ah, it's graffiti.
Yeah. Where you throw the smoke lineups from.
Yeah, okay.
I play the spot. I should know this quicker. There should be graffiti on the wall of car.
Correct.
Pretty fast.
Kinda. That wood, what they call?
You mean the barrels?
Yeah, barrels. Yeah, here's a barrel.
Yeah, missing.
Yeah, missing.
Yep, that's you correct.
These bottles or what?
Oh. Not the bottles, but you're close. There is something around this area. What looks different around
G400. Never used some. I'm doing good, Sick. How are you doing, buddy?
There should be something on the wall. The logs are bigger.
Oh, okay, the barrels, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. It's obviously logs from CSGO days into barrels we have now on CS2. You smashed that.
Have a good one, Hopla.
We are here at PGL Astana 2025, and I've got the ultimate aim duel about to take place. We've got the donk slide going up against
Oh.
Couple of different.
I've actually haven't seen this one. If they're already, I mean, I haven't seen too much of the
and I'm looking forward to see who can take this
of the
videos
they've done so far.
I love this. This little adjustment just as we come in. Donk,
Yes.
you're supposed to have the best aim in here, but you said Magix maybe has the best aim on your team.
Yes.
You feel comfortable? You feel confident taking on Zontaras?
No.
No?
No.
He's smiling though. Zontaras, you gonna show him who's boss?
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah? Let's see.
Let's see.
All right, let's do it. It'll be time. First to 10. We're live.
Nice.
Oh, Zontaras
Damn.
the first one.
Okay. Ah, don't fires back though.
Spray the spray. Nicely done, Zontaras. He's got a lead by 1 round. Donk's being cheeky with it. There's only so far he can go though.
So disgusting.
Fuck this map.
Fuck!
Fuck this map. But you did get the round. Oh, the straight spray again. Donk with a lead, 3-2.
I mean, he's always had a big gap.
Into a little spray. Good control.
Always advantage positions man all the time.
Eagle, but he can't win it out. You tried to be cheeky.
You need to like get it funnier.
All right, 6-3 right now for Donk. We're changing sides, making sure we have a little bit of relaxing time, make it all fair and cool. The spray, that was nice, well handled.
Actually, interesting that both are going so hard on
5, 1 away from
A-King. Lag.
the mistake. Zontaras. 6-5,
Zontaras.
1 away from evening it up.
2 in a row.
Oh, this is what I wanted to see. Oh, he's up high. He got up there fast.
He's spawn lighting from there probably. Yeah.
Disgusting.
9-5. 1 more round. Donk's got it. Zontaras time to battle back. Oh, Donk sliding into it.
That's it?
It's hard.
That is very hard.
Let's shake hands.
All right, GG.
Let's shake hands.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I play 1920 in resolution.
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. We're getting ready for the grand final, which is going to be a best of 5. It's going to be between Team Spirit and Astralis. I'm already messing up the intro. It's fine. Astralis, of course, haven't been in a final since 2022. Long time coming. Team Spirit, obviously, a lot more recent than that, let's say. And joining me in the studio, in the arena, on the desk, it is, of course, Blair, Maui Snake, and Yanko. Guys, thanks for joining me. I know you must be super, super excited.
Actually, super duper excited.
Wow.
Right? And I think I dressed as someone has to cheer for Astralis in this final. You know, everyone has Spirit winning it all. It seemed sort of destined for them even before the tournament started, even more so once we got the playoff bracket. But I think, you know, the Danes can play spoiler to their celebration.
Okay, interesting. What about you, Maui?
I can't take the side of Astralis. I'm just going to say that, okay? I just want to know how dominant this victory is going to be for Spirit as they prime themselves for what's to come in Texas.
I agree. I have to echo Maui's sentiments, right? I'm not exactly someone I'm not going to be contrarian and be like, believe in this fairy tales. I don't believe in fairy tales, Rich. You know how it is. But that being said, Astralis could make things a little interesting, let's
Well, listen, I want to just say something.
26 minutes.
Departure from what we usually do.
Brian,
before we take a look at the
put up a
bracket
poll.
and start setting up the final. Obviously, I've been a little bit sick. You can probably hear it in my voice. Caught a cold. That's
why I'm all the way here.
Yeah, exactly. Keep your distance.
Well, I'm gone.
Yeah, you're wrecked. But anyway, I was in the hotel room. I was lying in bed, you know, having some hot lemon, and I watched a YouTube video. It was by a YouTuber called Nakey
put up poll.
Right?
No, prediction.
It was called How Counter-Strike Took Over My Life. And you know what it did? It made me feel something I haven't felt in over a decade.
Yes.
It made me feel grateful to be involved in this incredible scene. It reminded me of why we do it. And so I wanted to shout it out. If you haven't watched it, I recommend everyone watches it. And hopefully, if Nakey Jakey is so in Counter-Strike, we can get him to one of these events. It is life-changing.
He is. I watched the whole video last night. I wrote on the comment section. Somehow he saw it. Amongst all the thousands of people that wrote stuff.
You're too famous for me now.
Yeah, exactly. That was my 15 minutes of fame, actually. That's how it really felt when he hearted it. That actually helped me rediscover what it's like to start from ground zero. And if this is people's first tournament tuning in, you could capture some of the greatness here because, again, like Counter-Strike is a game of legacy. We've got history. We've got mechanics that just really, if you boil your life down to just grinding every single day, you can be as good as some of these players one day. And we've already seen a scenario like that in Molodoi. How he just fought his way through an underserved region in Kazakhstan and comes in with a 4th place finish in his hometown. Already it's a heartwarming tournament.
And I think, Maui, you'll agree, if Snaz can be a pro, anyone can be a pro.
That's what I'm still fighting for.
I think also we have a great example of that in this final with Astralis, right? Like we just keep hearing it from them. They rediscovered their joy for the game. They're having fun again. And all of a sudden you're seeing, wait, Device isn't washed. Wait, Stone can maybe still play on the stage, right? Stair, is he the, you know, outworldly talent that has finally gotten to bloom in this new Astralis? So yeah, it's very exciting and definitely plays a big part of you being able to perform
and a
well
perfect
on the server.
segue for me, Yanko, because now I can bring up the bracket and show everyone how Astralis rediscovered their joy. Because if you look at this, they've got every reason to be joyful. They beat Na'Vi. They beat Aurora. They did it on the stage. They've barely been on a stage in these tournaments for so long. And now in a grand final, facing Team Spirit in a rematch from earlier in the tournament, comfortable in the knowledge that Huxi has already proven if you give him some time to prepare, he can do incredible things.
I mean, if you look at their group stage run initially, right? There was a caveat. They're going up against an Audic, which no one really expected to do much. They're going up against Pain, who had a standing situation. But every time they had a fair test, sure, they lost the Spirit in the group stage. That was a complete battering. But the first real test against VP, they managed to pull it off.
Where's the prediction?
Like, yeah, they're just happy to be here. Then taking the Na'Vi for me was like, okay, we got something cooking here. And Aurora, who were looking to get the win, who broke the curse as well. So this is Astralis. Every test is being thrown their way. They're passing on flying colors. But this, Rich, this might be the ultimate one.
I can never trust this month. Never trust them.
He can win
I'm
this
done with them.
final. I will never talk shit about him ever again.
I do have a gavel
Take it
now,
all
so
back.
maybe we should do a little...
You won't.
Brackets,
little
in a 3-year window.
But it sounds good.
dictatorship
right?
here.
Anyway, we can talk about Spirit a little bit as well before we get into the nuts and bolts, and that is that we
The accused Marcus and Brian, can you please go up to the stand?
Why? Because since the major, they've had one blast tournament and nothing else. And behind the scenes, we're hearing star players in the academy might be wanting.
Well, I
help.
can't get some
Players
food,
might be getting
so
frustrated
you're not
they
allowed
don't
to
have
add some
help.
food either.
Considering you're the reigning major champions, this kind of isn't good enough, really. Really.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the start to the year, was pretty solid overall, right? A pretty convincing win, 3-1 in Blast Valley.
So, Brian, what do you have to say?
Defeat, you know, Vitality gets the start of their streak right there. But ever since then, this is a team meant to win championships. Just a top 4 finish is just not good enough. And I personally feel, I think we all can echo the sentiment that if they don't get the win here, there's going to be a cloud of self-doubt.
No, hi guys, the Danish trying to ban people again.
Line of heading into Austin.
And people will say, oh, they're losing to Vitality. They're playing Vitality in the semi-final because they lose to like
I feel like that's a bad explanation. We need something more.
Also, Spirit is a lineup that...
Or you're gonna go to the... Did you go to the toilet as well?
They have the 2 best players, are definitely the best player on the server in those games. So I think there's definitely warranted criticism towards them. And if you don't win this final, what sort of confidence can you have going into the major?
And this is the player. This is the guy. It's Dunk. This is what everyone's talking about. A rookie like no other. We haven't seen anything like this player in the history of Counter-Strike. And these are the numbers. It's still ridiculous.
The problem that Spirit has is that their expectations are so lofty because they have the world's best rifler. Yanko, it's okay. Nico's not the best rifler anymore. It is Donk now. He's putting up numbers that are akin to Wilt Chamberlain in the early NBA. Like, it doesn't look real. And I think people have now gotten to this point where they see this and it's almost expected that they almost see.
I'm terribly sorry that I'm able to eat today for once. I mean that.
What is unbelievable
Marcus,
greatness,
what do you have in your defense?
generational talent. This guy has changed the meta on how people take micro fights with the amount of crouch spamming they do, the amount of sliding they do. He's changing how everybody is approaching every single duel, and he's still the master of it as they're studying every technique he has.
I mean, you can just take a look at
defense of what exactly? Why didn't you put up the prediction when I told you the first time? I have to tell you one more time.
Talent which cannot be denied, right? By the way, this event right now is the second highest rated event in his entire career after the Katowice debut he had. And just throughout this entire year, it's just been like 1.4 ratings at every event he's
I was
played.
on phone.
I mean, you can't make these numbers up, but for
Had
me,
to go to the
question
PC.
always will arise with Spirit. Is this the only win condition that you have? These numbers are ludicrous. Just look at them.
This
Order, order.
It's nothing we've ever seen.
Order, order.
When we saw Ziwu, that was the peak. You know, 2021 simple, which I always take over 2018 simple.
I feel this court is really biased from the start. We let Brian and Marcus get off from the stand. They're not gonna get punished. Well, we will take up Bumbles up to the stand. He's accusing this courtroom to be rigged and biased from the start.
Bad game like it was on Train. Spirit is a mediocre team, right? Like they can't even compete. So he's the best.
How can you throw out this accusation like that freely?
Best, but if Device is playing well, he's not going to lag too much behind in terms of impact on the server. What about the other 3 guys? Do you have Chopper, Magix, and Zontix?
Do you need a lawyer to protect you from maybe get a harder punishment?
Right, if you leave Hooksy out of that conversation, like there you're already starting to say, okay, like I don't know who I'm going with in that situation. Like if Astralis' player goes without saying, right, like they have to be firing on all cylinders. It has to be their A game if they're going to be able to compete.
Wasn't that long time ago that Device were in Grand Final?
And here is the last Grand Final.
It was only in a P and won. Right? No, or did it? No, I don't remember. I paid a fifth until I lawyered. You have 2 persons. Me as a lawyer or Dempsey?
That's how far they've fallen since then.
It's so long ago.
And Dempsey doesn't have a good track record so far.
One of those guys is not even a head coach. He's an assistant coach. The other guy is toiling away in Tier 3.
He should be a coach.
Yeah, he should be a coach.
Should be a coach.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it just goes to show how far the star has fallen for them, right? But, you know, it's good to see them back over here. Again, you know, we're going to keep harping upon, they should have probably picked up Hooksy a long time ago, but they got it in the end, Rich, and now they're in the finals. It's been a goddamn while.
Yeah, and we got just a few moments before we go to the stage. I do want to point out, like, in the past, we've seen very good IGLs like Shuhei. They've been able to solve the donk problem and manage around it, and maybe Hooksy can do that today.
Well, I've been saying these teams don't have the luxury to focus on donk, right? Your Vitality can focus on donk, Mouse can focus on donk, because they have the fundamentals nailed down, right? And then they can add those little details to maybe make the game more difficult for him, right? Astralis is just not going to have that team play across the board in the protocols. They've only been together with Hooksy for, you know, 10 days pretty much. So they're going to try their best, but they have to just sort of not single down on him and look at the big...
And we'll talk about it in a moment, but for now, we've got to introduce the teams up on the stage.
Why can I pay 40k to make you take a timeout? Read the fine line. Well, I'm fucked then. Oh, sheesh! I've already seen this on them.
Boys, we can do this.
Or? What the fuck? Yeah, I was not expecting it though. Can I get some cat yams in chat, man? Good music, to be honest. It's all up on a mask. True. Hey now. I can see like Marcus being in here, you know. Fucked up drunk now. Marcus, don't lie to me. You've done that, you know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I also even twerked a little bit there. Actually, like, I actually fucking... I think it's dope, to be honest. I'm enjoying this shit. Don't say it now. Don't say it now. 100% that guy's gonna play at the after party. Belly dance on stream? Bro. Become a DJ? I know so many DJs, man. And one of them I know is a teacher of learning people how to DJ. Answer the question. Throughout the number, we'll see if I say yes or no. And if I say no, it's a higher, okay? So you have an idea. I'm very shocked of this is, I'm vibing to this. No, that's the... Sean the Paul, that's a long time ago. What the fuck's happening, man? $25? No. I think it's 3 hours from where my time is. So I think it's 5 p.m. now. Or almost 5 p.m. in Casa. 50? No. 500? No. 1 Bitcoin? Yeah, sounds more reasonable. He's fucking cooking, chat. Oh, and it goes to this one. Okay. Give my man a raise for his salaries. I like of all the music acts we'd had in general in the CS in the scene. I think this guy fucking cooked, man. He was like, hold up. I let him cook. Let me cook. I know some of the I actually really enjoy it.
Astana! For the legendary
How the fuck did they get him actually? The orchestras of R6 is cool. That's why I said CS. Remember, that's why I said CS specifically. Because I mean,
for a grand final. So,
then we also had a lot of DJs back in like massive DJs. I don't know who that is specifically, but damn, he fucking cooked, to be honest.
I think we should test them out just a little bit. The teams are waiting, but I need to feel all that energy over here. So, we got two.
He cooked at least. He fucking cooked and he fucking delivered.
When it came to Hooksy. So let's see what you
got. They said he said his name, but I don't know who that is though.
Ребята, я знаю, зачем вы сюда пришли. Давайте покричим.
In my back. Is that his name?
Okay, they might beat us a little bit there, but Astana, you guys like Hooksy?
Okay, I have another weapon.
Oh no.
Do you like shit? Ребята, давайте похлопаем долго.
That was a bit more even. All right, I'm gonna need your help here. I want everyone to take their phones out. We're gonna turn the lights down. I want to see everyone's phone lights out.
Ребята, достаем свои телефоны, вырубаем свет, вырубаем фонарики. Вместе.
Let me see the lights. Everyone, phone, lights, go!
Давайте, ребята.
There's a lot of people there, actually.
Огни погаснут, и мы останемся
с
вами. Больше. Я знаю, что вы можете. Вы все сюда пришли. Полная арена.
Hey, then with a gift one, much love, buddy.
This is the beauty of what you guys have to offer here in Kazakhstan. I know how much you guys love Counter-Strike. You deserve to have an amazing event here. And that's what you've got with PGL Astana.
Вы, ребята, достойны самого лучшего Counter-Strike. Я знаю, что вы пришли сюда именно ради него. Давайте все вместе похлопаем этому замечательному ивенту в Астане.
All right, let me test this. Astana, are you ready for the teams? Well, our first team, they came here for one thing and one thing only. This trophy. That was Spirit's goal. But it hasn't been easy. There have been mistakes. They have felt the pressure. They certainly haven't looked undefeatable despite the good scorelines. It seems like the pressure is building up. And anything but a win here in the grand final would be failure for this team.
Сейчас выйдет команда, которая шла за этим кубком на протяжении всего турнира. И да, были не самые легкие игры, но они шли дальше и дальше и дальше, и становились сильнее и сильнее. И ничто, кроме победы, не устроит их.
Astana, this is Team Spirit!
All right, Spirit, you know what I'm saying? Is this finals, boys? Yeah, buddy. We don't know the maps yet, though.
Well, this crowd is certainly alive. But Astralis right now, they have struggled for 6 long years, and it has had lasting consequences for the organization. Then Hooksy came in, and he was the man to lead them to the first S-tier grand final in such a long time. It has been painful for them, but he knows what to do to rise and elevate his players up, and that's what they've done to sit in this position today.
Что касается Астралис, это команда, у которой на протяжении целых 6 лет не так много получалось. Но пришел Хукси и показал, кто здесь настоящий лидер, кто здесь тот человек, который должен поднять команду и привести ее к победе.
Taken to the stage next for us. They've finally done it. This is Astralis!
Hooksy, 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 Hooksy.
This is great. This is the energy we love here. Hooksy, come join us up here. Chopper, you're with us. Everyone else can go and take their seats. Respect is shown.
Aww.
Huxley, grand finals. Not much time to prepare. People doubted what this Astralis could do, but you've made it work. How?
I don't think I can take all the credit. I think that we all did a good job spending the time correctly, and yeah, I'm just happy that all the hard work paid off.
Remember, chat, I want to see Huxley shot when it goes well, but I also want to see Huxley pain when it's not going well during this game, okay?
Did you expect to be so popular here in Kazakhstan?
No, not at all. I thought that they would all love Spirit only, but apparently... yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Huxley совершенно не ожидал, что он увидит
Not good, I
такую
want to
поддержку
meet
на
him
этой
more for
арене.
Huxley
Ребята,
again.
вы супер молодцы. Еще раз за Huxley.
Now, you did face Spirit before, but you've learned a lot from then. How confident do you feel that you can turn this around? Because this is Spirit you're facing now, and last time, they did kind of run over you.
I think that the first map we played against them was closer than the scoreline showed, so I'm pretty confident that we can give them a good fight. And yeah, on the other maps that we picked...
Huxley's a Dane after all.
Ooh, I love that confidence.
Brian, you're walking on a thin line. What up, luggage?
И вполне вероятно даже и забрать всю серию.
Now, Chopper.
Yeah, basically a week, yeah.
About the mistakes that were made, the pressure on you guys, even though you are favorites here. What did Hallie and you say to the team before coming to this grand final?
Good day, Sal.
Мы просто сказали то, что давайте поиграем в свою игру и постараемся насладиться этой публикой, ареной, потому что играть перед вами это невероятно.
So, we're just gonna play our game, and it's so amazing to play here in Astana with this such a great crowd.
It definitely has been a great crowd, and they're showing up for this grand final. Last time they faced, it was a pretty good
Astralis?
game.
Astralis is...
How confident does he feel that trophy should be theirs, like everyone expects?
Astralis is 11th right now. They have gained a lot since the beginning. They were, before the tournament started, they were 16th.
We're gonna try.
Gone down 5. And they will, if they win, they go down to 8. That's a massive jump, though.
Okay, he knows what's coming. Let's see what happens on the server. Best of luck to both teams. They take their seats and they get ready for this grand final. But Kazakhstan, this is your chance to show the world.
Yeah, they go down to 8 in the world if they do win.
So I'm going to need you one final time to send off this grand final in the right way.
But then remember, Dallas is also liquid week now, tomorrow. So that can change quite a lot, but they've gained a lot of points though, either way. Yeah, it's a VRS ranking, yeah.
Astana, let's do it. It's Astralis taking on Spirit.
Not tier 1 invites, I think. Depends on how many people say yes or no to different tournaments, I would say. Because NIP is like...
Yes, great show of respect from both
in
of
NIP,
the
like,
leaders of these
NIP
teams.
were...
Great show of respect from the fans. Now what we need is a final that's going to deliver. It is, of
NIP
course,
were
a best of 5. I'll start
48.
by just saying they've
Yeah, rank at the start, the closest to event start day. And then when they went out, since they lost against Spirit as well,
they stumble absolutely, but it feels
they went down to 25. I don't think that's enough. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Because you have to remember, some teams skips tournament, some people can't play X tournament and so on, but you know. 25 is a massive step though, because Snappy said he wanted to be top 30, but maybe they know more than I know, so... Alright, bans! Anubis, Inferno Anubis, gone. rest of the maps we're gonna see, but it's gonna be interesting to see your first map though.
In this particular final, I also feel that
I know Astralis permaban, at least for this tournament, it's been Anubis, so. Dust 2! Okay, we're starting with a Dust 2. Nuke.
I mean, they don't have
Fair enough. Mirage, I guess, now?
at the moment. It has to be just shocking team spirit, and there's more pressure on
Train,
Spirit in
yes.
this game than there was in the group stage game. We've had precedents in grand finals. I mean, when Huxi took a tournament off in Dallas and they had Stewie 2K, G2 loses to Vitality Groups, beats them in the grand final. Astralis on the road to becoming the greatest roster of all time, lose to FaZe 3-0 in Sydney, who had Exist standing in for all of Meister. So these things have happened before, but it's always has to be the perfect storm for the likes of Astralis in this case.
And speaking of the perfect storm, we have to touch upon a couple of the star players who've delivered so far for Astralis, right? I'm looking at obviously Stair and what a rise up he's had so far in the playoffs, man. If you look at the numbers, it's incredible. He's been consistent throughout. Not far behind Dong, in all honesty. If you look at his group stage, okay performance, a lot of impact plays coming in. But the playoffs, 1.5 rating so far against Navi and Aurora. Incredible form from him. Starn has been consistent as well under Huxi, but they absolutely need to continue that form in order to potentially pull off the upset.
We got about 2-3 minutes, so let's dial in on this first map. Tell me about it and what's going to happen.
I think last time when they played it, Astralis had a good approach even on their CT side. Their CT side was fine. They couldn't get around on T side, but they are relentless. They're going to keep coming at Spirits, try to disrupt and try to make them uncomfortable, and that's going to put the pressure on a lot of
Wait, how many matches are played in the finals? Is still 3? No, it's 5 now, Will. It's a best of 5 now. So the first 1 to 3 wins the game.
To the guys like, you know, Zontix and
Shit, I'm excited actually, chat. I'm excited.
That's a way in for the side of Astralis.
I mean, if you look at this map, there's a reason why Spirit go for this every single time, right? Look at the 2 maps they picked. They picked the ones where Dawn can just be.
I feel like this can be a brawl. I don't know why, but I feel like a brawl.
3 to NIP, and on the CD side, Dawn just said, I'm ending this game by myself.
Alright,
That's what
I think I have enough time to get a drink.
But despite even being prepared, Maui, it can still be very hard.
Donk is the wild card in every single round when it comes to Spirit. He moves every single time on the CT side. You can't guess where he's going to be next. And to me, he's going to be such a difference maker. And Astralis, they had no answers for him last time. I assume much of the same is going to be happening once again today as he leads Spirit.
Of course, I open up a drink and it happens like this. By the way, chat. So, yeah, of course that happens.
Like 2 tournaments ago, not even ancient history. These are the stars right now. It's crazy. Stair has really got to do work today.
We need a star. Don't worry, son. We have a star at home.
Right, well, anyway, I'm going to throw us over to the commentators now. We've got the stars, we've got the spirits, and now we've got the distillation of casting excellence in the form of Harry and Hugo.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's an honor to be here for this best of 5 final championship Sunday. Oh, it's a good one. Team Spirit on one side of the stage.
So if you guys see it time to time, you at least know the reason for it. Yeah.
Finals, and they really did measure up to those expectations. That they were nearly flawless on this entire run until that semi-final.
Hey, very old CS player haven't been in this the same hype.
To make them draw blood on the
stage. Basically.
Maybe that's exposed a bit of vulnerability, but all it felt like it did in that series was pump Donk up. His numbers this event have been spectacular, outdoing his performance from the major, only lagging behind his debut.
All right, let's get this grand final started. Astralis, seat the sign. Should I higher the volume or no? Is it good? I mean, I know no one has a complaint about it, but still.
Like this. And the first time for 3 of 5.
That's a giga shot move.
BO5 on LAN. Will the pressure get to them? Players that have had questions on the bigger stages have so far been performing here in Astana. But this is the true
RCH 500 with a 5 motherfucking gifted.
Flashed off the line. Donk was trying to be the first to face, and he
Yabi!
On this backstab from Yabi. Astralis.
Oh no, this can be bad.
Felt like the scoreline the last time they faced off on Dust didn't show how close it really was.
Wait, he survives. He's still here though. But he's dead, yeah.
Chopper will pick up Stair on his push in through the tunnels. But the round stalls
Let's
out
fucking
here.
go.
For Astralis, still left hanging in the balance. Device takes it 1 step further.
Hooks is still alive, chat. You know what a chat can do.
The question for Magic's to randomly have one of these pop-off moments, especially in the high-pressure games. We all remember Shanghai. Oh, and there's a clean tap. Down dead. Magic's gets the ball rolling. Device is hot on his heels on a wrap out through middle. This has to be clean for Device.
No!
And Magic's just makes it past.
He only knows about one.
Gonna have a route to a plant here. Chopper picks up Device. And so this is it. Hooksy's done a lot to get
Plants for long as well. Good plant.
position.
Good plant long.
But now being asked to clutch up 1v2 to open up the grand
Come on,
final.
Hooksy. Oh, you're taking so much time, though. But you have an idea where he is, though. I hope he has an idea that he's there.
Where these guys
that he's Gandalf.
He sneaks in quietly. Looks ready for Magnus here, but it won't matter.
Magus is here to play, chat. He's here to play.
And Magix comes out the gate swinging for Team Spirit.
Yeah, where's the Hooksy Pain?
There, but others look red hot. Magix with some fantastic shots and Device a whiff that completely tips the scales in that pistol. He had the bomb loose, low player on Cat, couldn't do it, and Spirit steal away that first round. I saw an explosive start from Astralis. They come in confident. They
Amazing grand finals performance.
Perfect,
yeah.
but the pieces don't fall into place, and Spirit starts strong on the stage. All expectations on Spirit. I don't need to tell you that. This is an underdog story for Astralis. This is a shocking result to see them this deep in the playoffs. But can Astralis play up to the level? Can they play better than expected, better than they have all tournament long? Feels like an impossible ask. Feels like a final that's meant to be 3-0 for Spirits. But we've doubted Astralis nearly every step of the way.
And the climax. We are not getting the next round instantly. God damn it. Oh, shoot. The fans is on Astralis side, though.
The crowd this week has just been cheering for good CS, it feels like. Even home favorites, Spirit, getting chance against them. Not right now, though. And we're back live. Astralis trying to keep the pressure on. Force buy in the second round. A Device CT side scout. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, coming into these playoffs for Astralis, it's been kind of stealing the show, but Stown has had a great tournament.
You're hungry? Really?
You touched on it already, with him being one of those players who you've seen go quiet in these stage games. Finally back in a grand final.
Yeah, he's often been slow to start in these matches, but strong to finish, and that's really what matters, right? It's how you end.
Could have been a better name.
Some series
Did sadly not work as intended.
This is still going to be quite a challenge. A BO5, a test of energy, resilience.
You know, that's where for Astralis' squad that haven't had a hell of a lot of time together. You know, you question.
It's a nice more sign, then you get a better understanding of why.
Feels like they need shock and awe.
Donk's lucky that team flash hits him because Astralis throw one at the same time.
Oh! Oh!
Pistols just eviscerate in middle. Where did that come
Oh
from?
my lord!
Kills.
Stop!
And the stage early today.
Okay.
It is a very
The fucking 5-7 shot. Holy shit!
A confident
Another take pause? God damn it.
Back-to-back cat setups for Astralis. This is something I want to talk about. We saw Nip play Spirit on this map, and Nip managed a really, really strong CT side. They got 9 rounds.
Well, Brent,
They eventually went on to
came at
lose
the right
game.
time.
It was off the back of shutting
came or
Spirit out of
come
long
at
and
the same
short
time.
control. The
The
only
right time.
3 rounds Spirit won in that game were mid to Bs and B pops through the smoke. They ran into similar setups. Flash setups for NIP. Snappy holding down long. And they lost the crucial gun rounds that kept their money up in that game, leaving them only 3 T-side rounds. Astralis already putting a lot of stock in this short control. We know Spirit have some brutal executes in this part of the map. So if Astralis can maintain this position, they can stop Spirit from getting comfortable on their home map. We could have a game.
Yeah, anytime Spirit have played this, Donk has been a menace, coming for short.
You ever miss competing? Yeah. Playing on a stage, etc. like that, you know.
But he comes through lower. More
It's always fun, you know.
Rarely risking it out top mid.
Plan right now seeming to be to meet this guy head on, try and get him off to a rough start.
Yeah, actually, yeah, true. They got all these guns. That's kind of interesting.
They're going to go back to a classic mid to B. Get their smokes in, maybe the corridor smokes.
And literally everyone on Spirit that has pistols. There's no even a Mac 10 or anything.
Options open here for Spirit. Astralis are giving them some respect. It's down in the CT spawn, smoked off. And he has no way to break this. He risks going through.
It is a Tech 9 though, Stan.
Deleted. Stown found early. And this B site starts to feel a lot of pressure now. Stair will also get swung on.
Okay.
B site crumbles.
Damn.
Hooksy, they're saving Mac 10s into this next round.
You may as well go for it just to keep pressure on, to make money off the Mac 10s. There's nothing to save here. You've got money. Because that is an outstanding round from Zontix, and Magix keeps it up.
Wait. Are we gonna get back-to-back flawless rounds if not Device gets one? What the fuck? I mean, it's a common spot that he stood there. Like, both. Staven's position, CT, I don't like it because he also had AK, like, no. Oh, yep. Yeah, I have only 9 bullets though. But also, like, the position of B is also, like, super obvious as well. Or not super obvious, but... Or on pro play it feels super obvious, though, because everyone is standing in the corner, basically, so...
Now Zontix looking really warmed up. Astralis are going to cobble together that buy. That's thanks to that flawless second round. Stown and Device with the rifles. And this time, moving away from cat control, Astralis set their sights on long pressure. This is telegraphed, though. Spirit will be aware of this. Early smoke in door. Flashes primed. Spirit get a lot just from the sound cues over at long, and so don't be surprised to see them a bit more curious about short, in spite of Astralis's kind of tendency to stack it out early.
Yeah, they're very cautious on tunnels here. They're only just entering it now, checking lower first.
Fail molly though.
There's a missed Molotov on the short side, but it's not going to cost them anything. Mid to B, they get out easily. The Spirit won't be committing. It's backup cat. As I say that, it's a second volley of smokes. HE ready for this mid to be smoke. If Stan wants to drop it, they peek before it blooms. He's got an option at least.
There's a nade actually on Donk there.
Nades. Bomb loose in middle.
Oh.
This is getting weird.
Yeah, 40 seconds left. They have to go back
and the reload bug. Could I almost get the kill there? Donk with a top with that low, so.
Gun dropped in front of Hooksy, and it feels like saving might be your best bet, but if you take a look, Shiro already on the hunt. You've noted a kind of change in Shiro in these playoffs across this tournament. He's been right up there alongside Donk, and he's been far more active, far more aggressive. It's a punishing hunt out of Spirit.
Bug or whatever you want to call it, but it's more like, you know, when you're shooting and then you reload, and then it's like it doesn't shoot directly when it's supposed to shoot. I don't know if that's a thing, but it's been there for ages. It just feels like, you know, the gun doesn't like reload or basically like do what it's supposed to do. So, but I mean, it's been there for ages. It was there in CS:GO as well. So
keeps the pressure on. Astralis lose every.
But most of the times it doesn't really happen when you're one like happen once you don't want to happen, so I don't know.
It's going to make this game very hard for Astana.
They need to get the device up to an AWP, I feel like.
And even then, it's not going to be perfect. Stairs seems like he's safe for the AWP at least. Explosion in middle, subdued by Spirit.
And it feels like Astralis have some sort of that's quick shift negator bug. No idea. I don't know, to be honest. I just know it happens sometimes, but once again, like I said, you know, I don't know for sure.
For Astralis. And that's because they know the importance of this first rifle round. You don't want to feel like you've left anything to chance here. One more time to go over the game plan, whatever you had prepped, knowing that Dust 2 was going to make an appearance. This is where you go over it, because falling down here, you lose so much momentum to open up this final. That would be Spirit running away with Dust.
Yeah, they really need to start stronger here, because as said by the desk, 0 T rounds on Dust 2 last time they played, albeit it was the second half, but they were locked out of that game on the attack. So even though this is Spirit's pick, Astralis opted for the CT side, where they feel most comfortable.
Who is supporting today? I just won a good game, to be honest.
Smoke to put the threat on.
I don't know anyone specifically either of these teams.
Resources for Spirit, but Astralis won't tangle with it. Spirit
I should to some degree know device, but I don't, sadly.
Donk is unconcerned.
I met most of the people though, but still. No, I mean, when I'm saying what I know is more, you know, on like a friendship level, you know. I have talked to him actually quite a few times, but yeah, hanged out also off like competing and so on as well. But it happens so like few times, like that's why. They really wanna go for this B splits quite a lot though. Not enough to support him. Yeah, I mean, if I'm forced to support someone, then it would be him, you know, or like Astralis, then, you know. It's the same as like when Nico plays. Like I always go for Nico's team. It's like still talk to him and, you know, meet them enough, you know, and so on. So yeah, be safe. That's the bomb.
Dropped out in no man's land. Donk now into the fray. You've been waiting for him to have his round. Well, that double bails Spirit out of
damn, it kind of worked out though.
And Chopper even
where do you learn your smoke lineups? There's maps. Oh, there is maps where you can do this. Like,
and Astralis arrive at their
I know Astralis released a lot of their smokes lineups, like Insta Smoke, etc. like that. And then it's like refrag. I think you could tell them that you want to know extra one thing, and then you can. They'll help you out to find what you're looking for, basically. All of my stream. Are you coming in to advertise his stream on my stream?
Edging out, Shiro jiggle. He's only baiting for his team who are moving up fast. Device is on his last legs. And Spirit successful in that.
I mean, at least I figure out it's not Friber's stream, at least.
What could be a dominant.
Friber never does when he's supposed to do.
Great recovery for Donk. You can feel Astralis feel the pressure there, even though they have the bomb in middle. They want to initiate those fights.
Not true.
They don't want to let Spirit.
Yeah, but he only shows it on off stream as well, and then when he does play a game as well, he fucks it up.
Manages both kills.
And then he starts crying like a baby.
Just like that, the gun round's over.
Guys, I know this best tactic. Let's do like this. You guys go to free cave, but you fake it and go donut. I'll smoke window. I give a P250 to forest. And then I flash and then lurk mid.
Back to this heavy cat setup. This was how they upset early in this game with their 4-spy win, but only pistols and.
But I also forgot to say he doesn't say he lurks, by the way. He doesn't say he lurks, by the way.
At the front, and it's Shiro they're facing the AWP on this line. That Molly's going to push them forward. Pushes 2 players out. That's an awkward block, but Donk here to save the day. Double push denied for a
blame F strat.
Surely any hope of finding success in this round.
I mean, Friber did play with him as a teammate, so maybe
on the jump up.
Maybe that's the thing, you know.
They'll have to keep in mind and be aware of. And yeah, smoke deployed. Locks device.
Even if Donk only has 6 kills, it looks so clean.
To go and find him.
Right.
And I'm getting nervous because in these
6
two
months,
games, it's not uncommon to see Donk just become unleashed. And it starts to feel like a DM with him.
I mean, they also, the only round that Astralis won was that flawless force buy of the pistol loss.
2 rounds have featured multi-kills from Donk.
Just such a good map for Spirit, for Donk. 22.
I mean, I think Nukas can be way more competitive though.
Unbelievable track record. Even when times do get tough, Spirit close it out.
Like, in my opinion, I feel like Dust 2 for Spirit is like one of those safe picks they have, because they don't do anything crazy. They take it easy, slow, and then just like... Oh, he got... Was that a bait smoke unintended or no?
For the reaction as well. Zontix has been a menace in these tunnels, and he's got the full support of the rest of Spirit with him, while Donk keeps the pressure on in mid. Here he is freestyling, going up onto the catwalk.
I mean, Spirit knows this is a best of 5.
But Donk's never
they will never like...
Wasn't ready for the bait and switch. But it's nothing more than a consolation kill. The defense
he's out mid as well. Chopper's out mid.
In danger as he's
Max is long.
He's
cooked. He's so cooked.
Field right, Stown will be found out.
Literally no idea where to look, right? You're hearing steps from 2 different positions, and it's the third you don't know that takes you down. Spirit is suffocating on this T side, even after
Yabby
gets found on short. This whole team is stepping up to the plate at the moment. Yabby just trying to survive, and this has just been the game right now. It's been trying to keep your gun for Astralis. Shiro finds a collateral to do it. And they don't care about money. 7-1 up on this T side. It is Spirit's game.
Has there ever been a rifle that finds kills like Donk?
These timeouts are getting burned quickly for Astralis. Gonna leave them without them if they do want to try and launch this comeback, but the deficit between these squads...
I do feel like I played against Prime Neo, and I don't think like he was like that though. And I played against Prime Nick, I think. Don't feel like that. Like, I don't think so. I think the only one was like close to it. Like, maybe I could say, at least from my memory, from my standpoint, is maybe Freiburg when he was on fire with being an anti-frag like he was. I think about it, like, and he's so hard, like, not cold either. No. I did only play Spawn later on in his career, so never in the Prime, for example.
In a little over a week.
Nicholas the Fred, true.
Depth is their big issue. They
still wrecked him in drop room on Cobble with Max 7. It was fun. Like, I'm just thinking like someone is similar to what Donk does, you know, and I mean hardcore entry fragging and going, you know.
Great individuals.
I mean, now he goes a little bit more second, right? Before he went first, but...
Well, that's something Spirit have in spades. Astralis, the kills aren't coming to them. Funnily enough, I mean, in all these games on Dust 2 that Astralis have played here, Hooksy has got
Olaf maybe like that?
One. That includes the game they got banged out.
But it felt like Olaf, like, when he was in Prime, he had more moves. But he played it to perfection, every move he did, so... Like, his moves that he does, and the Fnatic played around that, basically.
Something has to give.
Maybe?
Something has to change. A Spirit only now through their first proper cat execute, and it's all a fake. Dropping back into the MP9. Stown again delivers a double. The bomb lost. Spirit making it tricky for themselves, but they have no problem picking it back up in these rounds. Back into middle for Zontix. Package secured. 3-2, only pistols.
Shroud was good, but...
15
yeah,
seconds.
It wasn't that
Stead could win it.
One kill in the right place, but it's an instant trade out of Chopper.
If he got a kill and dropped down instantly, he could potentially had a dish chance.
Yabby in this 1v2 Feels like he wants to give it a go.
I didn't play enough against Config though.
Right now, you've
Config is probably the closest one, I guess.
And Yabi falling short
I
in
guess.
the clutch. At this point, you're looking for anything if you're Astralis. That's actually one of
Joel.
the better positions you've been in, and that speaks to how desperate it is for this CT side.
You expect to see Shiro do that? Just
That's how time can you want for like
finish
10
the kill
minutes.
on the 2v1. Spirit playing like the favorites, and it's because they are. 8-1 in this game. Double orb again for Astralis. And even the tag. Spirit can't put a foot wrong.
A double op setup though.
I think the thing that's going to
maybe can work.
for Astralis here is like the vulnerability also being like the thing that makes Spirit so scary is how good
You see, they're
Shiro are and
they're
have
trying
been
to
in a lot of these
counter with the
wins,
smoke
right?
doors.
We've
They're not
seen
even
games
using
come
it.
close on that flawless run through the groups, or even once we got into the playoffs where it felt like these two were kind of hitting like a two-man army. They were having to do everything, but right now there just isn't a weak link in sight for Team Spirit.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Bad news. Donk plays with his food. And Astralis are lost.
Russia?
Oh, don't worry. Spirit will
What?
find them. They've not let these saves happen. Let me show you the way back to spawn. Magic's hunting with an orb. And you just know they're going to check these corners. Yabi fighting for his life as Spirit 5 alive in the post plant. They get that spot. They go together. Clean as can
What
be.
is Stan gonna do now?
And survival is anything but guaranteed. 11-4 for Donk, 9-1 for Team Spirit.
Fur, yeah, and rain maybe. Now when I think about it.
It doesn't get much better than this.
Fur, rain. Electronic?
Shiro has been so impressive in Astana. Donk and Zontix able to deal with the extremities for Astralis. They're just throwing anything at Spirit and hoping that something sticks.
Can you blame them?
They're out of their depth here. They haven't had the reads. There's frustration around the map. And you just feel like whatever play you try, whatever you try and do here, you're running into a brick wall.
Yeah, they've played setups, they've played trades, they've played
We believe in a
together,
comeback, right,
they've had
guys?
advantages, they've had a couple of multi-kills. None of this has mattered. Spirit have managed to trade their way out every single time. So Astralis get aggressive, they throw themselves at Spirit, and we get exactly the same result. Yabi gone as well, 10-1. This game is almost done.
And you know, if you miss the Astralis run to get here on this kind of like wild Cinderella story, it's not like...
It's quite a one-sided game
Astralis have been
right
kind
now.
of floundering, getting through on dumb luck. You've had big performances from the guys who go quiet in stages. Stare had a monumental
That Cadia, they
event.
would have a chance right now. Astralis wouldn't even be in the grand final if that was Cadia. And that was just because their whole team was dysfunctional, so it was not him specifically.
None of that is mattering right now. This looks like a championship tier squad going up against nobodies. This is an Astralis that we're hitting hard, and they are getting systematically destroyed on Dust 2.
Shiro v Device is not even a contest right now. He's
I
held
mean,
angles,
also-
he's lost, he's peaked angles, he's lost. That
I mean,
head-to-head
no
range
one is playing well in
all
Astralis
favor
right now.
Of the Spirit Sniper.
No one.
Down, the one guy who won Astralis their single round. Shows his hand in middle, backs up to try and make the right read, and of course, with the way this game is going, it's the wrong read. Bomb heading B. Yabi holds it on. 3-on-3. I mean, look at Spirit on the map. They're holding long. They're in
But they're
suicide
not backing
They're
down,
barely
which is, I
moving.
guess, a good thing to some degree, but it's also
They know
backfiring
Astralis
a
are
lot for
feeling
them.
the
But
burden.
I think it's just because of how they have
And
set up
aggressive they get
their gameplay,
into
basically,
Donk's
for
orb
it.
this time. Gonna miss that timing.
Oh my God.
He has 2 lives.
You don't want to miss against Donk. Might be best known for his work on the rifle, but certainly not shabby on that AWP. They will get past
MJ.
him.
That was a while ago. I heard that name.
Overran. So for
MJ.
Astralis, an attempt here at a second round.
No one wants to plant.
Chopper's gone back to hold on to the tunnels. Is this a move Stown is ready for? Doesn't look like it. And so Chopper collects the freebie. Even here, Astralis held an advantage for a moment, only for Spirit to rip it away, and that's how this whole map has felt. Spirit trying to deal them a crushing defeat on the half and teeing themselves up to go a map deep into this grand final.
They're going to make this BO5 look like a BO3 if they keep it up. Team Spirit 11-1 on the half and not a weak link in sight. Great repositions from Chopper there. After both being spotted in B, he goes back to play deep in the tunnels. And after being spotted in the tunnels, he goes back to the big box to play trade. Can't get a handle on him. 11-1 on the half. This is Spirit's best map. But even then, I didn't expect this. Complete capitulation from Astralis. And I don't even know what you could suggest.
No, they feel like they've tried everything, right? Even to the point where it feels like in some of these rounds, they just kind of went hands off the wheel. They freestyled a little bit, screw it, you know, take some fights. The game's going horribly. There was no route to saving this half for Astralis.
And again, I even think there were so many rounds where they were up a man, maybe up 2 men, rounds that you could argue they should be winning. And then in the blink of an eye, 3 kills come through for Spirit, and the round is restored.
If MJ ever had a talent pool.
Pistol, and it is but a mere consolation here for the Danes. There's no consoling Astralis after a map like this.
They managed to make it across. This is all a fake over towards A, and Spirit have fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. They've pulled everyone over, so Astralis gonna have a plant here and a 5v4.
Yeah, we should run away.
Look, at this point, you'll take whatever you can get.
Just trying to shut down the Spirit confidence more than anything. Have Spirit even realized they're all still fighting here? One player goes back to middle.
Actually, maybe it was good that he stayed then.
It's already too late. Astralis will be getting this pistol round, is something we can say at least.
$40K a month for only playing 4 maps a year.
Magic's even tried waging some mental warfare heading into this second half. He hit them with the have fun at 11-1.
That's just rude.
Combat would be crazy, but unlikely, I guess. I think they should just go in with a mindset of like take as many rounds as possible and like
I think Magic's was just
get themselves ready for next map, basically.
Right, been in the sidecar, right? He had that one high impact round in the pistol, helping turn round 2v4. But other than that, it's been the rest of Spirit that have helped shape up this scoreline. Force buy up for the Spirit squad. They found success in this round once already. Awkward spray for Yabi.
Nice.
Will regain control out through the long doors.
Yeah, at least Astralis playing fast, playing with some faith. You can't play scared in a game like this.
I mean, it feels like the goal right now is just
no,
we
like don't know officially about it though.
Individuals,
but I saw Sean Garrett's and some people writing about it.
Up until now, you've been, you know, just on the breeze of team spirit, pushed around all throughout the game.
Negative.
And even here, it's a big slowdown, right? No round feels winnable. You just don't want to give this over.
They're going to get some more control before they commit out long, waiting for perhaps a flash. Now he's got to be careful here. Covered for the moment by his partner in crime. Astralis make it up catwalk, Loud at the long side. Chopper, this will be an easy kill, but can he follow up? Can he remove a rifle and get armed in what is a 3-on-5? Spirit move in for the kill. They get the blow. Donk stopping down and looking for that AK-47 as well. Astralis take the site, and I say at this scoreline,
That could be a good save, to be honest. Don't buy a half armor next, you know.
Donk gonna hang around down in the pit. He's got Zontix here with him. Right now, Spirit send out that scout.
Oh, wait.
One peek from Device costs Astralis
Yeah,
their
an
advantage.
AMG though.
Spirit would have been down to save, but that's the red carpet
No,
rolled out.
no, it's save. He has no armor. There's
losing time to go for this 1v2.
Some point.
He wants that AK in the next round. These hero gun rounds for Donk were a defining part of their game versus Furia in the semi-final. Spirit.
I mean, they had a lot of teams for a while as well, but I know they shut them down, most of them, right?
That AK for the next, right?
I think that Rainbow 16 for a while, if I'm not mistaken, they had Rocket League team.
Real rifle
I
round.
don't know.
The sooner this game might just reach its conclusion. I don't even think a well-planned T-side Hooksy game plan is going to be enough at this score. Fast out long for Astralis, playing loose. Donk on catwalk.
Almost got away with it.
Smoke ready, akin to the pistol. A fake here for Astralis before they group for this B hit. It's only Zontix in the car. P250 armor. And Yabi about to spring the trap on this A site. Try and keep Spirit here. Oof.
Wow.
That's a kill from Donk.
Tears his head off, and now Spirit know where this one's ending. Zontix gonna get the spot, and there's a lot of damage done onto Astralis here. This is a full eco around that one hero gun for Donk. You know he likes holding on to his AKs.
EG
this is
and what money?
damage every step of the way. It's not like this is come
EG
from
by
spams.
Astralis would be hilarious.
Spirit decide not to give it a go. Showing some mercy on this CT half and prioritizing the AK for Donk going forward.
Yeah, I still want to see them trap Astralis somewhat. If they know this damage, then don't let them save, because you can't save the car on this health. So definitely take some fights. Keep the pressure on the economy. Astralis don't have a lot of money. Exiting through middle. And fairly respectful for Spirit, but how long will that remain? Oh, big kill for Hooksy.
That's both for the low players as well.
Oh. Don't know why Magix wouldn't go for it. Saving a Mac 10, but 11-4 nonetheless.
All right, 3 rounds in a row for Astralis, Chad.
Back-to-back long control for Astralis.
Look, Spirit have been kind of toying
He
with
convinced Mr.
Astralis
Beast to
early,
buy an org slot.
their own game
I
plan
mean,
for
he
this
said
rifle
he
round. Right now,
publicly
they wanna
opened he
continue
would
this
buy
kind of
a League of
crushing
Legends
defeat they're trying to deal them.
because he likes that game.
And so this is
But
the true test for Astralis. You got the pistol, you got your freebies. There was some mercy shown by Spirit to help get you there. But this is the one where we see if Astralis are able to get a bit more activated here on Dust 2. It's another one of these slow defaults, right? Holding onto the tunnels. A lookout long, but they didn't like what they saw.
And a very relaxed Spirit who have waited a couple of rounds to get the guns out, who are going to risk it with an early move. They want to get out of here before it gets dark. And this round could certainly set that up. Shiro on an offline goes back to Pete Cat. Hooksy's nades will announce this. But first Astralis do the mid to B smokes. Shiro reclears long. There's no lurker to worry about in this round. Yabi's out inside of the mid-smoke. Getting very cheeky. Astralis blocked at 37 seconds. That's a real problem. They might just have to go through.
And that's like a heavy call.
You think Hope Incendiary will be buffed again in the near future? I think it was a bad chance now with people rising.
Magic's first line of defense for Team Spirit.
Oh, will he check here though?
Astralis' brief glimmer of something on this T side. Magic's is about to tear it
Staven check, but he also backfires. 12-4 shot.
The guns come out and straight away Spirit get back to their winning ways.
Yeah, Magic's the safe pair of hands in this team. You rarely see him going for risque moves. Risking his gun, risking his life. Plays a very hard position to clear with 13 seconds down. Even checks it, but they line up and they knock down. Team Spirit do what they were waiting for.
Oh, I didn't even do anything. Maybe he wrote a dot like looks like a link to hidden.
Slaying in more ways than one.
The bot is very aggressive in that way.
Cements map point for the Spirit squad. And I mean, you can just see on the faces of Astralis, while Spirit, there's a quiet confidence, a quiet happiness. Astralis well aware just how one-sided this beating has been. Hooksy said before this game, he didn't think the scoreline showed just how close it was last time these teams faced off on Dust. He was hoping for a different story today. It's ended up being far more dominant. In Spirit's favor, they have leveled up in this final.
Yeah, how about this scoreline? I think this does tell the full story.
I need to give you 10 reasons it's not Fabian. 10. My only answer would be it's Fabian.
Those 5v4s doesn't mean anything.
Breakfast with our family. Ooh, sounds cool.
Astralis, a final ditch attempt on this B-bomb site. Hooksy keeps interest in middle. And Astralis walk behind this lurk smoke. Who else but Donk in the B-bomb site ready to end this map?
Right place, right position. He's lost his teammate, so Donk will be a requirement here, but he's getting overrun.
All right, we're getting at least one more round.
Sticks the landing for Astralis. And it would have been
R6
for Donk to end this right there and then, but it is a well put together B offensive from the Danes.
Yeah, nice pathing.
I wonder how Hooksy got the kill there. Look, I was looking at the radar the whole time. It looked like it was a 90 degrees flick.
So Astralis, they've got
hopefully we get it on replay.
Up their sleeve, no doubt about it.
Oh, device 414 by the way. He's been having a rougher.
There is something to feel good about there for Astralis. Like within isolation in that one round, you went into the B stack. Your util was good. Donk was even there as the third man. And you were still able to break through. Unfortunately, you don't really get to take rounds in isolation if you're Astralis now.
Now you need them all. Decent spirits on Astralis, though. Some smiles from Hooksy. Maybe some acceptance of the situation. Astralis have been running on vibes all tournament. That and T-sides with their new tactician.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Astralis have really enjoyed what Hooksy's brought to the table. They've all been talking about it in interviews. They're liking the energy, the solutions he's brought. The detail of his calls, how specific they are. Everyone feels like they know what they're doing. But starting off a grand final like this is a true test of that bond.
Can you imagine to Astralis to get the OT? I did that. No.
You know, you might see sides to people you didn't expect when you're getting blown out like this in the,
Canadian.
final.
Go.
Well, let's see. Can they keep the ball rolling? Donk,
and 3,
he wants this map
2.
over and done with. As far as he's concerned, it should already be the case. So he makes a play out in a top mid, but he's traded after the first. Shiro Tried to go for
Oh, has Dima released the video now? How about that one?
So he pulls back. Holds the drop down on the AWP. Still ready for a cap play. Magic's getting pressured over at long, but he responds with util of his own, and his is far more punishing. That sends Astralis away. Looking for solutions elsewhere. This one building up into a mid to B hit. With Stare back in the tunnels, control over middle. They set their sights once more on this B play.
Sontics turns back. Do they get concerned with the tunnels, or do they fight Astralis?
Oh yeah, my game crashed. I forgot about that, so we had to do on train though.
35 seconds. Astralis, if they do want to change their mind, there's still time for it.
Yeah, Shiro AWP on A or B stack. What's better? I don't even know. They're going to try anyway. Shut down to the first step, and now there's no trade. Now it's just petering out for Astralis. Chopper holds on. 2v2, back into the AWP they go.
Playing through the smoke, they need this kill straight away.
Ooh.
And Shiro doesn't miss.
There it is. There it is, Shatterinho. There it is.
For Astralis costs them everything. And in trying to dodge the stack, they play into the hot hands of a Shiro that has been booming with confidence here in Astana. That is utter
Warm-up map.
domination
True.
from Team Spirit to open up this grand final.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
What was that Aurora set? What was that Aurora set if this was the Grand? What do you mean? Yeah, they played third final.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You play for third? Yeah. Can't go wrong with a Herman Miller. That's S-tier stuff.
Not the start Astralis would have wanted to get off to in a grand final. Spirit take the first map. I guess, guys, on the desk, it was Dust 2, though. So, I mean, Spirit win that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason they go for this map, right? It's way more free-flowing. We did get to see a pretty solid T-side, something we didn't see against NIP right there. But man, just from the get-go, you kind of think they win the pistol to get eco, this is going to be a messy affair.
Bada busted.
In the mid-area of the map, again, a place where so many teams struggle against Spirit on. And once again, it was a case here for Astralis.
The mid to Bs were just destructive for the side of Spirit. Astralis had no real way to contain that. The Spirit players weren't even always trading off each other necessarily well. The mechanical difference between both of these rosters was more than apparent as these individual duels from people like Donk, even just Shiro down mid, all of that was going the way of Spirit.
Yeah, some of the setups weren't the best. I think Spirit played with a little bit more pace than usual. You know, they would try to go out mid and go into these mid to B splits before sometimes even taking Cat, which is a little bit uncharacteristic. But also we've seen Spirit be very willing to sort of have a game plan, like against Furia, where they were focusing a lot on the A bomb site on Nuke, and here they're focusing on B on Dust 2, and they're just willing to go back to it time and time again. You know, Astralis is thinking, well, surely they'll switch it up, they'll try to get out long, maybe they'll have a spawn for a long rush, but no, Spirit was just doing, you know, more of harassing mid and applying pressure there, and just had easy rounds continuously.
And look, you can see just the kill distribution pretty solid as well for Team Spirit. It wasn't just Donk doing it all. I've got to come back to you, Janko, because you talk about Shiro a lot. You've said in the past you didn't think he actually, you know, was that top 5 player, was that, you know,
Bar is awesome. That's pretty good, right?
You have acknowledged that he has been making changes to his game. So I want to just talk a little bit about that with you.
Yeah, he has definitely tried to be a little bit more aggressive and searching for openings a bit more. He didn't have to do it in this game. Yep. His riflers were doing all the work. Towards the end of the half, he got a couple of openings himself, a couple of kills on device when he was starting to get a little bit desperate. Just with Shiro, it's the consistency in fragging, right? Like you can see almost every round there's a kill. Some of them are, you know, just as the players are trying to save, denying them that save, which is also important in the grand scheme of things, right? Like that's the difference between Astralis being able to buy again and try to put something together, or having to eco, which is another free round for Spirit.
Where do you place him now?
I think I have to see him do it against better opposition before I'm ready to put him in that top 5 conversation. I think guys like Monesi, guys like Zaiwo obviously clear him by a large margin, but even when it comes to, you know, players like Torji and so on, when they're on point, I think they can be more.
Do you have Torji ahead of Shiro?
I think when he's on his own game, he finds more impact. I think Shiro is the best at clutching, probably. You know, he's up there with Zaiwo, for example, in terms of clutching. What he does on an extremely high level, but he is not as versatile as some of these other guys. And in my eyes, you have to be, as I said, just for the sake of putting it on tape so that your opponents have to account for it, you know? Like, you can't be completely harmless at some points in the round, and I think he's been starting to do that, and I think it will mean a lot for Team Spirit moving forward.
I've got Shiro in my top 5.
Yeah,
I got Shiro in my top 5 for sure. The consistency is just ridiculous. I mean, when he's presented an opportunity, even on the edge of a smoke like we saw kind of in the last round, and when he was picking Device down mid, he's just clearing the difference between him and somebody like Device, who has been a pretty stable piece of this Astralis lineup. It's night and day.
Do you want to take a look at how everything went wrong for Astralis, guys?
I think there's a sequence of rounds we were touching upon.
Horrifying.
Right? Yeah, it was kind of horrifying for them. Sequence of rounds, probably the
they look fancy-pantsy on the desk, man.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it. It's all these crucial rounds. This kill from Zontix was huge. And it's also sometimes the setup. Like, you know, they have a really bad buy. You're playing close tunnels against a lot of Tech 9s. Here, Donk was even on low HP. Just, you know, the mechanics and the ability to find frags. Here they're trying to play together mid, but again, Donk gets the trades, gets a double kill, the site is open, and it was just happening time and time again where Astralis didn't have an answer for it.
I just feel like if you look at
Aurora and Fury has to leave ASAP.
Just look at that game. He's just getting all these openings time and time again, and most of the times without any real help from his team as well. I think round 8, I believe round 8 or 9, I think it's a good example to showcase how fast Spirit were actually playing here. It is going to be a buy coming in from Astralis round 8 actually. It's going to be Donk swinging out, catching a player off guard there, and then Zontix immediately rushes into
shit, I'm like watching
and what's the reaction from Spirit to this? Fast push.
The Dima video with the tiny models.
And Device
Holy shit, I'm like, it feels like I'm so blind.
Device all by his lonesome. They cut off the rotation. It's just fast on the fly call from Chopper and everyone on the same page. And I feel this run kind of illustrates what that T side was from Spirit.
I love the opening kill in this one the most because Spirit were trying to throw the top of the mid doors smoke. It actually missed.
11:30 for me to start. That's perfect. Yeah, you're very lucky.
Right through it to find the incision. I think that's when you're up 6-1 though. You afford yourself those kinds of liberties. You just see a missed piece of utility and you're like, we're killing these guys. So the unbridled confidence from Spirit was impossible for Astralis to contain by the end of that half.
You saw a couple of rounds later on as well where Astralis lose a player towards the long and the two players from CT start rotating and just running, not worried about the fact there might be someone in short, and Dong just...
I see it in my video. Nah, I'm just doing it on the second monitor. Like just
I feel like Astralis at the end,
scrolling through basically.
Solutions, Rich, but none could be found.
It's probably the worst I've seen.
I'm not watching it because it's 25 minutes long.
At the start of the tournament when they got 13.
If you YouTube...
and it's weird because even in more stressful situations,
inbox,
smiles on the face,
not Warlocks. What up, Brad? Happy weekend,
it's
happy weekend.
As if they're, they're beginning to believe, and it's creating this bizarre pressure.
I mean, if you look back the last Dust 2 they played, I think it was Hooksy dropping the 30 bomb or something like that to get the win over VP. So it wasn't really a map they were super comfortable on in any case.
I don't think the map matters, as I said. I think what happens in this game, what happens when you come to this sort of a situation when you're Astralis is you're going up against Spirits, who's the best team in the tournament, one of the best teams in the world. You already played them. They owned you. Yeah, you saw that the game could have been closer, but they would have probably still won in the end. So now when things start going south, it's starting to creep in the back of your head. Yeah, like we cannot beat these guys at this time, right? And sure, you're doing your best. You're trying.
Oh yeah, chapter in the usual suspects. Since I am... I'm not streaming tomorrow because I'm going to the doctor's as the earliest, latest time that I go streaming. And I will feel like pretty much like shit tomorrow. I will try to be feeling much better on Tuesday. And Tuesday, Wednesday I'll stream, and Wednesday I will... Tuesday, Wednesday I will stream. Thursday, debatable, I don't think so. I'm going then away for the monster event that I'm attending in Lithuania. And then I think Friday, Saturday, Sunday is like weird time streaming, so you guys know. So this week that's coming is gonna be scuffed. And then the week after, Heku arrives on... So not the week, next week, the week after, so... Heku arrives on
Spirit first picks if they're playing against an opponent that's out of the top 5 in the world. So for them to get this is a gift.
I will stream normally when she's here.
This is a Spirit
maybe the long hour streams.
Some of the best teams in the world.
We'll see. But I will be streaming on my birthday on Thursday.
To try to unseat Donk from outside.
And then Saturday, Sunday, I will really take it off when she's here.
On what he thinks is a weak point on this map, because I don't think he's going to get the better of Donk today with a very...
I don't remember how long she's here, though.
Actually put people like Magix in the...
I don't think she's going to stream, though.
Down Zontix towards ramp.
I mean, I don't have a setup for her.
Well, I don't know if you noticed it on the stage, but like Spirit went out to get fresh air or whatever they were doing in their designated 15-minute break. Astralis stayed...
They're just learning smokes again like they were yesterday.
They're learning smokes again.
He might be trying to pull out some last-minute adjustments or something. I mean,
if he's going to
really try to maximize time.
If he's going to call a mulligan right now and say, we're going to throw out the strap book, we need some more stuff, then the preparation yesterday was already insufficient
what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I think for them it's just going to be an uphill battle. The problem is also all the Spirit players have played well on map 1. They've all had their moments. They're locked in, so there's no one that this guy is struggling. Let's try to maybe target him a little bit more.
2 hours left before I'm drinking the worst shit you can drink in your life.
What we saw on Dust 2, and you saw how once they won the second round, you're thinking, okay, they can get...
Heku modded me yesterday, by the way, so I think you gotta cancel that trip for her.
4-1, 5-1 up, and then becomes a little bit of a different game. They cannot come back.
If she has 100% mod you, then I gotta ban you here.
I agree. I feel like it's Astralis CD side, what we've seen from them on Nuke has been stellar thus far, right? Again, we have to have the caveat with the opposition they've had. Star towards outside, for example, he's been looking great. Just the way the parts move, reminiscent for me again of the old Cadian, heroic lineup, and I still can't believe how Hooksy's been able to pull it off in such a short time frame. That being said, you need a bit of a buffer in a T side. You need, I think I'd be only comfortable if they're able to get at the minimum 5 T rounds, which is looking unlikely, Maui, I won't lie.
I mean, the real question, Maui, is, you know, is there even a map Astralis should be able to beat Spirit on?
The only
considered.
The only map is something that Blair alluded to already, is that the one map Spirit has dropped in this entire tournament was Train versus Furia. I would have said, if I'm Astralis, let's just look at the blueprint of what Fallen cooked up for that one and try to emulate that and not let it go so late in the series. So, no, I don't think that there's any chance Astralis get anything done on this map. If they get 7 rounds on this, I'm excited for Astralis' future.
What Fallen cooked up was Yakindar and Yuri finding entries and K Serato clutching. So the Astralis guys need to step up, right? Like, put up a fight, see what you can do. It's an uphill struggle no matter what, but, you know, you're going to try and compete until the end.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, I'm still surprised they didn't go for Train, considering they look so good on the CT side yesterday.
They can't go for Train. They were learning smokes before the match started.
They're not learning smokes on Nuke right now as well.
And the only Train that Spirit lost with this lineup was the game yesterday. Like, that's why I said there's no good map here.
Also,
Astralis. Probably
Donk had a freakishly poor game as well in that one.
Yeah, probably Ancient would have been another one, right? But they're clearly unhappy with it because they hadn't picked it. They're going into Nuke. So, yeah, there was no easy choice for Astralis. It's just a lot of bad choices, and we'll see if they can somehow steal at least one map in this final.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out if they can do that, Yanko, and now that means we go over to our commentators, Harry and Hugo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's Nuke as our second map here. It's the Astralis pick. They've had some good wins on it throughout the group. Most impressively taking one over Na'Vi. But with how this series has started, with the form that Spirit have showed up in, and the level of dominance on Dust 2 to open, it will be a tall task for Astralis to rise up and come back.
Yeah, it's posed a very deadly question of whether Astralis actually can do anything in this series, or if it is just Spirit's day.
All right.
If Spirit are the team.
All right. Astralis T-side Nuke. This is gonna be quite interesting if they can cook up something or not.
Getting to play their game, make their own moves. But Spirit are a menace on this map still. And in final form right now. Great
that ain't okay. That ain't okay.
Astralis go for the hell control.
They're double set up here as well. Like, you won't be ready for Donk in this position, and not being ready for Donk is a scary thing indeed, but that's a keen turnaround from Device. Spirit did have a double lower setup. They're starting to dismantle.
Didn't know he's low here, though?
Just running all the way up through Secret, here to try and help out, keep them pinned in down at the lockers. Device searching, but it's stair creeping up, closing the gap on Shiro. Astralis are finding their way
something is
back
low
into
now,
this
though.
pistol. Chopper's missed the timing on a player.
Panel discussion.
Towards the door. Magic's trapped down in the vent. That bomb still is to cross out in the yard if they do want to try and go A, but right now this is worth a hell of a lot. Yabi gets the warning. Magic's dead.
He dropped down.
Chopper
Did you notice
in the back
that?
of the site, and he's starting to get overran. They're in the heavens. They're ready to play out through the door. This is very claustrophobic for Spirit's.
I have a memory of that Chopper gets through here.
Go A just from Jabby's position. Chopper just trying to fight for the site, falls immediately.
So then it's light.
And that will be Astralis.
Much love buddy for the
round in this second
gifted
map.
one.
Despite a seemingly strong start from Spirit, Astralis flip it on its head.
I don't think I know anyone specifically was like that in 1.6, if I'm gonna be honest.
Nothing to do for Zontix but
like
die.
straightforward at least. I don't know.
I look for Astralis, that's huge. There's a lot to be happy about in
All
this
right,
pistol
all right,
round.
all right, all right.
Like you said, you weren't just at a man deficit, you weren't just at a 3v5.
Very needed pistol for Astralis though.
Twice over from Team
Base.
Spirit and still managed to get out with it. You also played slower, right? Being on the T side, you get to set the pace of the round. And so it was more composed, far cleaner.
No, I don't think so. It was nothing forcing good.
Lets them get off to a good start.
Oh, love this
Uxie is
energy.
trying to hype everyone up.
I mean, when I was in the beginning of my career in 1.6, very fucking risky.
Yeah, you got to stick
I was in the
landing,
face of
don't
the
be
enemy. It
forced
was
by
really
these
nice.
arse.
It was
It's been the most
fun.
difficult rounds to win in Counter-Strike, and that's only more true as of late. Spirit, look at the stag.
But I
4
could still never
outside,
compare
Magic's
myself to that
alone
one.
on A. As everyone looks to fight together after the fade of these smokes. Astralis aren't looking to cross with them either. They're being very cautious. This could lead them right into the trap. Lots of Molotovs to push Spirit out, but they're still all here. They have the numbers. Donk goes 1 for 1. Damage done. Zontic's firing from afar. And these 5-7s haven't even sprung the trap yet. Astralis, are they ready?
This timing, Chopper gets in close.
Almost died though.
Zontic's done a good job of kind of selling that it was him and Donk out in the yard, never aware of the 2 other players back in garage.
What is Yabi gonna cook here though?
Find their way down through secret. Leaving Yabi to the extremities back in lobby.
1 kill from Zontix in this position primes the round for Spirit.
And he will have 1v1s to find. Astralis splitting up this 2-man push down into lower, windows broken.
They're giving the guy back up here.
Single door. Zontix gets away with a lot of damage. Tees up Chopper once more. That bomb's going to try and fly up. They meet on the ladder.
Awkward.
Magic's falls. Astralis once again from the back foot.
Damn, that was so awkward.
Chopper is wounded. Shiro is far away.
He's invisible, get right.
And Spirit like these saves.
They can't get Galil, right?
So much time having elapsed, they're not going for this. And so Astralis will find their way back into this round. An awkward engagement on the ladder.
Oh, Yabi just looked away.
And it teased them up to come back through, find this conversion, get off to a good start on Nuke.
Yeah, pretty successful for Spirit as far as the loss goes, but at least Astralis
I mean, getting an AK for free as well.
of their momentum in this T side.
2-0 though. 2-0, but still, very close round though.
I mean, this was the feat you couldn't accomplish back on Dust. This is what got them off to such a horrible start, right? They win with their force in the second round, but then there's an instant reply out of Team Spirit, and I think if it happened again, you would have been taken straight back there. There is still something in this round for the Spirit squad, though, and it's a big thing, right? Donk given that AK. Fast ramp hit, but 2 players here. Don't underestimate this
name. La 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 la.
Moves
in here already.
Out over at ramp and he stays mobile.
I mean, it's good that they get 2 trade though, but still.
Yeah, let Donk roam in this kind of round. Spirit just make sure they can't lose to position by taking that A bomb site, getting into nice spots. And Astralis stall it out. They have 2 smokes. And they're really bleeding this round dry to see if Spirit bring anything to it. Donk feels like he's cleared outside. So he drops down secret. But Astralis only now just re-entering the lobby. Stown coming in. Could get caught as Yabi's missed his timing on the door. But good peek together. They find Magic's. Chopper might get locked out of this A site as Astralis regroup back on the ramp where this all began. Donk's been B this entire time. So safe to say, in a position to win the round. But Astralis don't want to end lower. Ladder for Device and Bomb in the lobby.
Getting Device up in a heaven is a very, very potent position for Astralis. He'll have that bomb to play around when it's eventually planted. Still don't know about Chopper, who's been waiting in main this entire time. Donk is also ready to fly up the vent. No one facing him early, so Donk will get a bit of room. CT player deleted. Donk starting to move in, and Device will quell him. That's the advantage of getting Device in.
Device was like, nah, you're not gonna get that chance, man.
Scary repeat for Device, though, making the call to push through the Molotov and take the fight. But judged by its result, Astralis 3-0 up, converting despite some very claustrophobic anti-ecos. Spirit now have everything to play with and everything to play for. AWP, 4 buy. Astralis on the chopping block. Do they want to keep playing with this pace? Looking like an A-rush.
Oh yeah, this is one hell of a pace change. Look at how unprepared Spirit were for this.
Yeah, they were not ready for that. Damn, okay.
That's Hooksy getting a call from the front here.
And don't get low there. Nice rush.
To try and stabilize for Astralis, they hit Spirit with an
What up,
uppercut,
Watson?
fast A hit. Donk even
But for me personally, you were the hardest one players to lurker of all archers. Wow! Appreciate, Yak. How you doing, buddy? I know you come in time to time. I hope everything is well in life.
So just going for a fast upper play.
I mean, the difference is also just like
those are the two big pieces for
Neo and Forest, Spawn, and all of those people. Like they were kind of in your face, hard shooters, you know, right?
Looking nowhere. Oh, can they get this gun? Oh, almost the lineup for Donk, but Astralis denied the AK save.
The device actually did kind of bait. I don't know. Felt like kind of weird in that way, you know?
Have come to play in this grand final. It just took a whole map.
Felt kind of weird, no? Max is #1.
Even as they were getting swamped on dust.
Cult story, bro.
There were still kind of muted smiles for Astralis, and now you're seeing why. Coming in a nuke with a good game plan, variety of paces. The thing that's been real nice about these slower rounds.
Also, not in your shot. I didn't win that skin, by the way.
You were at the full mercy of Spirit throughout.
Apex knife.
You never kind of got to feel like you had any read on the game. They were getting shot in the back, while here in these slow rounds, and one of the things they've been crediting Hooksy for and Astralis is how the plays are very well drilled. Everyone knows exactly what they're doing, what their responsibilities are, where they're supposed to cover, and that's something that's afforded to you in these slow, mid-round type calls that Hooksy's been giving. Here's a lobby crunch.
That's a fast lobby crunch, man.
When Spirit are the ones bringing the pace.
What an escape. Astralis just bail from that position, jumping around the corner. They hear it coming. And they don't want to take it head.
Why you still keep doing it though, Dancy? I have no idea why you still keep doing it.
With just one rifle. Astralis go outside, let this AWP work. No smoke, but Device looks for Donk and almost takes him out. Donk's going to reflash his team, but Spirit are not in a hurry to get these fights on. They hear Astralis in the garage. They know the intent. Shiro goes searching. Again, still unknown about the element of surprise. Very powerful here for Shiro. He's dodged everything. Catches step, blindsided. Maybe boxed in, but he knows it. He heard downscale forward.
Oh no, 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 no.
The way that Shiro is able to kind of
Donk has got a kill though
with
his fucking hero gun.
For Astralis, right? They were bogged down trying to deal with Shiro in the back line. That leaves them with 15 seconds to actually make a play.
They have to go lower. That's around. That's around. That's around.
They'll line up for him. And that's what you've been trying to avoid if you're Astralis. But the clock left you no choice.
He's just so mobile.
He's been having a rough day so far.
That's his first kill to make it a 4v3. Then insta drops ramp, and he's ready to stop the B plant. Astralis gets stalled out. It's all off the back of the lobby push that makes Astralis.
I mean, it still looks okay for Astralis with Ford so far, but like
40 seconds when the first.
Except that rush, it didn't look that clean though. Did David do a Marcus?
Frustration. But those rounds are bound to happen in a match like this.
Yeah, it feels a little frustrating because it's the first time that that pace that you've set has been used against you. And you don't want that to kind of start creeping up now for what was looking like their biggest strength to already become a weakness for Astralis.
I'm blind.
Double wall out in the yard. No chance to blow these smokes open. Just firing blind. There's not a lot of damage done. Zontix, though, dropped down right at the start of this round, and he's ready to contain. Stops the spill through Secret. Now just jiggling.
I don't know. A little bit, I guess.
Stalls out the lower play.
Got to watch out for these Yabby lurks, right? That's something Spirit are looking cognizant of right now. As Astralis takes Secret, you can still expect a guy in the lobby. What a nade. High damage, and Zontix knows it.
Missed the timing when he jumped
Astralis speed up, they've been spotted.
You've been hearing that little bit of crowd swell. If you're Zontix, you know that was a high damage HE.
I mean, they're not really pushing so hard, though, where it's like...
Shiro here to help him, and this is
if they're anyway gonna push like they're doing, right?
Shiro lights them up. There's the support from Zontix. And this lower hold, infallible. Astralis bogged down in lower, trapped in these crossfires. Yabby left to the extremities.
Feel like we're going to see a lot of this for Yabby, where he's holding rotation.
It feels like they've been having decent ideas, but not really.
They found every kill on that lower site. All dropped in from ramp or Secret earlier. And so nothing to do but wait it out for Yabby. Might have to see some more active lurking on this T side. Rock strong defense in that B side for Spirit. Zontix having a solid series so far as well. Hasn't let anything really get by him.
I think Yabby is in an unenviable position trying to be the guy lurking in lobby in these rounds. Right, because any corner
they're full by actually.
The Shiro AWP, Donk's been super mobile. You never know where he's going to appear. Zontix has been fantastic in this final on both maps at shoring up the extremities. And so, you know, where do you even look to make your play if you're Yabby, especially as your teammates aren't really gaining ground, getting a lot of info from their pushes. He feels like he's flying blind.
Just an A pop here. A couple of smokes, one for the molly, one for heaven.
It's a pop fake ramp.
About to explode. That actually lands in front of the hut. Are they just going for the plant? Is that a goal in this round? Bomb is here. The rest are ramp. This is a crazy call for Astralis. Faking the plant, getting the bomb out of there, and going ramp bound. Everyone rotates. Zontix unwavering.
That's some out of the box thinking from Hooksy. And it might have given them a chance here. Chopper dead on the move in and lower.
Where is Device, though?
How cute does he find it? He's dead immediately.
Okay.
Stair picks him up, and once more, Astralis going to enter a bit of a freestyle here in the 2v2. A cool idea to get them to this point in the round. Something Spirit haven't seen before. But will a little gimmick be enough for Astralis? Shiro dead down at lower. The Danes seem to think so. Magix moves in. It was his clutch right at the start of this series that put Spirit off to their winning ways. Left in a face-off versus Stair, and he's boxed in.
Damn, they got away with it.
A sick call from Hooksy. He smiles all round. He can't believe that that's just worked.
That was such a giga shot move. Smoke. Holy shit, they didn't have a lot of utility or guns there.
Forced out. Most importantly, Spirit not rotating.
They smoked inside, fake with a plant.
Pressure on A.
Look here.
And Hooksy gets in, gets out like a bandit. And they just drop into that B-bomb site. Very cheeky eco strat for Astralis.
Stair. Also, like, start to show off a little bit from the other days and playoffs and group stage. Hooks a shot.
It's a perfect pocket strat.
Yeah, I mean,
when you really want to try and geek around out at a turning point in this game, that's when it was supposed to appear.
Do they think that they have low money?
They stick the landing.
Or why does Device has a
This
Tech
buy for
9 and a
Astralis
Hooksy
certainly
and
has its
Mac
limitations.
10
You've got
still?
Device
I don't
running
know.
a Tech 9. Limited util as well with these outside smokes going in. That is the bulk of the util burned for Astralis. Double smoke wall once again. And as has often been the case with this wall, there's already a man down at lower.
Will they pounce here? No, they're not pouncing. So there's much love for the gifted one.
This is a very aggro angle.
He will get one more at least. Oh no, okay. Chopper's here though.
Keeps the pressure on, and now Donk is in the back line. Stown is boxed in.
Oh, he's like, I have no idea what to do, man.
And only Yabi remains late on a ramp lurk into a lost B site.
He's not gonna be ready, guy in the window.
Sontic's already down here, and he will get the better of him. Spirit with an immediate reply. Shiro Zorp continuing to look great across this final.
So audacious. Back in the open. Not even a safe angle. And Spirit just comes swarming in as well. Suffocating Astralis in yet another clean gun round, 4 up. And Halley with a lot to say off of Astralis' tactical timeout as well.
Yeah. With launch options? No.
In the mud. Forcing with scouts and pistols.
Not that I know of, at least.
May have been a strong start to this map with a cool pocket strat on an eco round. But now we have to see the depth of this T side. As Spirit could start to build in. That's a shot and a half.
Okay. Device is here.
All right then, Device. Haven't had to say his name all too much yet.
Yabi. If he had a Mac 10, this could be much better.
Spotted on the fade. He's been having a rough game and
Device
I can barely play him.
Looking for even more out in the yard.
Oh, donking like a... Oh my lord.
Mr. Multi-Kill lines him up, knocks him down.
Bonk, bonk, bonk,
Days
bonk.
fall like dominoes in the yard.
Jesus.
And that's, you know, with these slow burning rounds, that's what you've been trying to avoid. You can never discount the multi-kill potential of this guy.
Another Stam trying to fucking get the scout there to get something, you know, and then like...
That's one way to shut Astralis' economy right down.
Yeah, make no mistake about it, this is Spirit starting to pick up some serious speed and momentum on this CT half. Might have been a convincing start for Astralis, but they're hitting their limits of the money, now brought down to just these pistols. Spirit chomping at the bit to tie the game up.
4 out of the last 5.
Now you're just trying to lick my little brown hole, Nancy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Astralis just trying to buy some time. Waste some util. Little details that may matter later. Pop through the ramp smoke. Oh, it's a bit spread though, a bit thin. Sontix and Shiro able to hold it down. Careful, Deagle out of ammo. Pulls the knife for crying out loud. Shiro ends it. 3 kills on the hold. Astralis' eco and not too interesting.
You double down last 3 days, man.
Spirit are well and truly back in this game.
You double down last 3 days, man.
10 rounds deep.
Oh, Hooksy with 09, by the way. Oh. He needs to get into the game. And Hook's been had So far, a good tournament for his level.
Of freedom, Donk getting the most of it, Shiro getting more and more as time's gone on in this Spirit squad, but Zontix is very much a
Get me out.
place.
You can't time yourself for 24 hours.
Responsible for these ramp holds, these
You gotta spam the 30 minutes one.
Looking this good and shoring up that half of the map. It's a big problem for Astralis. They try their hand at this.
There it is. Hooksy on board.
Already in for Zontix, gets out with a multi-kill. Astralis never allowed to get comfortable here. Bomb even down and out in no man's land. Hooksy goes and gets it.
Oh yeah, the bomb is.
Here. They think they have him in a one.
Oh shit, he's spat.
Support last second burn. Shiro, can he clutch up? Captain versus Orpa and Shiro. Aggressive moves.
Oh, I thought Hooksy was gonna win that one.
Shiro does not play scared in these clutches. He guns straight for Astralis.
4 times HLT winner, tier 1 year debut, main winner, multi-trophy winner in all one season. It was that was 2 out of 11 rounds. It felt maybe 3, I would say, of Astralis felt like comparable. That one just they didn't get away with. Hooks actually spams him and then kills him with a molly. That's actually dope from him.
4-0 lead for Astralis is a hell of a recovery. Can they sweeten the deal? That was a good top pop for Astralis.
Didn't know. Yeah, now Chopper's down. Did Hooksy get a kill? He got 2.
5-2 up at one point.
He got the second kill, I think it was. Yeah, we also got an entry there, but
in the tail end of this first
punished
half,
back by Magus.
Yabi goes 1 for 1.
Chopper does the dirty. Hides instead in short.
Sights on lower with a Stown lurk, trying to get rid of a big name for Team Spirit.
Bye-bye, sweetness and light.
Chopper down here.
Bye-bye.
Here for the longest time, but he'll get run through. And so it's going to be another big round for Shiro on his AWP.
6 rounds potential ST. That's really good.
He's around the edge of the smoke. Shiro hits a blinder. An immediate trade available though. And Astralis at least tee themselves up to split this first half. Magic's all that stands between them and that goal. Time is not on his side here. He's got to be swift, got to be quick with it. And that leads to a lazy clear.
All right, 6-6. That's a good half for Astralis.
They break that 4-round streak that Spirit were on.
Because it was rough, those 6 rounds they lost.
On their map pick as they try to recover in this final.
And that's what Hooksy
I mean, Shiro also had to win a 1vx situation though.
Our picks, we know we can win. We know we can take maps in this series. And with a T-side like that,
Nuke, CT side or T side map. It's usually a CT side map, but with CS2 it's a little bit more open though. You timed it out.
Remember, that was a 4-0 lead off the
he timed it out himself.
Put down by Astralis.
The 30 minutes one is a bait. You time out yourself. I got some people in the beginning got timed out for that. Oh, okay.
Stown's been managing to deal with Donk pretty
swap the
well
rifle?
Game, though, I'd say.
No. But how?
Winning that head to
I
head
use his channel points. I thought.
Despite that, Donk is still 15-7.
Look at the 30 minutes timeout thing on the channel points. I thought.
And the script flips. Time to see what Chopper's got up his sleeve.
Pistol round feels
fast in down or tried to go down, didn't.
Second map, but the top site has been hit hard.
Did Hooks have a molly on pistol?
Smokes down, tags up into these players at the heavens, but we're still in a 5-on-5 right now. Playing a contain on the lobby side is Chopper.
Full reset for device, but this is cope. There's no way you can win this round again. These are such hard rounds to win. The flash has to be perfect, and even then, it's only just a first.
It's I need to get shit down. Please stop me time for redeem. True.
No one blind for Spirit.
Oh, this is just gonna be.
Yabi doing what he can. The one to throw that flash, arriving a little later, attempting a clothesline. Shiro closing the gap, but can't find him.
Shears is playing well. Nice run by Maris, though.
A topside rush seals their fate. Spirit open up this second half with a pistol round.
And I think that's only cosmetically close as well, right? Having no kits and playing full retake A is a big risk. Astralis know they need to win off of a gamble, but they'll also lose off of it. Force up to keep it up. They found this back on Dust on the CT side.
HT.
Audacious
What the hell?
through the smoke. Spirit aren't playing lobby. They're watching it from the roof. Zontic's playing very careful.
Lobby crunch.
If Astralis just accept this as info, that's fine. It's if they try to go anywhere from lobby that it would have become a problem because of Zontic's on the extremities. And they don't. They'll concede it. Spirit have everyone else out in the yard, taking a lot of space here.
Astralis don't insta-panic and go gamble B. Spirit are heading Heaven's side. Stan's already here.
I mean, with how Astralis are kind of tucked in right now, this is the only position you've got to be cognizant of is Magic's looking to get in through Heaven, and that's reflected in the position that Stown is playing. You never see someone sitting like this, looking to stop the Heaven play. Gonna catch Magic's for free, but there's an instant trade out of Chopper. And so Heaven is still lost.
Oh, that was the kill.
This split takes shape for Spirit.
Another mana.
Kill for Hooksy. Don gets out on 1 HP. That could have been the house blowing down for Team
So
Spirit.
unfortunate when he gets the dink, but it doesn't kill him, basically.
Incredible recovery. And the round falls into place. So anti-force is found for Spirit. And Astralis is trying to get out with what they got.
What was Magus doing? Hot take.
As rounds
From
fly
that
by,
distance, I think
Astralis'
it's a
grip
little
on
bit
this
more.
game
I think.
loosens.
Shiron been like such a sneaky way when he's like walking around now so far. It's been a little bit of a nauseous player.
Yeah, CT side as well, right? So a lot weighing on this first rifle round when it eventually comes through. For now, kind of just have to take the beating from Spirit. Doing what they can with what little they have. They send Stare into lobby, and once more, Astralis.
Okay, God, maybe was the type. I just don't tell anyone, okay?
And that they are looking to play in behind these
Okay.
yard smokes. This time looks like Astralis just want to lay their lives down out in the yard. Try and meet Spirit here. Hooksy will pick up one through the smoke.
Okay, it's good. Abby in a good position. They only know about one more of the 3, so this could still catch Spirit off guard.
Good check for Shiro. Swing for Stare denied, and I mean, that was the best thing in the round, right? That MP9. At this point, you've seen 4 players out in the yard. Device gonna get out with his one, but he's just getting boxed in. They're all chasing him. Donk and Shiro swinging together.
Donk run seems to get added stats. KD.
And as is the case in a game of MR12, at this point in the game...
I mean, I'm pretty sure that
Astralis feels
Donk is getting the MVP either way, right? Because, like...
It's at least going to have everything you want, right? Device on his AWP. Kit in play on Stown and Hooksy.
Such a massive difference, man.
For now, Device doesn't have an AWP to go up against him on the other side, and so a chance for Device to make an impression, perhaps.
despite Donk being 18-8 right now, it doesn't feel like he's just being the demon in this game. It's been a pretty team game as far as Spirit are concerned. Across the board, everyone holding their own. Chopper leads the charge, Donk right behind him. Those smokes land outside and Stown tries to threaten it. Oh, just a little short, but through the smoke nonetheless.
Well, I guess the biggest heavy hitter of Spirit right now, so they're down secret
Stown
too.
exists for the sole purpose of getting the guy out of the round. That's all well and good. He's already done a great job here of slowing down this yard aggression. Device spots one on the cross. That's info.
Oh, I missed 2 timings there,
Made
man.
it down. That's going to trigger a rotate. Stare already dropping through ramp.
Should know that's fake steps. Yabby heard him cut noise. Magic's going back to red. Stown remaining aware, but the rest of Spirit are surrounding this B bomb site right now, and no one's even in position.
Yeah, Stare's in a bit of an awkward spot here. He needed help sooner if he actually wanted to get into B.
Yeah, why didn't they react
Like
to it?
leave ramp entirely uncontested.
They only saw one guy down lower. They weren't sure on numbers. They find out the hard way with a bomb plant.
Chopper closing in on these ramp players. Device orb spotted. He's starting to build a picture of the numbers over towards ramp. For now, Magic still kind of lost to the hands of time here. So a 4-on-2 in this lower site for Astralis.
No kits, though.
Stown even finds Magic's on his lurk, but time is still the problem. Time's the enemy. Zontic's offering up resistance. Needs to win this. Swings out wide.
No time. Oh no, they actually have a kit. Yeah, they had a kit.
Huh. Believes he's got it. It's close.
I thought they didn't have a kit. Oh, he actually had it? I didn't see that when I looked through fast.
As the anti-clutch, stopping him in his tracks.
Chonk.
Great output for Zontix. Bomb just not for him in that position. Has to commit. And Astralis traded out very effectively, aware of the lurker as well. Magic's, as you said, extremely late. Can't believe Stown is cognizant of it. And Astralis, a must-win rifle round is won. And this game is back on. Donk's had enough of waiting for smokes. Moves very quickly to the red.
Oh, okay. Did he feel pressure to drop down so fast, Device, or what? I don't get it.
Getting cheeky with it.
I mean, they've used these smokes every time they've thrown them.
Really just wants to thin the herd here, making a move.
I mean, now they're clear, kinda.
Meandering around the smokes outside, pressure in main. They drop in. Magic's is already starting to wrap. And Astralis panic button hit. They know they're losing space. They need something else. Lobby immediately gets taken. Heaven Control and Secret. Spirit sitting pretty right now. Question is, where do they end? Where is their desire? Astralis with
Nah, he heard him drop
down.
down, thinking in the beginning and so on.
Down again, might find Donk on the back line, but he slinks down the stairs.
At every stage in this round, though, Spirit have been painting in two very different pitches for what might be happening. Noise made down at the B side. Molly's getting lobbed in. That keeps players here, but they still have that ace up their sleeve of Magic's over in heaven.
It's a solid gamble, though.
Too strong in this B site for Astralis. Chance to bring a third player in as well, but that double hold gets wrecked. Device on his orb. Won't be able to find the shot.
If he gets that kill, man.
Send Astralis in.
If he gets that kill, there was a chance. Mag's on the heaven here.
They can't justify attempting.
They know someone is there, or should have an idea at
They
least.
need these guns.
Max has been so good on like surviving long though. Even the round before, yes, they lost the round, but like he baited with a round step in lobby. No, yard, I mean. Then he was gonna go to lobby, and then he went to lobby eventually, and then.
They will survive, but Spirit immediately respond after Astralis' first gun round.
I mean, he got on the heaven there pretty quickly, so that's fine.
And And Astralis' stack means nothing to Spirit. Barely makes a dent down in that lower bomb site. Device had to hit that orb shot to even
Yeah, the
entice
only
Astralis
problem
to
he
go
had a
for that
fucking
round.
farmhouse,
They would have
right?
again had a very
Also
winnable
same
round where
with
Magic's is too far away to play a part.
Yabe at MP9, so
With the bomb not for him either.
it is a full buy though. I think the Hookshi should drop an M4 to Yabe.
And, you know, in a game that could very easily end up just becoming a battle of brawn, right? With how hard Zontix is hitting.
I don't think it should get a farmhouse.
Shiro having such a good tournament and keeping up his
nice.
appearances in the final. But it has been, you know, more of a battle of brains here, right? Both the captains carefully moving their pieces around the board. Trying to outwit and outsmart one another.
And it feels like Spirits is, you know, a lot better in these gun rounds, right? They're getting Magics into some powerful positions. They're getting a lot of space outside.
It's gonna be 3-0, sorry boys.
Astralis, which is a bit of a surprise, because if I think of Stown, I think of someone who likes to get aggressive outside, push behind main. That's exactly what he's doing now, under the cover of the Device orb. So this is more like it. Planting
He's gonna go on the box. Donk loves to go on the box when he starts that.
Trying to fight for this real estate. The smokes look fake right now, but Donk is coming
Device
in.
peaks now.
It
He
would
could
be
have
like
time.
Donk to
Oh, it's
clear
not
this
gonna go on the
position.
box.
Shadow gives it up. Stown pre-fires and finds yet another kill on Donk, but Zontic's trading
Device
quick.
could have
Device
had
over the smoke. Oh, another whiff. That is ugly. Those are the ones you can't afford when it comes down to close rounds.
Not the type of misses you associate with Device either, right? He's had a couple of these chances in swing rounds in important moments to
Device has always been sitting close to the monitor.
Back into the conversation. Missed his first here. Lands the tag down range. Still yet to get a kill out of the Device orb, but he's done a lot of damage.
Double tags though. It's better than nothing though. Okay, now we got a kill. And he knows one is still low, or tag at least.
That's the bomb dropped as well, out in the yard.
And the smokes are faded. They don't have any more. Device should keep fighting here. Got a very tight gap, 30 seconds. I mean, Spirit have to be quick if they want to get this bomb down secret.
I think
Bomb B.
the Spirit's saving, right?
They have no real estate. They have no idea where Astralis are. So it's up to Chopper on the lug to carve a path to a round win.
Or
Coming out of the door.
there's no time,
very late,
so
sneaking lobby. Is this just a save? I think
yeah,
it's petered
it
out
is
for
a save.
Spirit. Run out of fuel in this buy round. Astralis do it off of Device's damage.
I mean, he did good enough for how shitty it was in the end. Like, not shitty.
Another one of these kind of,
you know what I mean.
Galvanizing rounds for Astralis where, you know, they set the pace, they set the precedent, even though they're on this CT side. They come in with an old school Stown push up in the yard. And Spirit burn their final timeout. Ali directing everything at Chopper. He sits, he listens, and looks to implement it in this next round.
Yeah, the couple rounds Astralis have won.
Where is the game?
Ali directing everything at Chopper.
That is
he sits, he listens.
The never-ending question, right?
And looks to implement it in this next round.
Yeah, the couple rounds Astralis have won, it's off the back of Stown finding that 5v4 into Donk. I'm sure he's getting traded most of the time, but you said it earlier, his entire purpose is just to rid Donk out of this game. That's enough. You take 1v1s, or 1-for-1s against the world's best. And when Spirit don't have that tip of the spear, it's just a stick. They can't break in.
Yeah, any round that Donk isn't multi-killing is a good round, as far as Astralis are concerned. Sails past. That's wild.
Vengeance.
He's like, fuck this, man. Walks into main as well. He's gonna kill Device now, right?
Device doesn't even look like he's considering it. He's still scoped up in the yard. They have no clue that Donk has made it this far.
We went to garage.
Why would you? The pathing was wild.
No. Oh
but
no.
He's done every single stage of this aggression with so much conviction. It's left him in a real powerful spot with so much time left on the clock. If you get Donk into a spot like this, You best convert on the round. That's what Spirit are thinking.
Bye-bye.
Here's the backstab. Trigger discipline for Donk. Lets him close the gap a little more. But
Okay.
This is getting competitive now. Astralis chaining some rounds together.
Donk can get the control.
Very important round.
For it. They just get sniped out by Device outside.
Hooksy better than Donk.
Back garage with the orb.
Anyone?
Kills come through for Device in the midst of that madness. And the first play we've seen a ramp really all hard for Spirit. They walk through the smoke all over the place. Device doesn't miss these chances.
True and based.
AK found that 5v4 last time around. He did take down Stown.
You can always let him be there because you have an idea where he is. Much love for the 200 bits
head in this map so far.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Stown, careful. Those smokes have gaps. And Donk has an AK. Pistols swing in to force a shot from Astralis. Pistols fall down. And Astralis look for 10 rounds in this second map.
10 rounds, chat. 10 rounds.
All of a sudden, it's not just that you're chaining them together, it's that each round's getting cleaner. You're entrenching yourself in this CT side.
Much love for the primer, buddy.
Deciding your fate on Nuke. With the bank accounts that Astralis are building up. Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'm ready with the banhammer, that's why.
It has been leveled against them on this T side of Nuke. They have no more timeouts left to call in. Chopper's gonna have to earn his stripes cooking up these solutions on the fly.
It's been a really strange T-side where every single round has come to the yard control.
Also, it's not that common that someone stands heaven like where he got the kill though. Of CT.
Yesterday. Sure, it was fallen anchoring, but there was some still really nice executes the Spirit had in their pocket. Now we see ramp control. First real time after the smokes land outside. Device
oh no, he left.
He realizes, comes back into the angle.
Gets a kill though.
Like that. 5v4.
Oh, the tag! No, Chopper gets one as well. Where did Chopper get the kill? Lobby, okay.
They've cleared outside entirely. No lurker.
Nice tag.
Through the gaps here. Astralis nowhere.
I've waited for so long to see an Alper actually go. After they get molly from there, to actually go and spam there because it's such a like.
The Gravedigger for now because Spirit.
It's hard to hit that shot, of course, but.
And even though Astralis are painting a picture here,
they're walking down.
Actually securing that info as confirmed.
Oh, Hooksy, you need to get one.
Hooksy gets challenged. They lose him first down at lower, and that is the site taken.
I mean, he needed that kill.
That's a save.
Astralis just saved, like you said, from position.
Yeah, the money's great on Astralis, but
it's no point. Taking the gift at that B-bomb site. And for Hooksy, the well is poisoned. No kills again.
No, but that wallbang is like, it feels like you have a quite big radius to hit someone. Even if you hit like
there are rounds where you need to get
40
your kill.
HP, 30 HP or something. It's worthy to take that shot to potentially get a bag, you know. And sometimes if someone is more low, like lower, you can get a free kill, you know, of a kill that you're not expected to have. So
they fell down in this round when Device opens it, finding Donk, finding a follow-up tag. You start to get nervous. But Spirit are unwavering, a must-win round if they want to be the victors here on the Astralis map pick. As mentioned, they're a long way away from breaking. Also,
Device was very unfortunate with timing there, though.
And so Astralis
you could have potentially,
here.
I mean, potentially get one though, but still. He did recover to get one. Like, I'm meaning more like since he was already positioning on ramp. If he got one, and then maybe he could have gotten two, you know. Oh, I like this. Problem is they're not even focusing on yard at all. Spirit.
And stand by his side on the rifle. Astralis clear this position
Upper
early.
hit,
They
right?
confirm the smokes are a fake, and Spirit are looking for that A attack. Astralis need to get back in position.
Oh no.
Ollie is ready.
Here's the top site here. Once more, Hooksy in the firing line. The play stalls out, but only for a moment. Here's the hit. Donk at the forefront, turns on a dime. Homed in on that third player, but
Yabi!
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 It looked dire for Astralis. Yabi.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 No!
Rise to the occasion. Deals with the man that stalled it all.
He fails the molly.
As well. This is info for Chopper.
Two molly same round. Device fail is molly as well.
Time's the only thing he's got to work with, and he's hoping that if he sits still for long enough, the stress sets in for Astralis. And they give him a reason to go for this, but that's not going to happen. They're not moving. Chopper has to bring the fight to them. Can the captain turn it around for Spirit? He's found his first.
He has an idea that he's on floor. He steps!
The info. Time's now his enemy. Closing the gap. Spirit's captain puts them on that point. 1v3 for Chopper.
Patience pays off. Felt like
he didn't even have the bomb. He read him so well, though. He read him so well.
But Chopper creeps in, final second clutch, saves them from devastation.
Oh, that's a nice spray transfer there on second guy. Yeah, it runs into him, but still.
And finds map point on Astralis' pick.
And in a match where Hootsy is certainly at his pitfalls, right, struggling to get going, on the other side of the stage, Chopper firing on all cylinders.
And Astralis read it so well, though.
In a game that had tightened right up, that 1v3
That's
has given
so
Spirit
unfortunate. They read it so well.
Now, leaving them a map away from the trophy in Astana.
And this is what Donk is designed to do. End this game here and now, once and for all. Front of the pack moves back to the lobby. Spirit won't jump the gun. They have been slow on this T side, painstakingly so. At times, not even to their benefit. But they want to play as a pack. Group for this final hit, this final bust of the top site. Uxie again holds a Molotov. This bought so much time last time, but Yabi still required 3 kills. Can he do it again?
They'll make their way out through the door. That molly has displaced Yabi. He's hoping the smoke, giving him this extra tiny ledge to work with. Could be the difference maker. Last time 3 wasn't enough, but it's still here. His right-hand man there to help him.
Donk is alive. Donk is alive. Donk is alive. Donk is alive.
You hit tab, you look at who's left standing. Fear creeps into the minds of Astralis. Donk is here. So quick, so decisive, so good. The front runner for
Such a masterclass. Such a fucking masterclass. I think it was a questionable to run out so fast though, but I don't disagree with it completely from those guys in a short there, but still.
But she can't love me.
Wait, is there a longer break now, or is there a longer break in the next one? I think it's the next one, right? If it goes 4 match. Yeah. Holy shit. Ah, that was a beautiful run. Beautiful fucking run.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers.
Why is it not added yet? Does it take a time?
Every move.
Bad request is what has a conflicting name. Is it working or not working? Ah, it is working, yeah. Donk! Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck, man, no. Also, Chatrino, if we go the distance from 5 to 6, I need to drink up my medicine. So there's high chance I will go back and forth to the toilet then, so you guys know that. So in 56 minutes from now, I need to start drinking it. Laxatives, woohoo! No, I'm cleaning my system since I'm doing a doctor's visit tomorrow. Actually, do they actually have it? Do they actually have the highlight already? No, they haven't put it up though. Also, chat. All of them is headshot. I mean, this one, that was the only way for him to win the round because he got naded, right? But still, it's like, I know Stan was low. Device got caught off guard. Yabi was the only one who like had a chance to shoot, right? So. No, it's for my stomach. This is. We're looking up if my body looks good, or not.
So Team Spirit now in full control of this final here in Astralis.
Didn't matter what's up. Yeah.
2-0.
It's the same with. I got the vibe of the Saivo clutch from lower like that, by the way.
That for me, there's two clutches that ultimately decide that. And that's how close it was. Tactically, these teams were matched, I think. And I don't know if that gives Astralis encouragement moving forward or if that's more heartbreaking.
I mean, I did say, Rich, like on a T side for Astralis, if they're able to get 5, maybe 6, they really have a game on our hands right there. And it really did look like it. It looked like near the tail end of regulation, Spirit were kind of running out of idea, just walking out by themselves, no real communication happening, kind of turtling up. But as you said as well, the individuals, man, just coming up so clutch for the side of Spirit.
I was impressed by Astralis. I definitely saw the signs of a T-side that we've already really seen in terms of the bones, but this time it's been fleshed out. There were some trick plays that were coming out from them. They were able to slot themselves into deep positions, sometimes just get the better of Spirit positionally based off of a lack of information. Astralis, they definitely did the job that they were supposed to on the offense, but man, that defense is one they're going to look back at and say, how did we let a couple of these slip?
I don't know. I think it was a very poor T-side from Astralis. I think they got the first 4 rounds. The first gun round, it was just an upper rush. They got the 2 entries, and that was it. One of the remaining 2 rounds was a trick play that they managed to win. It felt like Spirit, for the most part, had very good reads.
Oh, because as soon as you said you're about to drink the discussion of all this, it's all fun.
I think I see that.
It's just so hard to drink everything. Like that's why they said like, yeah, drink it for an hour basically, or try to.
He was down towards B, finding impact. Shiro as well had a great round. So for Astralis, I was impressed that they sort of managed to come back a little bit on the second half without winning pistol, and they managed to hang in there despite, you know, what was a pretty shaky first half.
Yeah, I mean, obviously as well, you can see here with what's happening on screen, this is kind of when the writing was essentially on the wall. There was no way Chopper should have won that round. We'll probably talk about that in a moment. And then obviously you think, okay, well, you know, it can't happen again. Well, with this kid, it can happen.
I mean,
again,
we were literally we were literally in the green room, and it's a 1v2. Like, oh well, they might take this to, you know, overtime maybe. Yep. And we see the name of that guy alive. Oh, it's Donk, and we just see that this guy is just a phenomenal player. 27 kills. He might this is
I
ridiculous.
mean, the biggest problem is like I can't
Usually
eat.
don't see him in the clutch. That's why we were surprised. Wait, Donk in the
Can't find the
clutch?
issues? No, we already know the
said
issues.
that
It's
he
just
finds
it's a
multi-kills, then
checkup
dies,
to
or
see if it
just
looks
win
good or
round
not.
off of his openings, but
If it looks
yeah,
not
was
good,
impressive.
then
He
I have
saw
to
that
take more
trumpeted and he's like,
medicine.
I got one better.
And if it looks really bad, then I have probably
so many
cancer
people wanted to poke
or
out
something
that
else. I
maybe
don't
he's
know.
not a great late
We
round
don't know.
player, that he's not a complete player. That was a load of baloney the whole time, okay?
Yeah.
He was always extremely good in these kinds of moments. Maybe he swings a
Oh
little
yeah,
bit
I mean
too
he
deep
did
early in a
one
late
tap
round
and
moment,
basically in
but if
those
he's left to
bullets
his
when he
own
went out though.
devices, he's going to take out people like Device with ease.
I think people just don't want to accept that maybe a player just doesn't have a weakness.
This bought so much time last time, but Yabi still required 3 kills.
He's down here, his right-hand man there to help him. Device
Here he
pressing
starts.
over at ramp, and now Donk left in the clutch.
Donk in a clutch.
You hit tab, you look at who's left standing. Fear creeps into the minds.
Oh, I mean, okay.
You hit tab, you look at who's left standing.
It's even
Fear
stunned. It
creeps
actually hits him. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was actually stunned. And then Yabi actually got fucking instad, by the way. Here's the nade from 69, 31 HP. I missed the first bullet, but then like
Him off the team because it's like, look, that kid, he should have way more trophies in the cabinet, even with such a short career. And you know, other people.
that was
around him,
the
they've
run
gotta
ending
kinda
on
step it
nuke,
up. You don't have
Marcus.
to match his level. You just got to help him. Like that's it, really. We picked out some rounds to kind of illustrate the point.
Still.
You can go first.
Yeah, I think the first one was the cool sort of strat that we saw from Astralis, you know, when Spirit got to string some rounds together, and then in round 7 they're on a sort of a half buy. Really, we're seeing like 2 smokes. People are like, did they miss a smoke? No, they're actually just sort of doing the wall of smokes. Hooksy is going to, with the bomb, go and sort of just tap the plant. You know, that creates a lot of chaos for the CTs. Oh, they're planting. Oh, what's happened? They're planting A. You can see the spamming, everything. Now the communication is chaotic. Zontix is actually kind of aware, but he's just in no man's land. Can't get a multi-kill from that position. And they're in a 3v4, but just this is where Stairs steps up and has a great individual round, sort of picks Spirit apart. And this is what it took for Astralis. Like, they got to a standstill, and it was this pocket strat where they were able to get one more on the board.
You said, you know, Donk being a perfect player. Like, these are the small moments you see him make tiny little mistakes because of the ability he possesses. Him picking up ramp right there. They had a player advantage, mind you. They could have actually slowed it down a tad bit, like a few seconds. The retake could have 100% have, you know, really happened for the side. So you can see sometimes Donk rarely happens, but sometimes he gets a bit too carried away because of what he knows he can do in the server.
It's a mistake when he dies. It's a great play when he kills.
Correct.
Like,
Exactly.
I mean, he's just the way of a player he is. You live with some of these losses because so many times he'll just win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say, I'm pretty sure that strategy is like, I'm pretty sure it came from the Asia region, like that kind of fake plant onto the bomb site, peel away. Nice to see that Hooksy gets inspiration from other spaces.
Furia used to also do it on Inferno, right? Like they had something like that.
Oh,
but I think this was the problem though for Astralis. We go to the next round, right? And these are the reads from Spirit and just the preparation that they have. You know, now it's going to be Shiro who's going to go down towards Secret early, and that just seemed to be sort of the approach for the side of Spirit. Astralis does the smoke mold. They want to try and sneak through, right? They actually do a good job of that. The reason why they get away with it, because Shiro's down waiting. Now goes for an aggressive re-peek sort of position himself. Like, dies, they speed up, they think he's alone. The rest of the team mops up.
This is the time when I like that Donk ran behind them. I like that. It's
great
ridiculous.
play from Donk there.
Because yeah, exactly. The full results-oriented thinking that they're trapped right there. He's just pinching them, just not even going to hide the fact that he's coming right behind.
Also, can we just appreciate the absolute insanity of Shiro's repositioning there? They had no idea it was going to be that aggressive, deeply pushed in. Gets the kill, even gets away because of how he caught them by surprise.
And that's why it's important. They're like, it's Shiro.
I was just double checking what I need to do. Right? I mean, I've done it before though, but like just making sure so I do it correctly. The medicine.
There as well, so
but I'm a little bit now on this, little bit up and down, and
to sort of
you know, all of those things.
And teammates were ready. And
Oh yeah, maybe I can read that message
next
actually.
round.
And this I think made all of us, all of them out a little agape. It was Donk, you know, kind of showing. It was, I would say, it was quite, he had a lot of huge moments. But man, he gets the first kill, and then this spray reminiscent for me of Kato against FaZe in overpass with short, except longer range, mind you.
And he's also he double taps crouch, and then he slides left in the middle of it, and his spray is still almost perfect, like probably 70% plus of the bullets hit exactly on target.
Just a dance
ridiculous.
Of
Yeah, I mean, people don't give him enough credit for his movement, actually. Like, everyone thinks it's like game sense and aim, but it's like he's actually perfected CS2 movement as well, I think, on top
Yeah.
of that.
I mean, just the aim and the spray control, right?
That was a
like
getter spray. maybe,
many details about the game, and then you have a guy come in and he just hits a lot of hard shots, and that's all it comes down to. Just about shot-making ability. You're here getting the kills, and you know you're not supposed to be able to do that. What Donk is doing, and that's the craziest part about it.
I mean, what's ridiculous is that when you're double tapping crouch and sliding, you have to adjust your own aim as you're doing these movements. So that kind of hand-eye coordination, like we just haven't seen anything like this before people like Donk. That's why people like Kyosuke, they're just copying him move for move, band for band.
And on top of that, you add in his first bullet accuracy and like the perfect rifler. Likes of it we've never even seen.
If there's
Sorry,
a whole
I mean, Nico's there, but
yeah. If there's a whole generation of donks to come into the game that are all going to somehow tap into the same, you know, secret truth of the universe he's been able to unearth, then, you know, the game's going to be in a great state.
We were also saying the problem for Astralis is that Spirit, everyone is really playing well, right? I mean, when you have a round where sort of, oh, Yabi is stepping up, he has this massive, like, 3K, oh my god, he's showing up, he's actually had lower rating than Huxi for the most of the tournament, and then Chopper is like, I still have something left to say. I mean, do you remember a Chopper clutch, really? But he was just so patient. Here, this Yabi multi-kill really felt like it shut the door down on Spirit. Astralis is going to even it out again. Maybe Spirit has to have by. Chopper finds the first kill, just very patient. He could have gone B with the bomb, but no, he sort of reads the round really well, gets the final kill on Stair too, and can see how much it meant.
A component, oh, sorry, continue with this one as well. So this is the
back-to-back, right? Like the clutches were crazy. It was a really cool round actually from Spirit because they have guys coming outdoor. They triple nade, I think, or double nade side. So you're really like, okay, everything's going on in A. Meanwhile, two players come out ramp. Donk is the one left alive because it's like, yeah, let's just make sure he maybe is at the end of this round when we were putting it together, and just the spray down and then the final kill. Just Donk.
What I was going to say there for the Chopper clutch, I couldn't hear it in the green room. So, but I think there was like a tick of damage or something happened.
Yeah, but
he like stepped forward, so he knew
team molly. There was a CT molly.
So Chopper knew they were both up there, right?
Yeah.
So a little bit of a mistake that maybe made that clutch.
Yeah, a light one. I would just say, in the immortal words of Anders, chop, chop, chopping it up.
Chop, chop, chopping it up.
That's my contribution to that segment.
Excellent. Great work.
Did I hear that?
Take a look at the next map then? Are we ready for that?
Yeah.
There's one more?
Yeah, well, yeah. Best of 5.
That's what Astralis is thinking.
Yeah, I know. It's really tough for them. Look, we've said before, there's nowhere to really hide in a best of 5, but this is the nightmare fuel now for Astralis, because Mirage, even though they did make a good adjustment yesterday, they still lost it. And as we've pointed out time and time again, this is the map they don't want to be playing. This is the map where Huxi didn't want to call it when he was in G2. Device historically went a long time without playing it.
They take mid so ferociously that after one round of getting battered, I know exactly what Device is going to say. I won't be playing window anymore.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, for Mirage, even going back to the Cadian days, right, the CD side it just seemed disjointed, and we saw this over here as well. It's not like they're playing super static, it's playing super boring on the CD side for Astralis. They like pushing the extremities. We see a lot of gimmicky plays, Stair, for example, towards A main. They go for info plays and whatnot. It's just that Spirit are just so well drilled on the T side, man, Maui. This is going to be the hardest test for Astralis on this map. And by the way, even the earlier test they had against lesser opposition, they didn't quite get the win either.
Well, they did a lot better against Aurora in their second game than they did against Navi in their first game. And they sort of threw the game away in the end, playing against Pistols, getting overzealous, right? And for Astralis, it's just about, you can't give up, right? You have to keep fighting. again try to be relentless on this map on the CT side. Just throw
odds.
Just throw bodies at the problem, and you just have to keep doing that, right? You have to believe
Yeah, that's
that
actually kind of
maybe you can pull it off. You got closer
insane
on the
odds
second map.
now.
Maybe Spirit cools off a little bit, at least some of the supporting cast, right? And if they can catch fire, perhaps they can extend the series, but it's looking unlikely.
I mean, even if you put it on 1xBet right now, you're not even going to beat inflation. That's how favored right now Spirit are.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think this one's a done deal. In fact, I'm going to be super surprised because map number 4, Rich, it's going to be this on
I mean, Maui did call the 3-0. We've got a couple more moments just before we get live. I think players are still readying up. This is, like I say, the worst part about the way the Veto was structured, that Mirage is in the middle, that you had to get a map before this one.
For this fairy tale to have really transpired for the side of Astralis, a nuke win was an absolute, like, it had to really happen. But once that doesn't happen, like, it's instead of being a Grimm's fairy tale, it's going to be a grim fairy tale.
There's the only solace I would hope that Astralis take from this is just to play on their own terms. The pushes that we've seen, even in losing efforts on Mirage, have led to them finding some scrappy round wins on the defensive side. And I don't want to see them just playing on their heels all the way back in CT spawn. Like, take the fight to them towards ramp, towards Palace.
Well, Hooksy smiling there on your screen. We'll see if he's smiling at the end of this one. We're back over to Harry and Hugo.
Our third and potentially final map here in this grand final. Spirit steal away nuke on the back of back-to-back clutches.
How good does he become this, bro? I have no idea, man.
And now I think
I don't know, man. But still,
Astralis. Spirit have been in control over this final
freaking don't. No, I'm not Norwegian. I'm Swedish.
Down the stretch of that second map, they still came out swinging.
All right, Chatterino, potentially last map of this best of 5.
Trophy is theirs for the taking.
Maybe Astralis has something up in their sleeves that we don't know about, or Spirit just gives them a map for free and just like, ah, you guys deserve to have at least something more in the final. We'll see about this.
Home map for Team Spirit.
Serious all Spirit gets shot. True.
Bait and switch setup here for Astralis, hoping Spirit take the spawn in the post pawn. They might be right in thinking so. Nice tap for Stare. It's been fairly quiet in this final after a phenomenal performance. They're not going to check the corner.
They did.
Back. Second guesses it and succeeds in doing so. Spirit pushed forward, deep smoke.
Damn.
This pistol before. It's locked Astralis.
Don't just know.
Spirit on up for the taking.
Yeah, that ran over.
It's a kit smoke, but they need the kills. They need them now.
Stam needs to do something here.
Nothing offered. The swing's going to come a little later. Donk will get dealt with, but for Hooksy, dying lights of this round, even though he's made it competitive, he just doesn't have the time on his side, surely. Hooksy makes it across.
No, that's so unfortunate.
Sadly, it's seconds too late.
He can drop, however, an M4 if they're forcing, which there's a high chance.
Yeah, the check
Chatterino.
Everything. That's really the round-winning kill, it feels like, because Spirit uncover the setup and then drop that deep smoke.
It was such a great idea by Ticket. It's just sad that Donk actually, like, check it, basically.
Astralis can't deny they've had good ideas. They've had cool setups, some strange strats on this T side, on the eco, on nuke.
10 gifted if Astralis get this. Let's go, Astralis! Woo! Map, right? Not win, or?
More reliably across this whole team.
Yeah, map, okay. Where is Stam? Ah, it's on B, okay.
Have this force by for Astralis, and the stack is well placed, but a freebie picked up for Donk on the entry propels them in, and the stack crumbles before your very eyes. Astralis
50 if Astralis wins series.
The game is on rails for Donk.
It's like if I would say 100 gifted if Astralis wins this as well.
Making a statement, stack or not, Spirit blow it out
Just
the
saying.
water.
13-5 on Dust 2. I'm just saying that early to keep it in mind, to see if Spirit really can one up that opening map of the series. So many rounds back on that opening map. Astralis was just trying to survive, let alone
50 gift if Donk drops 30.
Spirit allow it for now.
That one is doable, but also not really doable. Because it's so hard to get like 30 kills, sister, it feels like. It happens, of course, but still.
Donk came into this
1000 gift for a star stream.
better rating.
That was a kappa in the end though, Marcus.
Spirit picked up. Lagging slightly behind his
Immediately pin,
debut
exactly.
when Spirit shocked the world for the first time.
Marcus, are we still on with the device Ace A bomb site with op? Even if he got an ace yesterday, but without an op? Of course.
A 1.5 rating with the chance to even raise it in this series.
Yeah, device has been quite lackluster in this. I mean, Astralis first map very lackluster.
0.2 after this match.
New was doable to at least get a tie, but well, I don't know.
Spirit have managed to drag all of Astralis over to the B site on this stack. They barely made up their mind, moving out middle. Town has got a flank on, but Spirit should play ahead of this, and there's very little threat in this round. MP9, couple of upgraded pistols.
Nearly playing into that B stack again, but you can see Chopper has kept the porch light on. He's left that back door open.
Is he looking behind us of it?
And they move in to an empty A site.
So sad for Astana as well, because he big flanked, and instead of just going for the mid and looking for kills, he wanted to flank Apps to actually play the objective, and Spirit cancel the plan. Magic's even.
Will it cost him Dallas as well? No. Because the game starts late and I want to do regular streams. I don't want to screw up my sleeping schedule. I will watch it off stream. It would have been cool to do it, but it is 6 hours.
CS fans everywhere.
Difference. Or is it 7? 6.
It's very reassuring to see Spirit trying to go for this clean finish in the final. Home of the best player in the world. Reigning major champions, but this year other squads have leveled up. Other squads have got better.
Wait, why?
They lost their title in Katowice.
Why did he survive?
They have yet to lift a trophy in an arena since Shanghai.
Why did he?
And where for other teams,
Why did he,
roster changes have helped propel them up
survive?
the rankings. Spirit have remained unchanged. Faith in this squad, and the adaptation of individuals is their route back in, and that's why I think, you know, even though Donk is very much stealing the show in this final, Shiro's continued evolution as a player is very intriguing for this Spirit squad. Astralis in their first.
No, but the game starts at like 5:30.
Lower tunnels aggression. They take away
6:30 for tomorrow, and then it's 5:30 the other days, rest of the group stage. And then
clear and they can play something more standard.
It's 8:21, like for playoffs, like PM my time. So
have the mid control.
It would have been cool if I was like I did last year, going there and stream IRL or stream in the arena.
So that will push them in towards this B hit.
But I'm also going to Lithuania on Thursday, so.
So far, looking like a good first gun round here for Astralis.
Take that back. What the hell?
Down.
What the hell? Fake news. Ohio doesn't exist. Oh yeah, Ohio doesn't exist. They never exist. Everyone knows that. It's not even fake news, you know. Where you go there? Comic-Con for Monster Energy.
Even a smoke.
I thought that name would actually be really good. It wasn't that good.
Got the bomb up in B apartments at 35 seconds. They have to go.
Now going to shut down that first man in, and the round starting to stall out for Team Spirit.
They don't know.
Device finds one more, but Donk Out through the apartments now, isn't ready for a player in at the bench. Hooksy collects a free kill and Shiro left saving.
How did Astralis get an entry? Since I was like semi-missing it.
Play to open up their CT side and it rewards them.
To Dallas?
Shiro boxed in. And that's a death after time. Disaster for Team Spirit. And a bit of confidence displayed early on from Astralis. At this point, feeling like they have nothing left to lose, so they want to play their own game. Don't want to feel like they've been at the mercy of Spirit throughout this grand final. It's a nice way to open. Step in the right direction. But even with that death after time, Spirit still come through with a full buy to try and resist.
Yeah, sure, it's definitely the end of the world.
There is an interstate interchange in Dallas that is the same size as a 30k population town in Italy. A shithole, really.
Streaks are important at this point to stop Astralis' money from getting bottomed out. Spirit look for a decisive start. A smokes land.
They have put the device more on A now with ARP, by the way. Since we did the one time we looked yesterday, remember when you saw it yesterday? He was barely in A, like A with ARP.
Some really slow rounds in these T sides of Spirit across the last map and this one. 1 minute as they enter middle. And after 2 con smokes, Down still sits beside as Spirit come for the split. It's a good setup for Astralis, but...
Wait, he didn't see him?
Down. Chopper checks the wrong side. Good spray for Stown. Device got to turn his aim back to the ramp, stops Donk in his tracks. So trade for Shiro, is this round on?
They've whittled down the first few players. Found a way to generate a bomb plant here of Team Spirit.
Why did they smoke the bomb? I mean, they got it wrong though, by the way. Astralis won the round, but still, I was like, why?
And so they feel fine facing.
Did that person in front of smoke fuck up and it's like, oh shit, I throw a smoke, I gotta nade this one.
So this hot start for Astralis continues. Finding their footing on the CT side. Money in disarray now for Spirit as well. And so a chance to tie up this game early. Second mana faces Donk. Chopper down a soak up that first shot from the AWP. That's the price of admission to get Donk's Deagle out through the ramp. Ooh. Oh my God, and you can see why.
He's out on B.
Reset called, and that's
Shear's on B.
Look at the gift that Shiro
has
found.
No.
Astralis very antsy up against the pistols. They up and left this B site. Now Shiro can't die here. If he does, that bomb coming back won't have a site to go to. Oh dear, Donk finds another on the D. Astralis can feel that this one is starting to slip away. Magic's also concealed,
especially when the bomb is gonna drop down in a bad position.
Donk now moves in a position over on short.
They don't know he's down.
They will deal with him. That Deagle.
Do they have an idea yet? Yeah, now they do.
Still
he has a reloaded, no bullets.
Team. Magic's moving in on the Tech 9, closing the distance. Hooksy left fighting with a pistol of his own. They need to face Magic's together, but it's awkward on these lines. They will. Swinging wide, and Astralis able to hold on, but even a round with just pistols causes a lot of chaos.
Yeah, it may not be pretty though, but Astralis will take
Damn, those two one-taps by Donk though, chat.
3 rounds are anything but. With Spirit this favored. But Astralis still get it over the line. They deny a bomb plant. This buy isn't perfect for Spirit. Shiro's no.
Man, if you got a third one, oh yeah.
Since his save was denied.
You would be like, what the fuck, man? Is that a double boost in BX?
Charging the apartments. Astralis bringing a punch. And Donk denies it. He has an answer. Triple B. Donk looked like he wanted all 3. But Spirit take a breather, and that makes Astralis doubting.
I mean,
Going back to the A site. Stare.
Donk will just go forward, right?
Like an early rotation. They're not certain that Spirit are committing. They are. Chopper up short, stopped in his tracks.
Donk.
Donk's on for the
Donk.
Sticks the
Donk.
into Astralis' heart.
Donk.
4 kills, finds 4 rounds for Team Spirit.
Jesus.
There's no such thing as impossible to this guy.
That's right, Donk with big letters.
There's no limit to
get a
what
mode
Donk
out.
is capable of.
The 7TV1.
The way he takes every one of these fights, the speed at which his brain works, and just whirs away. It's like he knows where he's going to get fought from.
Just that first bullet accuracy as well. You never see him missing. Never seen caught off guard. It's not just reactions, it's more than that. Precision. Decision, everything.
Wait, oh yeah, it looked like Donk was getting the op. I was like,
You've got to consider it to the point where the biggest criticism we levy against Donk is his team, not the individual. But the players around him, unstoppable.
Oh my God! He is just, he wants this final right now. He wants it over. He wants that trophy.
Donk died, by the way.
Now we'll be a little overzealous and they'll let Stown hang out at the stairs.
Again?
With Donk dead. What can Stown do?
Go on.
Chasing down this last man. He's got 1 bullet.
Why is he alive?
Okay.
Why is he alive?
Hooksy moves in. Dink landed downrange. That's damage done. Stown with time to get the reload off. He's low on health throughout this entire clutch attempt. Can Stown match up against this Spirit when they've lost their front man? Drop in for Stown. Looking for Magics in the sight. 1 bullet from Zontix would end this round. Would stop Stown in his tracks. He's also got a molly to play with. Stown needs to bait that out early or else time decides everything here. He's doing all he can to try and get this Molotov. No way. No way.
Oh, and Zontix ice cold, but he still peeks in. Such a mind game against the crowd there. Stown knows he can't stick it.
So like, you can't do shit there, sadly. Yeah, the crowd is doing the little helperinho, you know.
Get it over the line again. Pretty nice try from Stown.
Pros don't fake. True.
But Spirit on a streak.
Oh, I'm not looking forward. 24 minutes before I have to fucking start drinking that shit. When your heart beating that fast, it's hard to be swayed. Yeah.
Vice just dropping off, and they're going to go through right as he's cycling the util. They're already out. Donk finds the opener. Molly slows his roll, and he's been softened up. Stare could look to find this. That's a lineup! Stairway to the stars. He deals with them, stops them at the steps, and Magic's dead. Astralis have an anchor man they have faith in. Stare with a big
Yeah, now we woke. He's been semi-waking up, by the way.
Yeah, we call Device Mr. Consistent, but
He's
Stare has been so stable
Stare,
inside of this team.
Like,
through all of
group
the downtime,
stage,
through all of the
starting of the playoffs, etc. like that.
Stare has been the least of their worries.
Yeah, like when you look at this one, for example.
Fantastic maps here in Astana as well.
Like the one against the Navi.
In difficult roles, in difficult positions, he performs. And again, after a donk entry, as many rounds begin,
he's been throwing numbers. No, wait, he was missing in the group stage, starting to fire off in quarters and semis. There it was. He was having one of his worst games in the group stage, what I heard. Oh, it's a scuffed by from no, actually, it was a hero. Hero AK. Exit frag motion.
Feel like they've finally broken through the money, but there's still plenty of reason.
It felt like he was doing a swing.
As is often the case, they find a way to give.
I need to shut down on B here.
They know the world of opportunities this guy can open up.
Oh, that's a very important kill.
Oh,
Hooksy!
To seal the deal on
Hooksy shot.
Shiro left to beat. No armor behind the AK, and they've got him boxed in. Tight lines for Shiro. The orb keeping him trapped.
By the way, Hooks is on 12-5, by the way, Chad.
Slink back out of the apartments.
Hooks is the top fragger of Astralis.
On an off angle. Will keep him contained.
Only problem is like Magus and Chopper has bought so much now though.
They're typing to each other
Eco
right
fragger.
now. Shiro and Stown. Stown's not happy with the save. Let's see if he can prove it. End it. Yes, he can. 5-5. Astralis going tit for tat right now against Team Spirit on another home map.
That's a nice spray down actually from Hooksy. Hey, look kind of disappointed. He was like,
Spirit laid out a spawn. They seem.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how to put up the economy. It felt like they're. Oh, they're fighting mid Astralis. They don't want Spirit to take space in the beginning.
Putting up.
There's so much utility. Look, they have only 3 smokes, 1 HE on CT though.
It's not my expectation.
Did they drop some nades somewhere though? Or
Spirit really have taken some slow T rounds again. They're going to go back to middle again in a minute. Smokes come in for Shiro.
It's kind of insane that actually Shiro goes for the fucking running smoke every time now.
Benefit of this pace is Astralis have nothing to show for it. 2 smokes,
and Device
all
leaves.
that remain before contact is made. Hooksy is just on a tear right now, but Donk is ready to put the leash back on him. Shuts him down in a 4v4. Yabby in a great position. Chopper just cleared this. He doesn't know what he's running into. This B site is fraught with danger, fraught with Danes.
He's alive.
At the bench.
Donk is alive, by the way.
Right now, if he swung, Donk would be dead, but trying to play
the
the
for short.
is Device.
No.
It's the wrong target. Gonna get spammed down. Donk found Shiro dead. And
Alright, it worked out fine.
How are they here?
Monster Energy Ultra White.
On Mirage of all maps, Astralis with a
That's my favorite one.
Side. That's despite the pistol
Scary
converted by Spirit.
The fact that right now it's a very unlikely.
Hey, by the way,
up against Donk's output.
Wicked, are you getting nervous? By the way, he has 16 kills.
One that fans have very quickly gotten behind this Hooksy comeback arc in map 3.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I can figure that. I was like, every time I've been like looking a little bit. Happy birthday, Ram. Happy birthday. Especially when it's such a tight half, right? Hides.
We saw a nuke over Na'Vi, but they've lost Mirage both times they played it here.
I mean, if it does happen, I generally hope you don't. He had 28 last map.
And we're looking at Astralis that may as well win this half.
I think he had 28 when he killed the last one, I think.
Donk. Is that your saving grace?
Right now, they're just happy they didn't lose him to those nades down in lower. So long as Donk draws breath, there's still fight in team spirit.
Oh, they want to boost window here on Donk. Oh, fail.
Lots of noise in middle. Astralis. They can hear it coming. They know it's coming. Hooksie's push. Hooksie's in T-spawn. They know it's an A-play. Device can win this round. He's flashed off the angle. It's up to Stown. Traded after one. They have no time to pick up the gun. They've got to go into the site.
Device orb hitting. But it's going to keep rolling. He's got support over on ramp. There's layers to this defense for Astralis.
If they go B,
so Spirit move in. They go right into the stack. They play into the hands of Astralis.
This guy.
Hooksie late at ramp. Nearly 15 kills.
Yeah, don't.
Trying to match the output of Donk in this first half.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely played. Nicely played. Yeah, it's first at 13. 12-12 is overtime. And then you gotta win by 16, and then it's 15-15, 18-18, 21-21, 24-24, etc. like that. You need to always win one more round on those.
I know they're not worried about the series.
Or like, it's 4 rounds you need to win in OT.
In a great position. 2-0 maps.
Was last game OT? No. It was 13-10 to Spirit.
Half from Hooksy.
Astralis could have easily taken it to the OT last map though. It was pretty close. Nuke was really close, to be honest.
Of some very close gun rounds.
I mean, in this grand final so far, even though Donk has been the one making the real eye-catching plays, he's had the full support of his team throughout. Back on Dust, there wasn't a weak link in sight. Think back to Nuke. Zontix was lights out.
Remember when one positions first at 13? Yeah. But that's ages ago, man.
One-man army for Team Spirit on Mirage. Donk's output has been unwavering.
Don't talk about betting.
But the rest of his team have slowed down.
Heads up, it's part of the rules.
Oh, Rambus. Send it. Stown. Straight out.
At least in that regard.
Sure can't even get under the balcony. He realizes he has to cancel. The scaling is in. Astralis are moving forward. He's so blind on both.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Astralis cement their feet on this site.
Donk moves in.
He saw him a triple. He saw him a triple.
Went unpunished as well. He knows about Device on top of triple.
Now he dropped down
The
though.
little gimmick they think it is. Zontic's going to throw himself in as the first man, hoping to give a bit of room to his teammate Donk.
You can't kill these 3 guys, right? Yeah.
No shots land.
All right, Astralis won the pistol.
No pistol in that first half, but they run away with the second one. That's going to solidify this lead on Mirage.
It's all good.
All maps.
It's all
you
good.
said Astralis were going to take one in this series.
Oh, is that voice?
Mirage, I would have laughed you out of the room.
Do it myself.
No track record. Arguably Donk's best map. And sure, you can make
Hooksy first at
30, but at least Astralis have
30.
been winning it here in Astana.
Oh no, Marcus have woken up there. In good contact with Loba.
Astralis 0-2 down in a grand final. They show
I mean, I do have his contact information. I talked to him as well, so why?
Force buy from Team Spirit.
I mean, these are often where things have taken a real wrong turn for Astralis, right? It's in these force buy rounds, in these hero gun rounds that the most important rounds of the game, Astralis have more often than not given away.
Fail the nade as well.
Gonna go for a quick B split up short. No one here. Zontix And Shiro just jumping out of the market to get back behind the site. Zontix hits his. He is a dead man standing though. Shiro follows up. Can't hit that flick. There's a kit loose in the site.
Pretty free though.
Wanted to give it a go, but Astralis, they have the space. They blocked the entrance. Donk through the smoke. Why not?
Oh my God. Why was that so close?
46, 42.
For now, Donk has cordoned off back here.
As of now, just because
they dribbled through a second smoke to give themselves a kind of layered
NDA
smoke wall here to play through. It blocks off the vision of the man at bench.
Should be no way.
Chopper looking to fling himself in, head removed by Stown. Donk trying to trace that, but can't quite get his bearings. And Astralis will stick the landing on this conversion. They now have some breathing room
27.
between them and Spirit. Still, no one else from the Spirit lineup here to support Donk in
looks
this
pretty
endeavor.
scary, to be honest. They could potentially go up to 10
Might have
here.
been fine on the T half where Donk can
If not Astralis, do Astralis when they played Mirage just against Aurora.
There's no room for a weak link in this Spirit team.
Yeah, and I
Just write a DM to me, Ram, and we'll see what I can do.
Reverse sweep in this series, that would be crazy. But you have to recall the Train is that fourth map, and that's the map that we saw Spirit look beatable. They lost to Fury yesterday. There were some great ideas conceptually from Fallen, some expert utility from that team, and Donk getting cancelled out on CT side in the yard. So that's why the desk were even saying, like, you had to come up for Astralis if they were going to have a chance in this. But if Mirage is going to be pocketed, then maybe we have a final after all.
The amount of relief you must feel if you're Astralis once he's gone. That is the only guy that's causing you any problems.
Yeah, single-digit kills across the board.
Was that hikes in the
Now for Team
crowd?
Spirit.
Oh, was it? Oh. I didn't know actually he does a 10 for. Maybe it does.
Like, there's a 5-kill difference between Donk and his entire team.
Has he tweeted anything? That he's there or something, you know?
And the thing that's most impressive about this now is Astralis, right? With them being on this T side.
I saw his video with that American guy, that dad who wants to get better to CS.
And you are
it's a pretty good video.
touching the finish line on Mirage.
Triple people on B though.
Getting past the pistols, getting past this B stack. The last issue they've got to worry about, and it's only Chopper convincing on the first. But they'll come for him.
All right, 5-10, 5-10, 5-10.
Astralis from nowhere.
Or 10-5, I mean, 10-5.
Supposed to win. They are in pole position. Every reason to do it. If there ever was a time for an unlikely...
Chat, when in 8 minutes, I will go away from the PC a little bit to fix my medicine.
It's now.
So you guys know that if I disappear middle of the game.
Spirit buy up here, but if they lose, they're broke. And Astralis are right there. Ready to keep this final going.
Donk plays like he doesn't feel the pressure, but how can you not in a game like this, where you are the only guy, the one performing, and Astralis goes slow, sneaking out under.
Man, that's a lot of nades throwing at the same time.
Donk plays ahead of the smoke. Great flash catches Zontix, and Donk can't cover him, but he needs no help. Hooksy, top performer of Astralis. Yeah, you heard me right. Put down first. They don't know about Donk. That smoke's soon to fade. Donk's
Okay. Alarm
Okay.
going off now. This rifle round matters so much.
Damn.
And they've
Okay.
lost a one-man army. The rest of the team start to crumble. The captain can't hold on to the A site alone. Astralis.
All right.
Level up on Mirage. And as a team, they look to beat back the beast that is Donk.
And it's games like this, you ask, where is Donk's team? Where is that firepower?
I mean, Shiro, Mace, and Chopper at the same time. Somtix, I mean, he's also there apparently. They must be very lucky to...
Sometimes only so much one man can do, and Astralis across the board.
200 subs, get your gift.
Best
For
map
what?
in this final so far, with Hooksy leading the numbers. And Stound right by his side have something to say in this series after all. You couldn't have blamed them for giving up and going down here in a third map. But Astralis have stepped up to the plate. They've swung for the fences. A home run on Spirit's home map.
No, it was when they win, right? And it was also 100, it was not 200. Because someone else said as well, if they win, someone else put like... I don't know.
Stack.
Someone go and check in the one. I don't remember. What do you mean 250? I never said 250 either. I said 50. 50 is if Donk does 30. Or was it 50? I'm pretty sure I said 100 for if Astralis wins. 13-5.
This is where as well you're hoping someone like Device, Astralis' legacy player.
I don't know how gifted subs work. I just copied someone else.
His, you know, he's seen teams like
you
this
bait
before,
me, man.
where one man can make all the difference. He was AWPing during the heights of Simple in Na'Vi. But it was the strength of the team for Astralis that set them apart during their era. Don could have found one through the smoke, but he knows he has to make a hero play.
He actually goes for him.
The one with the heroics. Nails him out of the round.
It does affect you a lot.
About to give up map point.
Bring the gavel.
All we can really do here is look on as Astralis reach 12.
And it's not even been a contest in this third.
No, it was a little bit questionable move from Donk. This is a very clean half so far from Astralis, man.
Astralis
Hope they don't know how to start throwing the game. Or what do you think, chat?
You can't deny the output we're getting now.
Yeah, what up, Marcus?
This adds a lot of intrigue into a BO5 as to whether Astralis really can take this all the way.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Marcus. I'm still waiting for a 30 bomb from Dong. And Wicked is gonna understand how expensive to, what was it, 50 gifted subs is.
10 in a row.
Oh. Actually a tag there at the same time?
Hooksy dead first. As this dream streak from Astralis loses its captain and its point man.
It's Star Rifler.
The only problem is also, do you send me 50 gifted then if he doesn't do it? Nah, it never works
Look
like
out into mid. They get the control they were hoping for. Info on the player over at short. Astralis building a picture of where Team Spirit can be in this round. They pulled it back into this 4-on-4. They have the defense split.
Holy shit, Chiro, who was actually 50 gifted, max it 10.
Zontix.
Now we're just throwing out numbers, man. It's 5 kills, man. 5 kills.
He could catch them dropping down. But he'll miss this window. He'll miss this timing. Zontix gets down into lower. Magic's going to spot the B play in the downtime. Spirit have the info. Magic's
That's 4 more, though.
Here. Gets out with 1. But the rest of Astralis hound him down.
Flank is so fast.
This is where that timing miss, letting Zontix close the gap.
I mean, Zontic is behind, yeah.
Ooh,
that nade though.
Stare holding on.
He's looking behind.
For this gap. And this is Astralis 3-on-3 to try and keep this grand final going. Zontix will thread that needle on the backstab.
Donk is dead.
He's dead. Yabi, 3 kills deep. A man known for shrinking up and going quiet on these stages. He's got Device, the veteran of Astralis.
We're going a 4th map.
And they really keep themselves in the final.
4 map.
They seem to think so. No
Chatrino. Astralis. They kept the dream alive.
Exercised on the stage. Hooxie's Astralis ordains this win.
How long is the break now usually? Chat, do you guys remember? Snake, much love for the 10 gifted, buddy. Much love, buddy. The rap with a 5 gifted as well. What the hell is happening?
She said she loves you.
It's a longer break, 30 minutes or something, right?
But I love you.
They lose Nuke but win Mirage. Who would have thought? I mean, I generally thought that Nuke was like the best chance to have to win a map, and then like seeing like they actually clutch it. And now we're going Train, by the way, Chatrino. Spirit is not that comfortable on Train. Alright, chat, I am gonna fix my medicine now, by the way. I'll be back in a minute or 2. Probably like a couple of more, but for any of my cool mods, put up 4 maps, yada yada, prediction 30 minutes, I guess. I don't know, but do it in 5 minutes or something. I don't know. Be right back.
Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Guys, I need to drink up this shit in 1 hour. Ugh. I have to get a water with it and so on, but still like,
It will not be a clean sweep for Spirit. Astralis do the unthinkable and win Mirage. And we're going to talk about why that is unthinkable. Obviously, we saw them get battered on that map against Na'Vi. Then we saw them adjust and lose narrowly against Aurora. We've already highlighted how this isn't a map that Hooxie you would expect them to have a playbook on. And yet somehow they beat Spirit, one of the best teams in the world, on this map. I
mean, Yanko said it as well, like at the beginning of this, right before this map, some of the players could cool off for the side of Spirit. everyone cooled off apart from Donk, but you still can't take away from what Astralis did on the CT side. They played fearless. They kept pushing, poking, prodding, and Spirit, they kind of crumbled there.
It answered the question. What happens when everyone on Spirit doesn't turn up and only Donk does? And there you go. There's your answer, right
We were talking about what you need to do with a player like Donk on your team is just do your job, right? Like you don't need to do all too much, and Spirit wasn't able to do that in this game. For me, it was two things. It was Spirit mismanaging the economy towards the tail end of the first half, and the second thing is that Astralis was just able to, you know, win the main rounds in the second half. Win the pistol convert, don't get force bought, win the first gun round, and, you know, that's pretty much the game done and dusted in the end.
In the pregame, I wanted Astralis to just be disruptive, and they did that. They were pushing around underpass, top mid, into ramp even. They were making sure that Spirit were uncomfortable at times. Astralis actually had a decent amount of information in many of their first half rounds. That's exactly what I wanted, and it's something that they did in a little bit at this tournament, but they've amped up the aggression.
I mean, if you really ask me, it's not like Astralis weren't trying these aggro CD sides yesterday against Aurora either, but Aurora actually handled it way better, if you ask me, as opposed to Spirit, which is kind of surprising, considering this should be the map for Spirit to lose, in all honesty.
Yeah, there was a strange kind of passiveness to a lot of what Spirit were doing. You know, we saw it kind of right out in the second, you know, half pistol. Like, there was, you know, they just didn't seem to be on the same page at all. There was nobody, like, taking fights and trading simultaneously. Very, very strange performance, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you look at just statistically, right? In some of those rounds, Spirit had a chance in them. Just no one stepped up, you know, in a 3v3, 3v4 to just grab a kill, make a play, allowed for them to get the bomb down and give them a chance, right? It was unfortunately just Donk, and I think really we'll get into the specific rounds in a little bit, but I think just they got carried away by trying to drop Donk AKs, right, and just ruin the economy, and they ended up finishing the half with like 4 half buys, you know, like
that's exactly what Maui said they would do as well. Like you did call that. You were like, when they were behind, you were like, Spirit are just going to keep force buying and trying to do hero stuff, and they'll eventually freeze themselves out of the map.
Unfortunately, when you just don't have the weaponry,
all right, let's go. This is gonna be wonderful.
Is not only in just the pure skill of the players on Spirit, but in the playstyle and the calls that they made too.
Yeah, for sure, and also just the lack.
Oh my fucking lord! This was way.
He's talking about the decisiveness in his decision making in the fights he was looking to take.
It was way worse than the other one I've tried before. Now I understand what he said. Literally, it's like you have 1 hour to drink that shit up. Oh my lord!
For me,
what the fuck did I just drink?
Yeah, it's really hard to pinpoint, but I guess you have to give credit.
The other one tastes like more like salt water, and that's just horrible as well.
This out 3-0. It seemed inevitable. It hasn't happened.
Have you seen it?
3 maps of Mirage that they've.
This is for making me shit my fucking asshole off today.
They didn't give up, right? They didn't lose faith. And
so if I disappear from the stream, you know where I am.
Double swinging underpass, down 0-3 in the first gun round. It's pretty ballsy play, and it panned out, and the individuals stepped up, right? In key moments, we have a couple of rounds. I think first one of them is like actually even in a 4v5 right situation in Spirit, these AE executes didn't really work out for them. And this is
oh my lord, the water tastes so fucking good, by the way, chat. Oh my lord.
On his lonesome, right? No support, everyone's behind the smokes. He's able to find a triple kill here.
Hold your nose for a drink.
And the end they're
bro,
able to finish the round. This is where
I could try, but I don't think that's gonna help. At least on this one. This was like the worst. I have no idea. The other two I need to do 5 in the morning or something like that. Because they said like 5 to 6 hours before I need to drink the last portion. Apparently has more flavor, whatever fuck that means.
So many angles you have to manage, but to find the perfect timing to get the lineup.
Oh, Crowit, this is something. I've drank that one and I hate that one, but this one.
Praises as the guy on Astralis that's just been the rock.
I have no idea what this is.
Consistently can output even when he's thrown.
I have no idea what this is.
Bad positions.
I would say I'll take the salty thing any given day, man.
If you give him the AWP, I'm quite convinced he could.
I have no idea what the fuck this is I'm drinking.
I'm just believing, right?
Hey, if Rez can do it,
Why not? Also, by the way, real quickly, like Ston and Stay, these are the two players we pointed out in the pregame as to they've been consistently delivering the playoffs thus far. Once again, in this matchup, they delivered as well here. 7 kills apiece.
And I think Spirit will, sorry, Richard, will really benefit from the extent.
Well, I gotta rate your pro, bro.
It did seem like they got a little bit emotional.
I'm fighting for my life with this fucking drink right now. I'm not gonna go and rate the profile right now.
Rounds in a row to lose this map, right?
At least,
I think having time to
and I even feel my intestines like fucking started to work like fucking full speed right now. Holy shit!
Like keep their eyes on the prize. Do not
what the
let
fuck is going on?
Astralis does to get into your head. Focus on yourselves. Play your own game. Like Chopper said when he got out on that stage, we just need to play our own game. They were doing that on the first 2 maps. On Mirage, they got a little bit rattled, and they obviously dropped off, cooled off individually, so they need to reset.
Mango flavor. I have no idea what the fuck that is.
Just to highlight, apart from the multi-kills that Hoaxy and all the players in Astralis are getting, we can just jump into the final round.
The more disgusting it is, it tastes, the most efficient it is. Think it over this way. I agree. The salty water one or the other salty one is really, really good.
We're not going to see his POV, he's already in CT, and now we have so many players.
Imagine getting banned on Twitch for shitting yourself.
Spirit have no idea what's happening here. Some decent trades coming out from their side. They actually get a kill towards Yabi, towards short, but they have no idea Hoaxy is just flanking in from behind, and despite the trades going their way, Hoaxy with the final nail in the coffin.
You know, actually, I just realized in the middle of this segment, I was saying that Hoaxy pushed Stare out of his position. Actually, in the beginning of this tournament, they did have
I have something more
and then they swapped
important is to drink up my shit.
Yeah, okay. So actually, that just kind of like threw me for a whirl right there. It's nice to see that Hoaxy's even taking the reins and actually going for those information plays too.
I mean, as you saw there with just the stat line, that is one of the maps where he has turned up and made that contribution. You know, he's level on kills with Stown, with Stare.
Yeah, you can drink a vodka. I'm not even drinking that.
You know, we saw that 3-man spray down. Even just lurking, being that presence you can't quite account for late in the round, it's really good. And it has to be said, he didn't have these types of rounds in G2. They didn't happen. People seem to have rewritten history a little bit, like, oh, he always did this. No. He's playing his career best Counter-Strike. He didn't do this in Copenhagen Flames either, right?
Yeah, I think he was much better. I think he was much better for G2 in CS2. I think that benefited him as well, right? And it wasn't necessarily his individual level that was the reason why G2 moved on from him, right? Like, this is obviously a huge bonus when we can have multi-kill rounds and shut down bomb sites on his own right. And it is, in the end, going to be about his teammates. Like, they're the ones who have to do the heavy lifting. He just needs to hold his own.
And speaking of just like the heavy lifting, right? We're talking about mentality, as Yanko pointed out. Let's just take a look at round 17, where there is still a chance for Spirit to try and grind this game back. And just look at Donk's POV, man. And you can see like initial duel's going to take place here. Weaponry's not that great from Spirit. Donk, look at what he does. He just taps through the smoke, gets lucky kill on towards a player inside a palace. That's just frustration. That's just him being like, I just need to do everything by myself. This frustration seeping in for the side of Donk. And so if I'm the sports psychologist or whoever for Spirit, more than anyone else, you need to talk to Donk. Be like, you know, don't be mad. Please don't be mad.
That's trying to win everything back in just one round right there. When things are sliding away and you make these crazy heroic plays, you think that you're going to win 3 rounds, when in reality, all you're doing is giving them a round in that very moment.
Yep. You can see this is what the round history looked like. I mean, just on the Donk point, there were a couple of moments where he definitely made pushes he didn't need to, and
because he felt he needed to.
Yeah, but he feels he needs to, but obviously he doesn't need to.
He definitely needed to in this game.
I mean,
his team, he had like at some point,
he's no good if he's dead.
As many kills as all of his teammates combined.
Yes.
You know, like when you see that and
make a much tougher primary
working out, you realize that if I don't try to do more, I mean, no one else is going to do anything.
It's very reminiscent of, you remember when Simple was going through his nice guy phase? You remember that? You remember that fake nice guy phase Simple did? Yeah, hashtag new Simple. And basically every game he'd drop like 40 kills and then go, you know, I could have done more. I could have done more. And it's like, bro, it's your teammates that suck.
What's crazy about it is that we hone in the conversation on Donk when it's really the fact that nobody else was showing up for his team, that he's going to try to overexert himself like this. If everybody else on Spirit was able to just hold their own, pull off the crunches that they're supposed to, not get surprised by Stown playing connector in the same way on multiple rounds, getting multi-frags in the exact same position, then Donk wouldn't feel like he has to go overboard with these things. But that's just the life of a superstar. It feels like everything's pinned on you. and you just try to send it every single time if you're in the moment.
It feels worse to even close my nose, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it is the crucible.
The biggest problem is like when I
sometimes you just have to try not to be that guy, like you know, because you can't be every.
I'm more scared of when I'm done with a drink, I'm gonna fucking sit on the toilet and being.
He's having a very, very good final because the one reason why they lost Train for the first time this year was he couldn't get going really on the map.
I need to drink the whole thing, and I need to drink another patch 5 in the morning, Marcus.
Map, I think Astralis is going to be in for a rude awakening.
That one has apparently better flavor. Whatever fuck that means.
Taking an extended break, so let's talk extendedly about Train, because obviously this is where the Veto, this is where the final gets very, very interesting indeed. Spirit had a 3-0 in their hands. Now they don't.
If we could do it in one go, like this, oh fuck no, Marcus, then I'm gonna puke all over the fucking place, man.
Towards this map is kind of like the ace up the sleeve, so to speak.
True.
I disagree with this pick for Astralis. I think they should have picked Ancient, and Train should have been the last map. Yes, because they have no reps on Train really. Yeah, sure, the one game yesterday, but they were, you know, practicing smokes before the map, for Christ's sakes. Like, clearly they're not well versed on the map. So, but Ancient, you at least have things going for you. You know, you can come up with things on the fly if you're Hooksy. And then if Train is the final map, I mean, if Astralis is in any universe got to a map 5 against Team Spirit, then anything can happen. Any crazy thing can happen. The pressure is immense on Team Spirit at that point in time. And then you can maybe by some miracle steal it away. I think now, after this break, I think
apparently
walk over them.
they says on the pack
I'll stay with you because you said
I can drink water.
Train right at the start of
That's why I have another glass of water.
Talked about how they
and then this one has to be exactly like this.
Well, that was, you know, your Kindard.
It literally says on the box.
And getting back to being the
they were really like
class entry fragger that he used to be. Is there? Did you see anything in there in that game that Hooksy could have brought to the table today?
I mean, it wasn't anything too crazy. That's the thing. It was, you know, basic openings. Ikinder is going to try to get out to Olaf, or sometimes he's going to just try to play around the smokes, where Fallen is holding a flash for him to sort of off of his feeling, peak on a timing. A couple of rounds were just 3v3s in B or 4v4s where K-Serato steps up and finds
I'm gonna
the
take
kill.
a big
So, if anything, you know, there's not much to copy tactically. It's just hoping that your players can deliver on the stage. And I'm sure he will have something, you know, like the upper strat on Nuke, that we saw some trick play for a key moment that they could whip out, you know, and hopefully get that reset to put Spirit on the back foot.
I think the one thing
I'm more surprised I haven't started to feel
the T side would catch them off guard was obviously
maybe when I get to half of the glass I'm gonna start feeling like I want to shit myself.
Towards play at the back of the box.
That's what it last one they did.
It's Yuri and at times K-Serato or at times Fallen just going for the early you know, upper control, right? Just going for the halt control time and time again, and they didn't really have an answer. So I'm sure they would have tried to adapt to it.
I love your water.
For me, I just want to touch upon a couple of cool things we did see from Astralis on the CT side. Despite the fact that we're learning smokes on the fly yesterday, we could probably roll around here, which I was really pleasantly surprised by.
At least the other times I've done this, it's not the first time I've done, like, not this one specifically, but at other drink.
Really make
it literally just
CTs to push in and get control off halts. This is going to be coupled with a Molotov coming in.
It literally just like, yeah, a little bit random, but not that random. You have an idea, basically.
Look at this, Hooksy pushing a pop, and a Molotov and the smoke's going to
make snooze?
sure
oh,
to push the smoke, the flames are going to keep them in bay.
No, I have, but this is a completely different drink. I'm used to the one that tastes like fucking salt water, and you have to basically do the same thing, but that one is literally just like pain, because you can't do anything either. It's like you basically drink a salt, straight up salt, and it's like force it down in your mouth. And they don't even have a time limit. They literally just like drink up ASAP, at least what my doctor told me. I was like,
at this point,
okay.
They kind of run out of time, and once they try to kind of half-heartedly clear outside, they get picked apart. Some cool ideas from Astralis, considering it was a pick we didn't expect to come in, actually.
These kind of rounds that Astralis throw out, this is when they're at their best. This is everything that we've seen, that when they're able to beat Spirit on Mirage right there, when they're able to pull off the upsets to even get themselves into this grand final, it's because they're playing these active defenses.
In 4 takes in half of the drink time.
Difference maker
I would say.
Activating them and making sure that they're always taking some kind of proactive play, but also giving them the freedom in these moments too, because sometimes it felt like Cadian would just keep sending it. Sometimes it's just you've already built up a new line of defense, and then he wants to erect another one after it. When in reality, that was already great what they had right there. They didn't overstep. They got the kill that they needed, and then they just slinked away and forced Aurora to be the playmakers.
And they only used it twice in the entire game. Just keep mixing things up so much, and Aurora just like playing a guessing game the entire T side.
What do you think, Coach?
What, about that round or just in general?
Well, about Astralis on Train.
I think the key part there is
Well, I
the score is
can't.
3-0, right? And we saw that Astralis will go for those plays even when they don't win pistol, but it's a lot more punishing if it doesn't work when you don't have that conversion behind you, right? It's always going to have to be in that way for them. They can't come from behind necessarily and grind the game out, right? And sure, you can argue that it was a little bit of that on Mirage, but you could see when they win pistol convert, that's the easiest way for them to get this done.
And just bringing it back, though, to Donk, I mean, yes, he got schooled on Train yesterday. This guy gets more frustrated at himself than almost any superstar I see in terms of wanting to deliver more, even on a world #1 performance last year. That kind of... The way he's actually trying to build himself up and almost acting like he's still imperfect, he's going to look at that loss more closely than he did any other map of this entire tournament and ask himself, what do I need to do to help my team? And in a weird way, some people might think he's a little bit selfish, but he always wants to direct it back to the fact that he wants to do more, so his team has to do less. And obviously on Train, he knows if he doesn't do enough, that's what's going to happen, what Furia did to them.
I promise you, Don would have gone back, and apart from the team talking and everything, going back through that demo, because he knows there's a possibility this map's absolutely going to be coming out, maybe in a second or as a fourth map. He would have done his map, figured out how he died, how he got figured out every single time. And I guarantee you, he's not going to be caught off guard like that today.
Well, that's the flip side to the coin, right? I'm talking about Hoogsy watching that Spirit Furia game. I mean, obviously, Chopper's done the same, right? So they can probably make some adjustments. I mean, I thought Yekindar was masterful in how he played on the T side. But, I mean, equally, you can make some adjustments that would have
neutralized those fives in a team.
It's just hard because it's
Tenor,
a
right?
very unique
Tenor.
situation that Spirit was in, right? So they're 3-0 down. They win the gun round with one player left alive. Reset round comes in. Obviously, people have to buy for themselves. You have MP9s with utility or M4s with not a lot of utility. And in that round, they missed the smoke for main in the mid round where then Donk gets caught in no man's land and they end up losing. So now you got reset. Now you're ecoing, right? Like next buy round final. But at that point, you're 5-0 down already, you know, and then you have Furia being able to switch it up and keep winning rounds, right? And it's just a situation that is going to be difficult in terms of what adjustments can they make, right? Like those rounds
monitor
are hard for the CTs
or the stage screen
economy,
above
right?
them, right?
Everything's
Even on a map like even on a map like Train, it's going to be difficult because when you don't have a great buy, it forces you into things, right? You feel limited. You can't take long-range fights with the MP9, okay? So what are you going to do? You're going to try to get into T main. Well, the Ts obviously know that. Either they'll try to get you beforehand, or maybe that's when they'll put more pressure on Ivy. That's when they're trying to hit B, you know? Like, they can expect those sort of plays.
I think as well, you know, look, I think Spirit...
Probably should put my timer for tomorrow already now.
These cracks in a team that, remember, reigning major champions, you know, got arguably... Well, not arguably, they have the best player in the world, but arguably should have one of the best squads in the world as well. Very hit or miss. And so now you're in this position where maybe there's a map that you're vulnerable on as well, right? And so I don't know. I said at the start of the day, probably we go the distance. I mean, that's literally how I'm feeling. So let's talk about what a victory on Train for Astralis would look like, what the various components would need to be for that.
I mean, as Janko touched upon, the lack of reps is the problem here for Astralis, right? Sure, you will look... The CT side looks great, don't get me wrong.
Eurovision so long this year?
It
was.
Because of how dominant the CT side was. So no official reps on any proper gun rounds on his T side, and you're going to try and replicate what Furia did yesterday and even throw in a few curveballs. That's a tall ask for Hoogsy, despite all the prep he might have done.
They have to start on the T side too.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so that there's no hiding away from it this time around. And listen, I think just for Astralis and their players, I mean, we talked about them finding the joy and whatnot, but it's also like, finally, they're not perceived in a negative light. Like, people will hate watching Astralis, whether for the players or for the org, for all these different reasons. You're just wanting them to fail. It feels like finally people are kind of rooting for them, you know, with HooXi coming back into the team. And I think for these players as well, it's really enabled them to find a different gear, to find a different level. Just also on the server, like the way they interact with each other, the belief is there, they're not losing faith, and that can be very powerful, you know, when on the other side you have a team that even before the tournament started, there was only one thing that would deem it successful, which is lifting the trophy.
Yeah, and then look, just on that point, so people at home, obviously you might just be tuning in for the final, you might be a filthy casual fan, you might not know all of the story around Astralis. And so, look, here's the outcomes that this team have had to play under potentially. First outcome is, and this is the best case scenario, the organization is sold to new owners, new investors. They keep the name, they keep the brand. Astralis stick around as we know it. It's just with a new, you know, shadowy board that doesn't really matter to the esports fan, and life will continue as normal. The other outcome is you're playing to be sold. You're playing to be bought by another organization. You know, in my other life as a journalist, what I've been told is they're looking to sell the team as a complete set rather than individual players. So everyone has to play together. Everyone has to do well here. And maybe you get to another organization. Maybe there's new organizations or old organizations that want to come back. You know, organizations like Cloud9, for instance, might not feel bad about picking them up. And then there's the third outcome, absolute worst outcome, and that is that the org is shuttered temporarily because they can't meet all of the costs, and I don't know what happens to the players in those circumstances. I guess they're in limbo. So for everyone at home, those are the stakes right now. Lifting a trophy, I don't know what that does for any of those outcomes, but it can't hurt.
No, definitely not. The club prize pool for this event being north of $600,000 would definitely be a nice injection for them. And that's why, in many ways, HooXi has already been the life raft that Astralis needed in order to just continue keeping the lights on. I mean, some of the investments that Astralis have, and even the ones that they pulled out of, you know, selling the League of Legends team, moving it all into just the stabby transfer and trying to make it work with Katie, and it failed. It all failed. Missing 5 majors in a row, a catastrophic failure. But HooXi is giving.
I've seen that secret handshake they do as well, the stabby connection. If you ever see it when they do it,
they just don't want to hurt each other's hands.
No, well, what it is it's how they pulled the knives out of Cadian's back at the end when he joined Astralis. But
All planned out, of course.
Yeah.
Look, we always, you know, we use a meme about HooXi's world and everything. But really, if you think about it, just like, you know, just condense it down to, we're talking about how the team is suddenly loved. What changed? It was HooXi coming in. The organization's still the same. There's still the same 4 players over there and all the drama and everything that surrounded them. But I feel just this underdog comeback story of HooXi and all the brickbats he had to suffer, and just, you know, into the wilderness and coming back, almost a Rocky 5-esque storyline. Bad movie, by the way, more like a Rocky 6 storyline of him coming back in and making it work.
We can do all the Rockies.
All the Rockies. But it really does feel that way, right?
It's not how hard you get hit.
It's how you get back, and that's what HooXi's doing.
No, that really is.
Along with him, he's bringing everyone, like, everyone's starting to love this team again. It's almost, it's miraculous, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, it could get more miraculous. As you can see, the clock is ticking down. We're getting closer to the moment of truth. So I'll ask you once again, but I know what Yanko thinks. Yanko thinks Spirit are going to just come back and be the zen center of everything and just be calm and close this out. It's 3-1, and Astralis will still probably feel, wow, what a tournament, you know? But Maui, I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about training. I'm a Team Spirit guy.
I mean, I said at the beginning of the series that it was going to be a 3-0. Already wrong, but I got to double down, all right? 3-1 Spirit. That's where I'm going with this one. Losing to Furia was the wake-up call, or it should have been the wake-up call for Spirit to rethink how they wanted to work through their train defense. Just like they had to rework their Vertigo in the past, I think that this is a similar situation for them. I bet they're going to come up with some new tools to activate Donk. I don't think they're going to be missing team main smokes.
Yeah.
No, I think it's pretty fun to play at least. Watch. Little bit.
I thought winning, you know, I'm going to disagree with Yanko, because I feel like getting trained, just throwing in a curveball here in the second map would have been a play. And once I saw New coming in and 2-0 for
Happy
Spirit,
Sunday, buddy.
It's a done deal, right? But with Train, between actually being played right now, I gotta say, I can see a fifth map coming in. I think it's still going to be Spirit at the end of the day, but I think we will see a fifth map here, Rich. I think it's going to be a long night.
Yeah, I mean, well, the problem with that is obviously I don't know about the Ancient. The Ancient looming is very risky for Astralis.
I'll put it a different way. If it does go to a fifth, I'm taking Astralis because I
RR Saint, much love for your prime, buddy.
Eyes and say, "Are you considering me now?"
Easy to forget. Another little detail for people at home. They interviewed the coach Rugger when they about the Cadian pickup, and they were like, "Did you ever consider Hooksy?" And he said, "Absolutely not. He was never under consideration."
He's not going to be there for much longer.
I mean, well, listen. I guess it depends.
They're not out of the tournament yet.
No, regardless.
Yeah. Well. Yanko is also available for work, by the way. All right, guys. That's it. That's it. We're finished on the desk. We're finished on the desk. We can put our job applications in later. For now, it's Harry and Hugo.
An unexpected turn. We've arrived on train as Astralis have offered up resistance and made this an interesting grand final series after all.
I just want to puke,
on
man.
The floor between these squads on that last map of Mirage. They come back now from a little extended break. Spirit having to go away and do some soul searching in the downtime because Donk was firing on all cylinders, but the rest of his team were quiet.
Yeah, we came into this series almost thinking, hey, there's no pressure
Wrong
on
direction,
meant to win it, and that really builds up when you hit a third map, when you're down 0-2, when we're ready to write this grand final off. But Astralis play their best CS on a map they haven't won with this roster. And now we look at a series that could go the whole distance if Spirit continue to struggle on train. They fell to Furia just yesterday here. Donk with a nearly career low. Can he pick it back up, or will Astralis make this the distance?
This is a great position for Donk out of the E-box, but the flashes make life hard for him. He does have cover, but doesn't last long. Clean stuff from the rest of the boys, though, as Spirit repel the A-play dominantly. Donk not even required. It's Chopper and Magix, the two that started this grand final series off with a great pistol. I'll do it again to open up trade.
Yeah, the question for me in this fourth map is depth, right? Do Astralis have the depth? We heard them talking about how they were learning smokes going into the match against Aurora. That's borderline crazy. But they picked this map. They seem to believe it can't just be because Spirit looked beatable and Donk looked nerfed. It's got to be because Astralis have something up their sleeve. Astralis trying to play with Spirit. Get in their heads. That was the story of last map. Bit of back and forth in the chat. Some tilt perhaps, and then 10 rounds in a row from Astralis. Can Spirit reset? A huge question asked of them in this grand final.
Shira with this grimy angle just plays for the info. Block's gonna come running in for Astralis. A bomb plant here feels like a victory. Will it get that far? They're chasing down.
He actually got the plant.
Shira could have stopped that, to be perfectly clear. He had it, but the spinning got in the way. He looked annoyed at that. Could have been money denied for Astralis. Instead, they get a pretty decent buy coming into round number 3. Furia set some strong precedents on the T side against Spirit on this map. They had great utility to stop aggression up the B ramp. They had Yakinda playing timings, jumping out A main, getting behind Olof, playing lurk smokes, being annoying for Donk. Yakinda out-dueled him time after time. Well, Astralis look...
I mean, kind of half though, so that's good.
Do they have something?
But I do only have 29 minutes. Sorry. A little bit more than half an hour.
Distraction. This is all for the pop control.
And that plant was insane.
Donk up close, fell first. Hooksy gives over the opening. Chopper also followed up onto. That's great from Stair. Magic's tucked in, but they are closing in on Magic's position. Stair starts to get nervous, getting whittled down by Zontix back in connector. Ends up far closer than Astralis were hoping for. And now Zontix left in a clutch. 1v1.
Not a high chance to Cologne, but you never know. But not a high chance. I don't even remember what the date is.
And they seem so aware just from who's left for Team
Yeah,
Spirit.
spamming that box is such a free kill though.
Spam connecting earlier on. They were ready for Zontix's late play out through.
Yeah.
You're not going. I mean,
that corner doesn't work, by the way, if you're wondering. That corner
it's
is
only gonna come if I do a job
even as
working.
tucks and re-peaks, they can see him. What a spray for Stair, finding 2 kills
Right.
off this entry. Chopper looked lost.
That's why I do less events this year so far.
Land there first. Shiro's orb enters
Because
the
I've decided and also always done it, at least before, where I always want to go for work more than anything else. I'm a full-time streamer, ambassador for different brands.
Activated. Good map for him on the AWP.
Oof.
For now, he's just holding a line down in Ivy, a very, very tight line.
Monster does a sponsor here, Selimon.
Stown kind of tests the water on
That's why I'm not in Dallas, for example.
The rest of Astralis lean over towards B.
Shiro does look very strong on this map.
Which is super weird because DreamHack ESL, DreamHack specifically, were together with Monster for ages.
Typically reliable.
And then the merger, then Monster became the head sponsor of drinks.
He's 5-1 right now. He's got his favorite gun early, Glass.
Ready.
Spirit need him now. No ifs, ands, or buts. They don't want this one to drag all the way to a 5th. Or Astralis suddenly have the momentum. 2 maps in a row.
Boomer Demons open qualified. There's barely any open qualities anymore, so.
Unknown.
Or I mean, there's to something, but I don't know.
Leaving this down to the wire. 30 seconds as they set up this A exec. Shiro here on the AWP, but that shot just sails on past. Magic's trying to bail them out. Starts to feel pressure. Ivy's been open for a while. He'll turn back around, but he can't contain Stown. 15 seconds. Time is a problem for Astralis. They've got to break through, and they've got to break through now. Shiro will get found out. Can anyone deny the plant? No one can stop this. Astralis get that bomb planted, and they'll go.
Damn. Okay. How did it fuck the makes this work out, man?
To the extremities of the time, and they go into a padded out A site. Zontix deleted.
I barely work with any Swedish brands because Swedish brands in general pay pretty bad.
Right, they've been in the lab a little bit. Donk with a missed shot. Shiro getting spanned through the smoke, and just crisis on that A bomb site. See how vocal Donk is getting there as well.
Oof.
Stressful round for Astralis with everyone here for Team Spirit, but they've now put them on pistols. This one should be easy.
Kind of weird round that they actually.
Doing this Yakinder impression, getting out behind the box very early.
Gabby just playing a contain.
Not interested. Don't want to give them anything.
And he hears a bunch of footsteps over in
No, Swedish brands in general. That dreams. Not those specifically. Swedish brands in general. Or like the company is like
hope of wildness
do things in Sweden.
Vanilla pistol round out the
Were
window.
the first 2 maps a warm up for Astralis question mark?
A little cautious, but reload caught. Donk drops the bomb.
That would be insane though.
Not worried yet, but Astralis are taking their sweet time, hoping these kills just come to them. They should.
I don't feel like Spirit's good on train though.
Crikey. just finish it, Astralis, making a meal out of the
Nice try, though.
Rico. They chow down on a third round.
Very early timeout for Team Spirit. Knowing the importance, now that they have this full buy, you don't want Astralis after 10 rounds in a row to close out Mirage, getting off to a similar start here on Train, and this is your chance to stop that. So how are they going to weigh in?
Got a tech now for Astralis. Brief moment of respite for Team Spirit. It's all about this outside control that Astralis have just been splitting in these first couple of rounds of the game.
Start this game during the pleasantries, the good lucks, the have funs.
Because that means that it's basically a timeout.
Good luck, Stabby. Oof. A reference to the former heroic duo in Astana.
And the timeouts are already limited as it is right now.
Definitely been some beef in the chat in this game, not something you see often.
It's a lot of people here, actually.
Only those players can truly know how.
Will I watch Liquid face more? Yeah, I will, but not on stream though.
We can only look at the results.
There is, I will not stream any Dallas games
Spirit out on Mirage.
because I'm going away on Thursday,
Unlikely affair has opened up this series,
and the game starts so late for Swedish time. I think there's a high chance that maybe Olaf does it because of FaZe. Want to be part of the hype, you know, with Simple.
Back in after the timeout, and a pretty fast pace set by Astralis as they try and tee up Stown with the cover of Device to get out through Ivy. Magix is here, hoping to contain
nice
him,
kill.
Stown gets past him. That's a huge problem. The backline now corrupted for Spirit. You're going to be looking over your shoulder throughout the entirety of this round while Stown is still in the picture. Your player's hand now going out soon. Shiro is the guy who could find himself in the firing line. They're still hoping to find Stown, but they just can't get a beat on this guy.
Oh, he stabs him in the back all right. Flank up Ivy. 3 kills on the entry. Traded.
Still gets the kill though.
For Spirit.
Gotta hope to make the map so I can watch and eat my pizza ordered.
Stown and Yabi duo to make it happen. Stown starting out through Ivy.
Now you're talking food? God damn it.
Save called for Zontix as another one of these rounds just slips by the wayside for Spirit.
How do you get up here? Is there like a self-boost here? Like a ledge? Sure. Never been there.
In that next round, and so your worst nightmare coming true here.
Just eating burgers, man.
Streak back on Mirage. You wanted to stifle the Astralis confidence a little bit here, especially on a map that has proven to be somewhat strugglesome for this Spirit team. They're only, well, up until last map, their only map loss on their way to this final. Coming to Furia here in the semis yesterday.
What do you think about this story from a pro player's POV? Well, I'm not a pro anymore, so I don't know. I like it though.
A very exciting prospect.
And
a grand final that felt like it was just gonna fly by. Look at Donk. Head in hands.
Is it tech issues? It's just a small match pause though.
You can hear every cheer. Stark difference on the Astralis side. Jokes made, smiles on their faces. We said playoffs, getting here, hard part done. This bit's just for fun.
I mean, I can understand that he's frustrated, to be honest.
Final, why not take it all the way?
He's not getting the things he wants, and, you know, it's not going the direction in general, so...
It's been many moons since fans of Astralis have felt like they truly have the
I'm
team
very
to get
surprised
behind.
that I don't want to go to the toilet yet, though.
A captain bought in at the 11th hour after finding himself out of action for a whole year. Labeled the problem back in G2. Astralis themselves
Would they consider
even
roster?
saying he was
Nah.
never a consideration.
I think they would play the whole year, Spirit, without the roster change. I think. Not sure. They're still a great team,
Astralis
so...
that has just been chock full of surprises, both in getting to this point, but in keeping the final going. Hooksy trying to accomplish something that many a captain have tried and failed, and that's to get Stown and Yabi truly activated on these stages. They've held their own today.
Who's the best team in CS2 right now?
Across this whole stage
Vitality.
as well. Multiple games in playoffs,
Vitality.
even with some slow starts from that pair, they have finished strong, and that's what this grand final was all
FaZe
about.
were
2 down.
FaZe were having a
An attempt
really
at a
rough
reverse
time.
sweep, a final Hail Mary.
Maybe a debate regarding,
here
you
for
know,
Astralis. It's just unbelievable to be
simple,
talking
blah,
about
blah,
them
blah.
in this fashion after years of horrific management from this organization. That one change could make such a difference.
I mean, the last time Astralis fans even got to see their team in a grand final at a big event was all the way back in 2019. It's been some time.
Almost 2,000 days. And that was the original Astralis lineup. The one that was so good, you almost hated it. Device, still here. Years on. Stown still typing. Still trying to ruffle the feathers of team spirit. Push their buttons. And I kind of admire it.
I mean, press every advantage you can. Press every button you can. And, you know, even for the Spirit squad, turning the spotlight on them a little bit after how now this finals left hanging in the balance. What felt like it was going to be a guarantee with a dominant map to
Nice,
open.
Liz.
Closing out on back-to-back clutches. A map that felt like a must-win for
Vitality,
Astralis.
Falcons,
Their
Mouse,
first pick
Spirit
at
is my list.
SBO5
Yeah, no,
on the
being
back
here.
of a Chopper 1v3 and a Donk 1v4, stolen away at a very close scoreline. It felt like it was done.
Yeah, the death said Astralis needed Nuke to even get a chance in this series. A statement that is very hard to disagree with. But despite that, we're still here, 4 maps in.
And like, this is a Spirit not without problems.
Can
of
you hear
their
Crowd
own,
as a
right?
player?
A year that was
To some
has
degree, yeah.
been dominated.
So whenever they're
squads
like, you
that
know,
made
screaming and
roster
like,
changes and
oh,
looking
like
at
this, it's like
vitality
this, barely, it's like cheating, yeah.
to elevate them to be the team to beat right now.
Even Falcons.
Spirit had that faith, and yeah, Falcons is another one. But Spirit had faith that this was the roster, this was what they wanted to move ahead with.
Hey, Rubs. How
And
you
that
doing,
was
buddy?
to the dismay of many Spirit fans, feeling like changes were required. This was supposed to be a bit of a reminder of what Spirit are capable of. Will it end up being the case that those community worries prove to come true? Astralis back in after a tech pause. A lengthy one at that. 4 in a row right now for the Danish squad. Donk on a hero gun, creeps forward. Huxi dealt with first as Donk tries to leave a mark. Gabby starts to search B in the downtime though, and so very quickly that man advantage is whittled.
Look at Magic's position though. He will never search that position. Never search it if he goes there.
Stan's presence is a lot of pressure. Pressure that Spirit must consider. And his team will come meet him in the outside, potentially avoiding Magics. Chopper back sight, tucked in, and Astralis say, give us a space, we'll take it. Gabby's gonna clear this. Chopper awkward timing. Stown out, finds Magics. Chopper calls for Donk.
Donk in the right place on this gun. 2 players ready to swing him out through Pop. It's Device a little later to keep it clean. Donk dealt with. Astralis up to 5 in a row.
Another stressful anti-eco that comes down to a 2v2. But Astralis still squeeze it out, showcasing a strong T side.
Mostly because I feel like shit right now. But I would build with only 5 on me to make it so you get at least some sort of an answer.
Device fast to try and hold for the pop cross. You know who you're going to be facing when that's the fight you go for, but Donk doesn't give it to him. Instead, it's a big nade to hurt Device greatly.
Look at him go.
Huxi runs it through Pop.
Oh!
The transfer!
Oh!
More than just a captain when needed. He can take him to the stars. Huxi, 2 kills to soften up this A site. Shiro wounded, not quite mortally, still at play, still at large. But his teammates feeling pressure.
Nowhere to go.
Magic's getting boxed in. Zontic's found in the downtime. Astralis swarm this A site. Still know that they've got Magic's trapped in a box here. Living on a timer, living on the say-so of that Device AWP. And so it's only Shiro left. Tries to play his hand through the smoke. It's being held though, and if he reacts to that bomb, he's a dead man. Instead, the spot there, but Stown will deal with him.
Huxi MVP.
And Astralis looking to the shooting stars, only deal in streaks, 6 straight down the stretch to open up train.
Spirit just look lost in this outer side, right? Huxi comes out Pop, there's a flash for him, player backside is pushed off the angle, and Huxi makes it all.
Is that what I basically said the same answer, Brian? I remember. Why don't Veto so much? I don't think he had ammo or bullets, right? Or maybe he did.
Playing from the front, 60 rounds, we're seeing an aggressive Stown. We're seeing a confidence down on the stage. Something never seen before.
A player who could never shake the reputation of being a choker on stages, a group stage merchant.
Actually, didn't I save 100 gifted for me if Astralis wins, by the way? Huh.
Once more, Spirit put their faith in Donk.
I mean, he's had a rifle near every round of this series, it feels like. He doesn't eco. They drop him a gun, they save a gun, they give it to him. He has 3K, he buys a gun. And then they drop him one next round anyway.
I remember. What did I say, Shad?
But here in this map, it's coming up with far less results. 5 and 7.
There's always someone who is like, remember X or Y.
Mortal. Here on the B bomb site, there's Astralis throw util. Stown again, keeps them concerned about the backline. He's in no hurry, but maybe he should be. 40 seconds. Is this bomb going T-main? This is scary for Astralis. It doesn't matter now, but if Spirit start to get this info, they're going to realize that B play is a fake. They hear that bomb coming back through spawns. Shiro tucks in a great position. This is about to go very
well, they do mull it quite often though, or check it, so...
One kill on device, the round is over, and they have to run.
You always check it though.
Once again!
Oh,
comfort
shit.
in playing at the extremity of this timer.
How have they done it?
As much I pay him.
They had to rehearse their smokes on this map ahead of the semi-final.
Charity work.
They are so in tune with each other right now.
Yabi running and shooting to finish that kill. Just trying to piss him off right now. Stown, he's been beating Donk in head-to-heads in this series. In a lot of gunfights on Nuke. Had Donk's number, had the answer.
Oh shit, chat, I gotta hurry with drinking this up. Soon an hour is gone.
By Stown's pre-fire. I did not think this would be Donk's counter. But right now he's in his pocket, he's in his head. Device again, attempting the entry. And it lands.
There it is.
A shot from the Magic second orb. Hooksy full blind, throws his
Laxatives.
life down to try and set up the rest of his team, but Yabi can't go. For now, Donk's still in this. Magic's holding.
Another Atom got permit and he didn't even use it. Like 1 minute has already passed.
And that device opener quickly forgotten about. Astralis find themselves in a 2-on-4.
Oh, I've already seen that one.
Position at the right time.
When I went to the toilet first.
Patiently waiting for that kill to present itself. A B push.
One more from the AWP, maybe. Shiro, comfortable line, comfortable kill.
Harris is better though.
Time, the only thing on Device's side as he makes his push out through Ivy. Magic's on this angle, and the double AWP proves to be a solution for Team Spirit. 4 kills, 2 apiece for both the AWPs. And finally, they break that 7-round streak of Astralis.
La 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 la.
As long as they get there, say Spirit. Fighting for 5 on the half. Catching Stown, getting cheeky through the smoke. And stopping that Hooksy swing out pop. Do Astralis have the depth? They haven't shown anything on this B-bomb site since that full eco. They take the halls quickly. Spirit, stop the A main control.
Does he really have that big of an ego? I know, I mean, he knows he's the fucking best player in the world, but does he really have that big ego? I don't see him having that big of an ego.
Is bound to happen.
Maybe he does, I don't know.
Could this be the round to break Spirit's money right back?
You know, wherever you go, you're likely to run into one of these 2 AWPs. It's Shiro adorning this B site with his.
It's a pervasive angle. Yabi might walk into it without even realizing. He's going to get nades out first. Lurk, smoke, shuts Shiro out. Shuts him up, pushes him back. Astralis attack with a full execute.
This puts a lot of pressure on Zontix. He was meant to just be watching ramp, but now the up is open. Zontix trying to make a play, feels so claustrophobic. Astralis bite down on B. Yabi with one hell of a sequence. Don can't bring him back into it, and it's this stabby duo making magic happen. Heroics from Stown and Yabi seal the deal on a strong lead for Astralis.
Like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, shot. This is
and Stown and
quite
Yabi
one-sided right now.
Shut Spirit up.
And this is such uncharted waters for guys that could never step out
Wait,
the shadow.
he read them like that?
They are firmly in the limelight. Stown and Yabi topping the charts in map 4 of this grand final.
Who would have seen this coming? And now they play with bravado. That Yakinda pathing straight out behind the box. No kills offered up. Spirit play a little more passive this time. Chopper has an inkling, goes for it. Hooksy puts the pressure on. Molotov's going to force Chopper back. He doesn't want to 4v5 him. Yabi's gone through, and he will get denied. Chaos ensues, and Spirit thrive in it. That
Just
should be
there.
it.
He's boxed in. He's dead. Shiro Orb continues to be a
They're not playing the major. They lost the major.
But 4 rounds is all they muster.
And Donk again, not his home map. That much is clear on the CT side of Train. What Furia did to him, Astralis are replicating. But to even more devastating effect on an attempt at the reverse sweep in a BO5 final.
But someone else said it at the same time, right? So I'm not gonna feel too bad if it's gonna be 100 right then, right? Or am I completely fucked?
Has never felt so good.
I mean, Astralis.
Or am I coping now?
Deliver some revenge, make it so Furious.
No, but 50 was for Donk 30 kills. Though.
Extracting elements of that game plan.
At least that's the only thing I remember. I don't know.
And using it against Spirit here in the final. Fallen walked so Hooksy could run.
Have Spirit got some fight in them? As the tank run dry. Burning coal on this T side. They go straight towards B.
I mean, Furia and Aurora leaves instantly to go there.
Steps. Astralis have no one close B. They don't have that fake info Spirit have given them. As far as they're concerned, the whole map is quiet. A 2-3 with a kit smoke that will go a long way.
It's down in Yabi here.
Oh.
Top of the charts, Astralis do.
No, I know that scene, but I was pretty sure I said that only because someone else said something else. I don't remember.
Yabi's unable to get revenge.
But I don't remember it 100%.
On a deep push in a CT, and they look to meet Astralis here. Oh, they go out for the swing. Dom decides against it.
Yeah, it's a tight choke point. Don't let them back in.
I've given up a few of these.
Is there a ladder on top of it?
Way back in, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb. Hooksy does have a kit to work with, though. As you try and go for this last second, moving in, Shiro turns the tide, and Stown just doesn't have the time nor the resources. Big hat trick from Shiro. As he looks to make
Furia and Aurora got set to Tuesday for their first match, though.
Rise into the occasion on Train.
That's good, though.
Top of the board for Spirit. And a much-needed pistol round on his back.
Yeah, face game is tomorrow.
That's going to give Spirit a fighting chance.
Furia Aurora is 2 a.m. Tuesday, though, so it's still tomorrow. By the way,
feel like Train starts to open up again.
Yeah,
Brian.
Enamored by this Astralis potential. By
Time
this
zones
Astralis
difference.
comeback.
It's still Monday. So it's still tomorrow for them. It's just the last game of the day.
They can put it all to bed, all the worries.
I don't even know if they can make it. It's such a long flight. From Astana, then to Europe, then to Europe to Dallas. I don't know.
That's a hell of a shot. Stown still needs more, needs to extract more value. Right now, he's slowing them down.
Uh-oh.
They're getting whittled down. Tagged up by scouts, tagged up by Deeks. Now Yabi plays his hand in with the backstab.
Oh, no.
Tearing through Spirit.
Oh, no.
Magic's left cowering. And now they know where he is. Astralis trying to close in. Swing from Device could stop this right now. And it will come through. Device faces him head on. Robbery of a round for Astralis.
Another round where Astralis play like
Simple
they have
sorry
nothing
in
to
Dallas,
lose.
it was
They're
historically.
pushing forward every step of the way.
Yeah.
Sitting back, that would be ways.
I mean, we're not talking about Simple. We're talking about Aurora and Furia.
Themselves through smokes, round corners. and they find a force buy like that.
All right, I have like 1 minute left to drink up this shit
Doesn't
though.
even get the hero rifle this time. Oh, I say that. Shiro throws it right over.
Stan with an aggressive move, and it will see him playing into the hands of this hero gun. Astralis not afraid. They've spotted players in the corner. That's going to do big damage on the nade, and Stown gets out.
This head-to-head is unbelievable. Is someone keeping count? Stown v Donk, and I don't think it's close.
I've been feeling it ever since I started drinking it.
And it's coming in impact rounds. Rounds Astralis are winning. Stown,
all right, I'm done with that shit.
Map 4 of a grand final is the top performer.
Round stalls out now for Spirit as well. What do they even do? They have one smoke. They're a man down. They were very split up here. Still trying to recover from this early skirmish over in Ivy. And look at the risk that Hooksy's taken. Calls their bluff, creeps all the way up, and finds the perfect timing. Magix was just holding this until a second ago. He's going to get killed before that smoke even gets used. The one piece of util Spirit had to try and get into this round is gone. One back for Zontix, a little bit more for Chopper, but it's Hooksy tightening the net on the backstab that's paying
too low though.
Damage. Got to be Yabby now. They're so low.
Guns to be retrieved. The best laid of plans for Astralis, winning the 5v4, getting the timing on the backstab, still might not be enough. Low HP for Shiro and Chopper, and a big spot for Yabby. Feels like it has to be him to bail them out in this round. Chopper left cowering, but you've seen this corner.
No Hector. She left the Dallas today. Oh, she left the Dallas today.
And Astralis on to double digits.
It's just a horrible post-plant position. There's just no cover there. You stick out no matter what you do. Astralis spam him through the box, and again, it results in a round win. Doubling Spirit's round count now.
31 kills for Stown and Yabby combined. And Stown finally learning what it means to step up in these stage games.
Surely be the biggest win of his career, right?
For fans of Danish Counter-Strike, enamored by the Astralis project and the addition of Hooksy, how far they've gone. This was the duo you always wanted to become unlocked. You saw all the potential, but it would so often disappear when the pressure was on. A renaissance for Astralis devices Orb. Potent on the Behold has opened up, knocking Donk out of the fray, out of the round. No longer in this fight. Shiro and Chopper do what they can. Battling forward, even more for Zontix. And just there, it all comes unraveled. Spirit play like they have nothing to lose in a low econ.
Much love for the gift to in a YouTube community. Appreciate big time spotting.
From Astralis.
Yeah, indecision for Yabby on a micro level, right? He goes for the fight.
It's still Astralis. That's true.
Molotov, they just chase him down. They don't give him the room. He doesn't even land back on his feet before the bullets come in. And that's a huge round for Spirit, no doubt about it. It's broken Astralis' money.
Chat, I think it's time, by the way. I think the toilet screams now.
Has an opportunity been presented? It's just a hero M4, a scout. And Astralis on the edge of a full eco. Spirit step on the scales.
And what would really serve to solidify a thriving Stown is in this round where he's given the hero gun. If he's able to find his impact, will struggle to, as it looks like Spirit set their sights over towards B. He's back towards Ivy, very far removed from this B play. Instead, it's his old mate Yabi who's going to get tested. Everyone spilling out through upper for Team Spirit. Yabi's on Donk's screen, and he will take that shot eventually. A false sense of security, and that duo brushed aside. Astralis have to let this round slip on by them. Spirit start to close the gap, piece by piece, on this T side.
Worth noting that Stair dropped that M4 anyway, right? He had nothing in this round as a result, not even Kevlar. Gave that over to Stown. Trying to set up that start. But Spirit have other ideas. They break Astralis' money once and for all. And they look to mount a massive comeback in this fourth map to shut these Danes up. Floor to ceiling, this arena is packed.
First timeout from Astralis, and that shows how times are changing. A far cry from that streak of 7 that they embarked upon. Three rounds in it for them past that point. And so trying to get ahead of it. The unlikely allies, Huxi and Rugger, trying to figure out how to stem the bleeding here, how to stop this before it becomes a problem. Because even though Astralis have surprised us this entire time, and they were...
I've never taken this while streaming.
That's no longer the case.
I've only taken it off stream.
Chance to lift that trophy at the tail end of this map. And so this is where the pressure reaches fever pitch for Astralis.
But I should take a day off, so... L crowd? What?
Shiro holds for an upper swing.
Why?
With the game he's having.
I can't, Jerome. I'm not allowed to eat for the rest of the day.
Opener for
Till
Spirit. Stair elects never to play.
Colonoscopy test tomorrow. New segments through stream. Huh?
He's going to swing off his teammates.
Another timer? Yeah.
Plays now, decides against it. Instead, it's Huxi taking next contact. Burning Alive pushes the extremities of that, and now they're ready for the swing out from the heavens. This setup, this three-man.
He actually survived.
For Astralis doesn't come through.
Feels like a wasted opportunity there. Stair could have caught after he heard that AWP fire off, knowing he's
dragged up
covered by a
Chris.
scope.
Nah.
That was the chance to make things weird. Instead,
bring up
Astralis with a B stack.
Your bump? Yeah, not a drone. But yeah.
The bomb's going back through spawn.
Yabi's frequently been left all on his lonesome in these stacks, and he's been the one that Team Spirit have played into. One kill here from Yabi feels like a requirement. 35 seconds left, so for Spirit, this is a very late exec in towards this A site. Yabi's Deagle gives us a chance to fire just one bullet, and that's all he gets. Spirit dodged the stack, dodged these hero guns, and look to make this a 2-round game.
Yeah, it's closed up very quick.
Oh, that's an AWP.
Big grab. Getting an AWP out of this is...
how will he survive though?
Astralis, but it's not guaranteed with Zontix in this position. Stown aware of it. Zontix steps. Stown sees the shadow. One step too far.
He's trying to bait this shot so much.
Oh,
and he finally gets it.
That's it. Ooh. It's just more important you don't give the AWP over, even less so that you save it. Spirit have the money.
I mean, I'm on YouTube, I'm not on Twitch.
(8-4), 10-5. Astralis do right on their opportunity.
He's pretty nice. He's pretty funny.
Money is not pretty.
Ugh.
But missing this molly a lot, Spirit.
Device making a play all the way through Pop Dog.
So low from the nades.
Is the pokey of Oppers?
Spirit just playing these slow rounds, never falling down at the early moves from Astralis.
And that's fine, to be honest. Let them bleed, because Astralis have nothing left. Smoke, molly, nade. That is it for Astralis. And if Spirit start throwing an execute at you, you need every single kill to come through clean. Not going to get any free damage here. Not going to buy any time. The final smoke deprived of Astralis. And Spirit can just slink back if they want.
A little bit, but not too much of the interviews.
Sneaking into the halls.
It's down on this jiggle. Just playing for the info. Gets out of there after he gets the spot. Has to concede this real estate to Spirit. Once again, it's one of these 30-second execs, but Spirit are very strung out right now. 2 players still over towards B. We're going to have to link back up with Donk. 20 seconds on this play. They've not left themselves the good graces of time on this clock. Zontix opens up at a B, but the bomb's heading out into this A site, and Yabi can hear this, but caught crossing. Plant goes down. Stray bullet could have saved this, but it won't come through. And Spirit doing to Astralis what they did to them all T-side long. These slow, suffocating T-side rounds. 1 kill back for Steph.
It's a 3v3 though. They're not gonna go for no kit though.
Already conceded.
Oh, Spirit absolutely scrambled Astralis right there. Zontix coming out upper at 20 seconds.
Oh yeah, he's been having a pretty bad day.
Yeah. Just keeps him out of position. You can tell how unready Yabi is, how unprepared as he sneaks out from hell. There's an AWP in main at 12 seconds. It comes down to the wire, but Spirit stick the landing. Oh, that's close. 8 health on Stown after the spam. And so Spirit had no room for error, but with no error made, sit around behind Astralis.
This game was 10-5 in Astralis' favor. They've been keen at burning these pauses now as they can feel the nature of the game changing. It's now a fight for survival. And one of the big fears for fans of Team Spirit, can they do it if Donk ever has a quiet game, if he ever struggles? Well, this is far and away from Donk's match right now. Instead, Shiro holding the fort, Magic's rising up through the ranks, Zontix with some key impact kills as this comeback looks to come through.
Yeah, and it's at this point in the game I ask, where is Device? He has to have a round on this AWP. He is
I'm super happy with the generation I come from, so.
T-side, but here on defense, on a sniper,
Trombo, yeah.
Shiro's impact.
How you
In
doing?
these couple of maps of Train on the stage, Device cannot go quiet. He is that experienced guy. He is Mr. Consistent. So that AWP better strike. Astralis need it. Device ambitious. Trust his instinct on the top of the train. A boost for the pot box. Spirit trapping this A site.
There's been a really good realization here from Astralis too, and that's to hold on to Util late in the round, right?
Well, don't search this though.
They try to hold on to as much Util as they can to stall this out, but will you be able to? Device drops down from his perch up on top of the train. Donk closing the distance, but there's the Device AWP. Yabi, 2 kills from him on the aggression.
What?
Spirit getting shut out finally from one of these A plays. Shiro looks for a route back in, but an uncharacteristic
Oh
miss
no!
seals his fate. It's not the game yet for Astralis, but they get to keep that gap between them and Spirit, and they widen it a little further. Huge round for Yabi. 3 kills in defensive A, doing what Astralis haven't been able to do yet. They repel Team Spirit, breaking this 4-round streak.
Frustration for Spirit setting in as this series is slipping. A stressful map of Counter-Strike.
As mentioned, Astralis seemingly have learned from their mistakes of rounds gone by. They've not been dumping all this util early. Onus going to be on Chopper, and whether he can figure that out might call a bit of a faster round here. Donk comes barreling in.
Enough.
Oh no!
To the Device AWP. We said we wanted more from Device. Now is not the time for him to develop a stage fright in this final. 1 kill on the AWP already. Help from Hooksy goes a long way.
Creeping under, Chopper.
They'll get under the Device scope, and Device is uprooted.
Such a free kill there. Oh no, toilet again, chat.
Felt like Astralis had control. This was in the palm of their hand. Spirit has snuck in. A boost has to be the way. Yabi and Stown against Team Spirit.
This was the corner that was letting down Spirit all throughout that first half. They lost so many of these post plants from that position.
They've got to know both.
Yabi and Stown try and use it against them. They get this into a 2v2. Shiro holding, can't afford to miss a bullet here as the game hangs in the balance. Shiro nails it. And Yabi now put in an awkward spot, pincered between the AWP, between Zontic. Shiro swings. Tried and true, the Shiro AWP on train continues to uplift Team Spirit. In an era that is being dominated by these strong AWP duos, Nico and Monacy and Falcons, Rops and Zywoo for Vitality. Shiro looks to be the counterpart to Donk. His output in this final is undeniable. He is the reason that Train is still a possibility for Spirit. They still have the chance to close it out here and now.
More than a chance. Astralis are on their last legs. They are shaking, quaking in their boots. You lose this round, you have nothing to show. Force, Eco, it doesn't matter. Either option, horrific for Astralis. They have to stay here. They have to find map point. Or this final might fall into place for Spirit after all. A tediously slow T-side called by Chopper. Across Nuke, across Train. Moving his pieces around the board. And for Spirit to show they can do it, even without Donk, would be a hell of a statement. But we're not done yet. Explosion out the B site. Chopper leads the charge. They don't know about Stown.
This is where your heart's racing, and Chopper, he's amping up. Spirit with a tie game. A chance to close on a map that has been causing them problems. Scoreline's getting worse and worse. Fielding that L to Furia, but digging deep here in the final. From a 5-10 deficit, Shiro has led the charge throughout. For Astralis now, no money, only these 2 saved guns. Device and Stare will have to be the ones that keep this unlikely grand final dream alive for Astralis. If they don't, Spirit will be lifting that trophy in 2 rounds' time.
How impossible it felt just minutes ago. Spirit looked suffocated by that Astralis T side, but it's a different game now. A late game recovery. Shiro stable. Astralis throwing whatever they can the way of Spirit. Puxi's aggression tempered by Donk. He sees a shadow, he wants more. A trophy within touching distance. An Astralis that did more than you can expect, but is this where the road ends? Is this the end of the line? Full execute on B. A brutal close. Donk does it again, double up.
This is where Device has to earn his keep. This is where that AWP has to do it, because Stairs given them a chance, a fighting chance, but that's a huge miss. Stairs' first time with a chance to grab a trophy. After a phenomenal run in these playoffs and through the groups, it's him and Stown left in this, but they've got Donk to beat. Stown swing! Donk deletes him! Spirit are right there! And it's the arrival of Donk now. The last horseman of the apocalypse in this game is here. The end times are approaching for Astralis.
And they can feel it. It's been miraculous. It's been impossible. They landed within reach. And now Spirit look to steal it away at the final hour of train. Donk with a struggling map, but that 4K right there is all Stown's gonna remember. The Prince plunges his short sword right into Astralis' heart.
Spirit want to end it with a bang. Donk straight out through main. Shiro in the kill feed first. A duo that has to learn to match the heights of these other squads. Look to shut down Astralis' hopes and dreams. 4 on 2. There should be no way to misplay this. Astralis, they feel that the game is gone. It's not in their hands anymore. Yabi creeping up. Catching Chopper is a big thing. It slows the roll of Spirit, but the defense gets split. And so this is a moment in which Yabi is the sole hope of Astralis. The one man that can keep them in this. On for the ace. Astralis run it back.
Absolutely no right. They have no business being here. 2v4. Tournament on the line. And Spirit sink into their seats.
An immediate timeout for Team Spirit. After such a hard-fought battle to be the team, moving on a map point, trophy point first. Finding themselves in a 4v2, thinking the job was done.
They're 5v2, in fact.
Even bigger burn for Spirit. And the future is anything but certain. That might have been the best chance you had to close this out on train. And Yabi has just ripped it from you. We go again.
This is what you play for. all the rounds. And then some. Spirit, they want to go. They're tired of waiting around. A flash is all it takes. They spot Yabi, but there's a second piece in this B site. Device's orb strikes. Yabi swings and Shiro misses. It's the deadly duo dead first. Someone's got to save him.
How the fuck did Yabi clutch that round, by the way?
Doing what he can. Out on an island out here at upper, still looking for even more in this position. Knows more will be required. Chopper mocked up on the back line. That's the bomb gone.
Mike's so far across. Oh, wow.
Taking the first in OT. Magic's so far away. So far removed.
Hooks even like seeing me reading it though. Oh, not really. Okay, yeah.
The next is the true test.
Astralis talking, considering their options. How do we not lose this? Util down.
Yeah, I saw it live on the toilet.
Is coming for the fight.
They're grouped together. Smoke in as well. Doubt starts to creep into the minds of Astralis as Magix tries to thread this needle, but he's not escaping Stare, who as soon as that smoke came in, started making his move. Astralis stay active in the 2v1. Finding these CT rounds, that's been the hard part. It is not insignificant that Astralis open up in OT and stick the landing, stopping Magix on his way to a 1v3.
Nades on the cross have done significant damage.
I summed the smoke there.
But
I'm not sure for anyone specifically.
Down crosses up to pop, and Spirit have been slow in gaining this position.
They want to boost.
They're gonna boost.
That's Sontig's at a range. Stam gonna jump up. Shiro caught.
Oh!
Somehow, someway, Astralis slaughter Spirit where they stand.
What?
Full reset, but that goes both ways. Astralis are entering unknown territory.
Yeah, this whole time you haven't had a beat on Magix. You don't know where he could be. And so that is going to slow down this reroute back towards the A site, giving Spirit a lot of breathing room. Astralis really have no choice here but to group up and play together. Return of the Wolf Pack.
Smart call of Astralis.
Cautious.
Why doesn't he smoke? I guess.
This is where Shiro kept him in the game long enough. But in this round, it's Donk who has to deliver. Magix dinked in the first turn. Backstab in for Device. It's Donk or it's die. Swing out on the AWP. Blessed by Shiro. Can Donk finish the job? Stare moves in. And Donk doesn't know where he's gotten to, doesn't know where to look. The indecisiveness, the quick scoping.
Oh!
This guy just doesn't miss. Doesn't matter the gun.
He does play a lot of AWP in pugs, by the way. Like, so much AWP, by the way. Holy smokes, man.
Since his 4K, 412 rounds, Donk has
There's pugs.
in this fourth map.
Mixes.
The confidence back in him. Courage to
matchmaking, Premier, Basic, Inuing,
some of these shots,
ES
but no
Portal,
longer.
ES Play,
Donk has decided he wants to be the difference
ESCA.
Going quick again.
Wants to be the reason that Astralis train. Sontig's and Chopper kills a piece. Yabi ducking through the smokes, plays a dodging game, but will get found.
He tried to.
Team Spirit. 2 on the T side.
Gamer.nu.
Domination in the final round.
Gamers.nu.
And it's Astralis who have to play catch up again.
An impossible game to call.
Valorant? No.
And this crowd have loved Hooksy all weekend, but now they want blood.
No idea. They just started to feel it all in suddenly, I guess. That's why they were like, fuck it, you know, you're on.
And still standing tall, 2 rounds from a trophy. Against a T side that netted 8 rounds in regulation from Astralis. Stan's lurks on Ivy were integral, smoked off, no respect. The nade pushes Magic's back.
He doesn't hear.
Closer. Double orb for Spirit. Shiro moving in. Sniper crossfire. Stan's patience pays off.
Gets a little carried away trying to chase that kill and follow through on a Magix though, and you hope that that hasn't cost them. The heroic duo falling first. Chopper gonna mop up another. Team Spirit fast building towards map point, championship point, and all that stand in their way is the captain of Astralis. Hooksy takes the first, but the next to face is Donk, and he is rebirthed on train, reborn.
Of course he knew it, Will. Of course he knew it.
OT, it's been a whole different game from Donk. Spirit now with 2 chances to close this out.
Yeah, Astralis had their opportunity.
Match point for Spirit now, chat.
Not often you see him mortal. It was only mere moments. And now Astralis have met their maker. Spirit's chance to finish what they started, what should have ended on Mirage. What they came to Kazakhstan to do. We said there was no challenge.
Damn.
Spirit success all but guaranteed. Can they close?
Fast cross for Stair. Playing this Yekindar position in Olaf, but they're ready for it. Chopper's leveled up. He's got the reads. He knows Hooksy's tricks. He's seen them before. And Spirit, the path is open right now. Can they walk it? Can they get that trophy? Dog seems to think so.
Oh, and my stomach.
Apply, but the round is stalled.
Oh.
And there's the close. Team Spirit rise to the occasion.
Damn. Spirit did it, Chatterino. Winner of PGL Astana 2025. Not a bad run from Astralis, by the way. Not a bad run from Astralis.
It felt like Spirit almost crumbled on the stage. But they step up to the occasion. They shut Astralis up. A cocky Stan with arguably his best stage performance yet, but also one he'll want to forget.
I mean, of that little time Astralis had with Hooksy and like did what he did.
They're the two that define the legacy of this Spirit squad. And they nail this final map. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of PGL Astana 2025.
Oh.
It's Team Spirit!
Yeah, take it easy, buddy. Got my food ripped. Ah, lucky, buddy. Oh, the confetti, man. Astralis is not in Astana, no. Or as Dallas. You must miss this? What? What do you mean must miss it?
They do. The second trophy this year for you, Chopper, and one you've been looking for. How good does it feel to do it in front of family, friends, and a crowd that loves you?
It's amazing, I guess.
Офигенно!
Shiro, for you, this will look like a hard battle to go through for the whole team. Games that were very
The trophy must be missing it. Yeah,
How good
of
does
course.
it feel to sit here now with this trophy in your hands and the champions? Everyone expected this of you. Do you feel like there's some relief, less pressure?
Я очень счастлив выиграть этот турнир, потому что мы давно не выигрывали. Спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживает.
It's been a long time to make it in this grand finals, and thank you very much everyone who supports us.
Zontix, there was a bit of worrying I think people were having that maybe you guys were feeling the pressure on stage, you may be crumbling here against Astralis after losing Mirage and then how it went on train. What was it like for you guys in the server going through all of that?
Well, it was pretty good 2 maps from us. And then we just didn't connect on the server on the Mirage, and they were like, okay, we have nothing to lose. And they kind of played a good Counter-Strike, I think. And we just had a talk about how we should play if we want to win. We should only think about the game, inside the game, and not about, oh, we are close to winning or whatever. And yeah, this
Confetti!
is the main that we fixed,
That's on his eyebrow.
into train, but even on train we had like, I don't know, 3-7 or something like that, the score, and we just managed to win.
You did manage to win in style in the end as well.
Да, первые 2 карты были довольно простыми. На 3-й карте мы просто не зашли на сервер. Ну и на 4-й мы просто начали играть полностью, сосредоточив свои мысли только на самом Counter-Strike, а не на том, что мы в гранд-финале и на всем остальном.
Donk got a new MVP one.
Magic, for you, I know you've got some family watching in the crowd. You've got a crowd that's supporting you as well. Anything you want to say to them after watching you lift the trophy here in Astana?
Спасибо.
Doesn't need so much translation. Donk, there was times you got no emotion on your face when they cheer you like that. You don't like it?
I don't care, to be honest.
Oh.
But you did have a dominant performance. Smile?
Yeah.
Thank you, Magics. They want to see you smile. You have an MVP level performance. You come back alive on train. But I got to ask you, I know you hate Anubis. What's your thoughts on train?
Same.
You want this map removed?
Trainer Anubis? No. Anubis, yes.
Train then? It's okay for you?
Yes. Need time.
Needs time.
Дон говорит, что ему не нравится так же Anubis, как и D-Train, но Anubis можно было бы в целом убрать из маппула.
No, you don't need to. That's fine, that's fine. Hallie, for you, you guys have had an up and down year, making playoffs, not getting close to the trophy. Only at the beginning of the year you were able to do that. For you, going into the major now, how important was this win from learning and just getting that taste of victory and lifting the trophy again?
Сначала я хочу сказать спасибо всем людям, которые пришли сюда посмотреть Counter-Strike.
I wanted to say thank you everyone who came
Всем
here.
людям, которые сидели у телевизора и поддерживали нас. Здесь невероятные люди, невероятная атмосфера, очень приятный стадион. Что касаемо наших дальнейших планов, то это был турнир очень важен для нас, потому что у нас было много полуфиналов, много финалов, где нам постоянно чего-то не хватало. И перед менеджером это даст, надеюсь, нам даст уверенность, и на этом заделе мы пойдем брать второй.
So it was a lot of upsets on previous grand finals and semi-finals, but with this win, we're gonna take another one. Major. I mean, we're gonna try to.
I like that. I like that confidence. For you guys, though, you won't be going to Dallas. For you won't be going to Dallas to prepare for the major. What's the plan for Team Spirit? What's Hallie going to be cooking up for you guys?
Поесть фастфуд, а потом тренироваться.
Eat some fast food and then train.
I like that. Get some food in your bellies. Make sure you're trained and ready for the major.
1 second, I have Shira.
Oh, okay. Go on, Shiro.
Ребят, всем спасибо, кто тут поддерживает. Было очень круто играть. Спасибо Казахстану за такое приятное гостеприимство. Я хочу сказать много кому спасибо. Тут моя девушка, Солнце, я тебя люблю. Спасибо тебе за твою поддержку.
Thank you for my girlfriend.
Спасибо всему стафу, кто приехал сюда. Спасибо нашему ЦЕО, который приехал сюда нас поддерживать. Медиа-отделу. Всем спасибо большое, потому что мы чувствовали, что этот турнир наш. Мы хотели его выиграть изначально. Мы очень сильно старались. И поэтому это для нас что-то большее, нежели победа на этом чемпионате. Поэтому спасибо большое. Надеюсь, мы порадовали вас своей красивой игрой. Если честно, без цензуры тут не сказать, я в ахуе от игры Дани. Сколько выиграл он раундов. И опять же, вся команда собралась. Мы чуть-чуть проебались на Мираже, но Масис...
Wait, what's happening?
Прошло так, как надо. Мы очень хотели выиграть, и мы выиграли. Надеюсь, мейджор будет таким же успешным, как этот турнир. Поэтому спасибо большое. Algatin Spirit, спасибо.
Any translation, anyone?
We came here only for victory. We prepared specially. And thank you everyone who came here. All the crowd in Kazakhstan, also all my family, all my staff, team especially. And a lot of bad words come in there.
Okay.
You know, some about the Mirage map. It was F.
Oh,
I get
that.
Okay.
All right, well, with that, guys, one final time, your PGL Astana 2025 champions. It's Team Spirit!
Yeah, well, look, I'll say this. Magic's was brief, at least. That's a good thing. Nah, I mean, listen, obviously it's been a...
All right, beautiful people. I'm gonna head out. I feel like I need to go to the toilet and shit like that anyway. Peace and love. Catch you guys on Tuesday. I know it's very briefly. You can go to the mainstream, all of those things, if you want to see the rest of the things. I'm sorry to those people who want to see that. I actually wanted to see more. Especially, like, looking at this. This looks like they're not even happy. I don't know. Anyway, peace and love. Peace and love. Catch you guys soon.